In the suburbs of the city of Hue, a huge castle of one of the oligarchs who had enormous influence on the local government was built. That evening the rich man gathered people close to him, who looked down on one young man who was sitting on his knees behind the owner. He raised his right hand upwards where he concentrated his inner energy. In this way, he managed to ignite a ball of energy that glowed in the air. A young man named Bai Xing did not like this schedule of events very much. He was forbidden to look into the eyes of the guests, so his gaze was lowered. His owner was showing off his new purchase. The man pointed his hand at the young man and asked his friends to rate the addition to his collection. He called Bai Xin the first and only specimen in the whole world. According to the millionaire, the addition to his collection has become a living lantern. The rich man was incredibly pleased as this living lantern had already brought him fame. There was a lot of talk about the young man in Hue. The man introduced to his guests the loser Bai Xin, who had an incredible level of strength. Even management paid attention to him, but he was only able to conduct the F-rank skill. The millionaire was tired of constantly looking at his living lantern, so today, he put the young man up for auction and promised his guests to give him cheaply. Bai Sun looked at the ominous smiles of the people around him and understood that justice does not exist in this world and there are no good people. The young man looked at the guests with a sinister look and said in his mind that he would destroy everyone down to the only one on this earth who had done him wrong. While continuing to hold the energy ball, Bai Xing clenched his teeth tightly and promised himself that no human being would be alive because of me. A few years ago, the world was polluted. A great disaster was waiting for him, which came absolutely without reason and without warning. The statue of the great Valkyrie mutated. The woman's eyes began to glow as if she were coming back to life and starting to act as a portal. Thanks to the statue, 100-meter stone monsters were summoned to the real world, and they razed almost all cities to the ground without anyone noticing them. Energy portals turned into interspatial gates. Now the real world was accessed by incomprehensible beings from completely different dimensions. Adventure Island was completely engulfed by the mold of sinister monsters. Demons of absolutely different shapes and sizes captured this island. A small shop selling mysterious things in a botanical town suddenly turned into a huge book and began to appear in cities all over the world. People, animals, and all physical things that came under the influence of this book were drawn into it and could no longer return to the real world. A curse called infection fell upon reality. A leaf that flew by could be infected in a few seconds and die on the spot. Worse, a person who was walking his pet could be infected. This caused very terrible emotions in the entire population on Earth. Any object, even a tool in the hand, could be infected. No one was immune from this, so it is almost impossible to predict this. During the 6 months of the monster's invasion of the Earth, the population of the fertile planet was almost halved due to not very favorable conditions for procreation. It was at that moment, when the Earth was experiencing its almost complete collapse, that people appeared on the planet who were called adventurers. The Seeker of Me was called people who gained incredible skills during the infection. They won the respect of people, fame, and wealth. Their main task was to cleanse the infected and everything that could threaten the safety of the local population, such as the demons themselves. Searchers were very loved and appreciated because they saved people. The population placed their last hopes on them that one day they would live a normal life again. Bai Xing took the news of the infection very unexpectedly. He had dreamed of becoming an adventurer all his life, especially after some news. The young man walked forward with a briefcase. His gaze was as blank and indifferent as possible. For some time, it was not at all like him. Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on the boy's face as he realized that he was back on track. Bai Xing was able to be reborn again. He again saw around him people in the same uniform. He blamed his environment for the problems, so he believed that none of those present was unworthy of life. With a sinister smile on his face, the young man continued to examine his peers and older participants. His gaze rested on the school children. Bai Xing looked up and saw a huge arena. He immediately understood that the Seeker exam was to begin in just a few minutes. When the young man was watching the former commentary area, someone's hand, which was completely tattooed, landed hard on his shoulder. A middle-aged blonde man greeted the boy superficially and asked if he had decided to hide from him in the crowd to avoid the inevitable problems. The man looked at the young man with an evil look and asked if he knew what would happen this time if he failed the exam again and did not become an adventurer. Bai Xing unexpectedly met his old acquaintance Kim Hookit. It was one of the main characters who broke the young man's life in the past. Bai Xing immediately remembered the moment when he was unable to answer the man. Then he completely broke him verbally and took him to himself as a slave. Kim Hookit was still waiting for an answer from the young man and asked if he had swallowed his tongue and could not answer anything to the simplest question. Without waiting for an answer, the man drew the attention of all the students around him. He shouted loudly and asked to look at the young man next to him. Kim Hookit gestured to a Seeker program examinee who was trying to pass the exam for the 3rd time and was only relying on his odd strength level. The school children immediately recognized Bai Xin, who was a very famous loser. Well, almost all participants knew a young man who could not show himself even once. The students began to mock Bai Xian because with his incredible level of strength, he could do absolutely nothing, let alone pass the exam. Kim Hookit tapped the young man on the shoulder and asked him from above if the attention from the public had given him the strength to finally come to this stupid exam. The man emphasized that the young man must pass the exam so that he can sell it somewhere and thus Bai Xing will be able to pay off his debt. At the first meeting with the man, the young man was very worried. However, after his rebirth, he already knew what was going to happen, so he silently listened to everything. Bai Xing looked at his interlocutor and remembers that he died of infection even before he had time to get even with him. This time, he wanted to do something a little different. After looking at the man for a while with his cold eyes, Bai Xing suddenly raised his right hand and grabbed the interlocutor by the collar, which literally shocked him. Looking directly into the eyes of his opponent, the young man said that Kim Hookit was somehow incredibly excited had he started eating his pets again. The man did not understand why the young man suddenly started joking about it. He became incredibly angry and called the interlocutor a real abomination. Kim Hookit was not going to tolerate such statements on his side. He swung his fist and was about to scold the young man for his long, sharp tongue. Bai Xing was absolutely not against this development of events. He put his right hand forward as if asking the interlocutor to continue his actions. The young man pointed his finger at his face and told the man to kill right there. He asked to note that due to facial injuries he may fail the exam again. Bai Xing looked at the interlocutor's face and asked how he would then explain the situation to the boss why he returned to him again without money. Kim Hookit understood that the young man was indeed right. He had to stop his fist because he didn't want to get in trouble with his boss again. The man released his target for bullying. Bai Xing took a few steps back and Kim Hookit finally took his hand back. The man warned the young man about his rash actions and advised him to try very hard. The exam will come, otherwise he will regret his weakness. Kim Hookit almost jumped when Bai Xing raised his hand almost to his face. He was very wary and did not understand anything at all. The young man folded his 3 fingers into an imaginary gun and fired at his target. He made as confident a face as possible and said that he had noticed the man. After that, Bai Xing turned his back to the interlocutor and headed towards the crowd, telling the man to wait for him here after passing the exam. The participants of the exam turned their faces away from the loser. They did not want to deal with a young man who was not capable of anything at all given his capabilities. Absolutely all the participants turned away from him, advising him to go somewhere far away. Bai Xing did not pay attention to those around him and simply stepped forward. In a few years, he got used to this attitude towards himself. However, the young man did not give up and believed that sooner or later he would prove his strength to everyone. 3 years ago, the Seeker exam was held on the territory of Huey High School. Quite a lot of people gathered and everyone was waiting for their turn to take the exam. It was finally the turn of a young man named Bai Xing. He came on stage and said he wanted to become an adventurer to protect humanity and liberate the world. Bai Xing had roughly spent his skills at the age of 16, which was completely normal. If the participants fell below the criteria of talent and strength level, they were accepted into the Seeker. The main skill of the Seeker was called talent. The level of strength was measured by the points that the participant had from birth. Bai Xing's number was 1200. Those present were simply shocked when they heard such an incredible number. They called the young man the future of the country because other contestants had more than 100 points. Director Pushkin was invited to the stage. The man had the ability to predict the future, so he was an integral part of every Seeker exam. The old man with the beard took a few steps onto the stage and caught thunderous applause. After that, he put his hand on the young man's head and began to look into his future. Pushkin said that he still does not see how this boy will be able to walk through life, but he could say only one thing for sure. He clearly saw that Bai Xing would exceed all the expectations of his critics. The man saw that the young man would become a star that would shine brighter than all others. The contestants were simply shocked by Pushkin's verdict. He did not say such things even about the main defender of the country, but here he was generous with words for an unknown young man. At that moment, Bai Xing was very happy and decided that this would be the end of his poor life and his family would be able to live a normal life. Bai soon smiled pleasantly when he imagined a happy father who does not work in construction and a sister who can buy herself absolutely anything. Literally, after a few days, the young man began to receive various offers. Big organizations wanted to get their hands on the diamond at any price. Bai Xing simply could not believe that he was living his own life. He was in no rush to accept offers until he awakened his skill. And finally this day has come. He awakened an frank skill called Sphere of Light. Bai Xing was very pleased for a while until he realized several very important things. He was very upset when he realized that this is an ordinary sphere of light which has absolutely no power and energy and is only able to illuminate. Bai Xing, who was in a world of joy, was still unable to enjoy the opportunities that had opened up before him. However, there was a completely different age in this situation. It appeared that all roads led the young man only to an abyss with monsters. He paved the only way there when he awakened a worthless F-rank skill. The headlines in the newspapers changed dramatically and people began to treat the young man not very well. Bai Xing could see their sinister looks and not so good intentions. The young man seemed to be falling into an empty abyss without the possibility of clinging to anyone. He had no support and heard only a continuous stream of criticism coming his way. Bai Xing's mother became very ill when they were saddled with incredible debts. Their small house was sold at auction, which was able to cover some of the amount. The father had to flee the country because he was threatened by Kim Hookit's company. He took his little daughter with him, separating the brother and sister. Bai Xing, despite all the difficulties, continued to insist on his own and came to the exam every year to become a seeker and pay off the family's debts. The young man was looking at his exam card. Every year he saw his face on a piece of lipstick paper, his power level was 1200. After assessing the situation, Bai Xing concluded that everything was happening exactly the same as in the past, including the familiar girl behind his back. She was dressed in her high school uniform and wore a bow around her neck. When Bai Xing looked in her direction, the girl began to take the sword out of its sheath. The young man looked at his old acquaintance and said in his mind that when humanity will be completely destroyed, only this girl and him will remain. The participants of the exam talked among themselves and stood in groups. Suddenly, a loud screeching sound of microphones was heard throughout the stadium. The contestants immediately turned their attention to the arena and heard one of the examiners turn to them asking for some of their attention. The woman at the center said that for the exam, the infected were released on the campus, which the participants will need to pass the test. The examiner added that the participants should unite in groups and seal the infected, who will freely walk around the territory of the entire high school. Examiner Xiao Jie stressed that no outside help is allowed and the trial will be supervised by independent jury members. After that, the woman wished luck to all the participants and announced the beginning of the exam, which was held annually and allowed anyone to become a seeker. After the announcement from the examiner, the participants immediately began to panic and run in different directions. Only Bai Xing stood still and watched the contestants. Many girls immediately rushed to a young man named Chen Zhao. They wanted to be a member of his team as they considered him to be quite a strong unit on the battlefield. One of the squads had asked a young man named Wang Chun to join as they were just short of a crank attack level team member. The field began to resemble a field for announcements. Everyone tried to find the right participant and single contestants offered their candidacies. Observer Hu Min looked at the panic of the participants and saw that some had already agreed to form a team earlier, which was quite unfair. Observer Li Jinlin said that it was not prohibited by the rules, so everyone assembles their group as they see fit under the circumstances. Chief Examiner Xiao Zhu completely agreed with her colleague. She added that family, friends, money, and power are also components of strength. Xiao Jie was a rather conservative woman who emphasized that the only rule in this exam was to survive and seal the infected. Li Jinlin announced that 95% of the contestants had formed their teams. The woman observed that among them mainly the abilities of the rank below TS prevail. The observer was not at all surprised by the abilities of the participants, especially since their strength level was mostly below 100. Suddenly, Li Jinlin let out a cry of surprise when she saw a young man with a power level of 1200. She did not understand why such a fighter would even take the exam. Hu Min smiled and pointed his finger at the loser, revealing that not only was he passing the general exam, but he couldn't even find a team. Almost all participants formed their teams, which consisted of about 5 people. The commotion finally calmed down and the participants felt much more confident. Some contestants still couldn't find a team and approached different teams, begging them to join them, exaggerating their skills as much as possible. The leader of the group denied the blonde his request since he only had the rank of F. He said that it would be better to have 4 people on the team than such a fool. Bai Xing suddenly approached this loser from behind. He offered to team up together since they were both left without a team. The blonde got very angry and accused the interlocutor of always standing next to him. Bai Xian reminded that the young man only had the rank of F. The interlocutor could not stand such statements on his side and punched his former comrade in the face, repaying him for the insult. Bai Xing flew to the floor after being hit. The blonde turned to the interlocutor and warned him not to come any closer and not to interfere with his search for the team. Bai Xing looked up and looked at the young man with a sinister look. He by no means expected that the blonde would treat him so tactlessly. They used to be friends with the young man because they were from the same village. The blonde even asked his friend to take him with him to the corporation when he became a famous adventurer. However, now everything was completely different. The friend completely forgot about Bai Sun and only used him to prove his strength to others. Suddenly, the same girl approached the young man from behind. She came down like an angel from heaven and reached for a napkin to wipe the blood from her face. Bai Xian turned his face to the interlocutor and saw a very beautiful girl in front of him. He could not refuse, so of course he took a napkin. Wiping the blood from his nose, the young man began to speak to the girl, advising her to be careful, as she still hadn't awakened her skills. The girl replied that there is no need to worry about her because almost everyone knows that she has absolutely no talent, strength, and any abilities. Bai Xing rose to his feet and said with a smile that no one knows what will happen tomorrow, so there is no need to give up. The interlocutors were forced to quickly stop their dialogue because one of the colleagues came to the girl, who addressed her as Yu Xian. Ma Huzhong was the girl's cousin and had a rank B ability. He asked Yu Xian to read the information about the team he had gathered for the exam. Turning to face the young man, Yu Xian told her new acquaintance that her cousin had hired a group of people so that she could pass this exam. The girl felt very sorry for Bai Xian and asked her cousin if the participant standing behind her could join their team. Ma Huzhong replied that Miss Yu's word was law to him. Yu Xian took a few confident steps forward and thanked her cousin for listening to her. Bai Xing couldn't understand what was going on. He turned to the girl in a quiet and confident voice, asking why she was helping him at all. The young man wanted to get a clear answer to his question because it was very important to him to know why Yu Xian paid attention to him in the first place. The girl stopped abruptly and turned her head back. She told the interlocutor that maybe she liked him and advised him not to think about this decision for a long time. Bai Xing did not mind at all and immediately approached Ma Huzhong, giving him his exam ticket with a bright smile on his face. Zdrovin was a little shocked that the young man knew his name. Bai Xing scratched his nose with his index finger and replied that it was the action of one of his skills. He created a sphere between two fingers and announced that his orb could illuminate the unknown, and thanks to it, he was able to read the thoughts of the interlocutor. Uxian and Ma Huzhong were simply shocked by this turn of events. They were forced to admit that the young man was not such a loser as everyone said about him. Bai Xing finally found his team and could breathe easy. As the clouds drifted slowly across the sky, the teams discussed their plans for the exam. Xiao Jie saw that all possible teams had already been formed, so she asked the teams to start the exam and start searching for the infected in the territory. The teams immediately went in different directions and began to explore the territories. A group of 4 men strode confidently near the central entrance of the high school. The commander of this general was a young man named Chun Zhao who had the rank of C. His ability was lava. His power level reached 37. Another member of the team was a girl named Gray. She had a D rank and the ability to control vines, the power level of which was 12. Lu also belonged to the squad Jinchu, who looked like a cat. She had a rank of D and a power level 8 stunning stand ability. A girl named Wang Yuchun acted as a medic in this team. Her abilities were advanced treatment. The girl had a whole level of 28. Chun Zhao stepped forward first and at some point spoke to the charges. The young man said that they should find at least one infected here. Gray suddenly interrupted the team commander and pointing to the right with her finger reported that she felt some very strange activity in that direction. Lu Jinchu was very happy to hear this news. She said she wanted to be useful to the team, so she decided to clear the way for the allies. After these words, the girl immediately rose from her seat and jumped forward. She confidently landed on the ground and began to act. As soon as this happened, danger immediately showed its face. Huge plants began to grow from under the ground with incredible speed. Lu Jinchu decided to wait a bit with her sweep and informed the commander about the danger. Chun Zhao did not expect that his words would come true so quickly. The cat girl was forced to step back as a giant plant grew right in front of her face. All team members were simply shocked. They met on their way a mutated plant called demonic clover. His flower immediately opened like the mouth of a wild beast. Other members of the squad also saw danger behind them. The plants began to throw their roots around very quickly and grow upwards. These were much smaller plants, but the fruits of the same demonic clover. The plant had 4 leaves, between which was the mouth. After a while, Clover's 18 pieces were counted. Gray was forced to admit that there were too many plants and she wouldn't be able to contain them all. Chun Zhao immediately ordered Lu Jinchu uses his skill to buy the team some time. The girl immediately obeyed the commander's order. She used her amazing standing coma to hold back the plants. Lu Jinchu immediately warned the commander that she could restrain the plants for 8 seconds. Chun Zhao replied that this would be quite enough and proceeded to use his skill. He slammed his hands into the ground and used a lava skill. Literally after a second, all the plants began to be covered with lava. Chun Zhao covered the entire space around him with lava to deal with the enemies. The plants began to wither right before the contestants' eyes. The clovers could not stand such a high temperature, so they began to give up their positions. And Chun Zhao could exhale after his attack. His team successfully navigated the danger and the commander asked if everyone was okay. Lu Jinchu immediately began to examine the dead plants and found the core of the main clover. Chun Zhao was happy as this meant sealing the demonic plant. The squad commander accepted the core of the main clover from the hands of his ward and said that he would definitely give this evidence to the examiners and they would pass the exam. Chun Zhao performed his task as the team leader perfectly and obtained the sealed object. Looking at him, the young man said that human beings will exist forever. Meanwhile, another squad of 5 was still searching for their infected creature. They confidently stepped forward, led by their commander. This was the squad that Bai Xing was a member of. The young man calmly followed his allies, completely unconcerned about the result of this exam. Uxian suddenly turned to the young man and advised him to be more careful because they could run into an infected person at any moment. Bai Xing winked at the girl and told her not to worry, as they could feel safe, as long as the brank captain was by their side. The young man continued to walk forward and looked at the captain of the team. He wondered if Ma Huzhong hadn't noticed anyone with his skills yet. The detachment commander was not very happy with his search. He told the wards to stay close to him and continue searching the area. Bai Xing knew of an infected that could create an area of infection. The young man carefully looked around as he felt something very uneasy. At the entrance to the unknown door, there was a spider which over a long period of time built a house for itself in a corner, weaving a thick web. Noticing this, Ma Huzhong was immediately alert. His facial expression suggested that the big man had noticed something unusual and not very safe. The team commander turned to Bai Xian and asked his ward if he could use his sphere to provide them with light inside the warehouse. Xian asked if they didn't even have lanterns. After hearing the request from the commander, Bai Xing began to shake incredibly with worry. He almost jumped out of his pants from the realization that someone needed his skill. It was the first time in history, so the young man could not miss such a chance. Bai Xing immediately moved from his seat and took the captain by the sleeve. He happily agreed to light the way until Ma Huzhong was in complete shock. A pleasant smile appeared on the young man's face. He was infinitely satisfied with the development of events because some hopes were placed on him in the team. Bai Xing decided to outrun his allies and go to the formation first. He confidently and quickly stepped forward to light the way for his companions. Suddenly something happened that literally shocked the squad commander and the rest of his wards. They could not believe that danger lurked in such a primitive city. As soon as the young man took a few steps forward, a portal immediately opened beneath them. A huge black substance covered the floor and began to drag the participants. Yuexian was confused as to what was going on. She screamed loudly, but there was no time to panic. The schedule of events was inevitable. Meanwhile, it was as calm as possible on the territory. There were no participants left here because each team went in search of its infected target. Observers and the chief examiner were located inside the commentary tower, who made sure that the participants were in their sight. Observer Li Jinlin suddenly noticed that they had lost contact with one of the teams. She assumed that the only infected rank TS. Xiao Jie reassured the woman and advised her to relax. With a sinister smile on her face, the examiner said that death was a very common outcome of this ordeal. After getting to an unknown warehouse, the team found themselves in complete darkness. Bai Sun immediately used his orb of light skill to see at least something in the darkness. Looking more carefully in front of them, all the members of the squad could see in front of them a huge spider resting in its densely woven web. This terrible animal was called a demonic spider. He had a chi power rank of level 124, which was quite a significant number for the contestants. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Ma Huzhong told his charges to stay put and remain calm, only listening to orders from him personally. Wang Qin was ordered by the captain to control the sounds and prevent the spider from waking up. The young man was able to control sounds and had a power level of 79. Li Jingji was also a chi rank with a strength of 137 as a member of the Aranchid clan. That is why he was ordered to try to subdue this demonic spider. Wang Qin turned to the captain and suggested that he deal with their rookie first, as he would only be a nuisance by getting confused underfoot. Yuexian took a few steps forward and asked the young man if her cousin had paid them to kill their allies. Ma Huzhong reminded the wards that Yuexian's words were considered law in their team, so he advised Wang Qin not to say anything else on the matter. The squad commander approached the rookie and told him to stay put. Bai Xing was ordered to stand with his orb in hand and light the way. Li Jingji suddenly proposed to hang their partner from the ceiling, so that a lamp would emerge from him, intending to use his webs to do so. Everyone in the squad started laughing at the newcomer, including the team leader. Only Yuexian stood aside and watched her teammates. She wasn't going to join in on their banter. The girl, on the contrary, turned to the young man and advised him to be more careful because something is wrong here. As soon as she said the last word, she felt a touch on her right hand in which she held the sword. It was quite unexpected for her. Yuexian asked the interlocutor what he was doing anyway. Bai Xing continued to hold his ball of light and clarified whether it was a magic sword. Having received a positive answer, the young man reminded that they were both not untalented fighters, so he asked for permission to use the sword to protect the girl like a man. Yuexian was simply stunned when the sword was snatched from her hands. She felt very uncomfortable, but she didn't mind feeling protected. Bai Xian asked the girl not to pay attention to the fact that he is thin and added that despite this there is a fire burning in him for everything. While the young man continued the dialogue with the interlocutor, he looked at the ground and noticed that the shadow under his feet was very different from the usual one. Bai Xian waved the magic sword he had just taken from his ally and said that there might be someone hiding in the shadows and someone must check it out. Yuexian was simply shocked when the sharp blade of the sword landed a few centimeters from her feet. The young man hit the girl's shadow. Ma Huzhong and his wards immediately stopped mocking the young man. They were simply shocked and immediately thought that he wanted to harm their partner. However, Bai Xing had completely different plans on this account. With an ominous expression on his face, the young man turned to the Ji family member and ordered him to show himself immediately. Yuexian was simply shocked when the young man spoke the following words. She had by no means expected to see Ji with her own eyes. Biguanya. Bai Xing grabbed his partner's hand and led her back a little. The young man did not panic at all and confidently watched the shadow where he had just stuck the sword. It turned out that the feeling did not let him down at all. It was just from this shadow that a face began to appear, slowly growing from under the ground. Ji Biguan grew to his full height from the shadows and addressed the young man, praising him for his cleverness. He admitted that he is indeed an incomplete loser. After that, the man looked at his target with a sinister look and invited him to join him to become a member of a very interesting experiment. Ji Biguan had a black shadow ability with a power of 817. He asked the young man to give him his power, and in return he promised to pay very handsomely. Yuexian clutched her face with her hand when she saw cousin Ji in front of her. There was no way she could have expected her brother to appear right here. Bai Xing stood confidently in his place and looked at his potential opponent. He had already encountered a man more than once in his past life. The young man remembered how Ji Biguan used his spider to taunt the squad members and order the animal to bite off body parts to measure strength. After that, he approached Yuexian. He mocked the poor girl and said that her father would soon lose his position as the head of the family. After running through these moments in his mind, Bai Xing turned to his opponent and warned him that he would now learn what true humiliation was. He held his orb of light in front of him, powering it with energy. Bai soon shouted that it was time to finally show his true strength. The team members did not like how their partner started to get angry. They understood that he had to be stopped so that he would not do anything. Turned out that the whole team was on Ji's side. Biguanya. Ma Huzhong ordered his men to immediately engage in battle to defeat the enemy. Suddenly, there was silence on the battlefield. The allies looked at each other and calmed down, realizing that they had started to panic too early. Realizing this fact, the soldiers almost choked with laughter. They pointed fingers at the loser and laughed that they had allowed themselves to be scared of him. Bai Xing stood still with his lantern in his hands. Ma Huzhong asked the young man if he had decided to trick them with his second awakening. Suddenly Ji intervened in the dialogue. Biguan, he ordered his charges to shut up immediately as they had much more important matters to attend to. After speaking his last word, the man immediately used his shadow to catch the victim. Yu Xian found herself in the nasty hands of her cousin. Biguan grabbed the girl by the neck so that she could not run away. Smiling sinisterly in her face, the cousin said it was time for the fun to begin. Yu Xian was simply shocked by this turn of events. She looked with a frightened look at her only ally and realized that there was no way out. Realizing this fact, the girl shouted loudly, ordering the young man to run away because she thought that the opponents would not pursue him and focus on her. Bai Xing was pleasantly shocked by the girl's boldness. He did not expect this from her, but he was in no rush to fulfill her last request. Ma Huzhong had already managed to aim at the young man. He gave him a sinister look and asked if he really thought he could escape. Zdrovan clenched his fist with all his strength and announced that he would agree to let the young man out of this cave if he could withstand his strongest blow. After these words, Ma Huzhong used his stone skin skill and began covering his hand with stones. He did it as quickly as possible and without any hesitation. Literally, after a couple of seconds, his hand was completely petrified and resembled a huge hammer. Bai Xing definitely could not withstand a collision with such a fist. While the big man taunted his worthless opponent, the wards advised him to calm down a bit and first subdue the local spider, which is still in hibernation. Being trapped by her cousin Yu Xian knew that there was no way out of the situation unless she could awaken her ability and defeat the young man. Suddenly, her panic thoughts were interrupted by Xian. With a smile on his face, the young man said that he would give the girl the opportunity to change her fate. Yu Xian was confused as to what the young man meant. She opened her teary eyes wide and was waiting for what was going to happen. Bai Sun was not going to just throw words to the wind. Immediately after the last phrase, he launched the orb he was holding in his hands in the direction of his ally. The ball of light very quickly found itself behind Ma's back cousin. Zdrovan did not understand what was happening. He was definitely not the target of this attack. Biguan also didn't really understand what was going on. He looked at the young man with a sinister look and ordered him not to interrupt the fun. Seeing the bullet almost next to him, the man used his shadows to build a wall that would protect him from his opponent's surprise attack. However, everything turned out to be much worse than the evil cousin expected. His wall of shadows was easily broken through by an unexplained orb of light. Biguan was simply shocked to see everything with his own eyes. He could not believe that an ordinary object of light was able to pass through his shadow. The ball of light missed the man on its way and ended up near the girl. Yu Xian looked at the object in surprise and did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, a ball of light penetrated directly into the head of the representative of the Zhe family. The girl did not expect such a turn of events and did not even have time to think at that moment. As soon as the bullet entered her brain, Yu Xian immediately felt a surge of strength within her. Her body glowed bright red. Biguan was simply shocked to see the following. He understood that it could be the awakening aura. His cousin was able to wake up. Based on the situation, the man immediately understood that Bai Xing could help others awaken, even losers like Yu Xian, with the help of his sphere. Biguan did not hold back his admiration for the boy and offered him to work for him, paying him a high and stable salary. Bai Xing immediately replied that he was forced to refuse the offer, explaining his decision by the fact that he did not really like working for his uncle. In addition, the young man added that the man will soon become a corpse, so I will not wait for the salary anyway. Biguan at that very moment felt all the power on him. He pushed his cousin away because she was literally on fire. The man was simply shocked, realizing that she was awakening the gift of fire. Yu Xian was by no means prepared for such a life. Literally, in a few seconds, she received rank A and the ability to control temperature. The girl could not believe that she had finally woken up. In addition, she received strength as a gift from the owner, which reached 1200. Meanwhile, Bai Xing crouched on a rock and advised his allies not to stand still because she needed to deal with her cousin who wanted to cut her. As soon as she heard the young man's voice, the girl immediately moved from her place. She sharply turned her body back to attack her former relative. Biguan was not happy with this turn of events. He took a few steps back and was scared to death because he didn't really want to burn alive. Seeing the expression on his cousin's face, the brother advised the girl to rest a little and familiarize herself with her abilities before using them. The man was just distracting and wasting time until Ma Huzhong came up behind the girl and was about to send her to sleep with a powerful punch. Jumped into the air and swung his right hand for a surprise attack. Before the strike, he asked Miss Yu not to hold a grudge against him. Yu Xian reacted completely calmly to the unexpected attack. She noticed the danger in time and turned her face to instantly counterattack the man. With the help of her right hand, she released an incredible wave of fire, which caused the opponent to fall back and burn his stone hands. Biguan was simply shocked by his cousin's new power. Even he couldn't defeat a rank fighter with just one blow. The man realized that he had better not stay long on the battlefield. He used a new cover in the world and began to disappear from sight. Biguan circled his target for a few seconds and thought about how to get into her back. He understood that the girl's weakness was the distance of the attack. That is why the man moved as far as possible from his rival. After that, he used the shadow knife to surprise attack his cousin. Zhibiguan was absolutely sure that his plan would work. Before the death of his cousin, he apologized and explained that it was all for the sake of the Zhe family. Suddenly, Bai Xian decided to intervene in this dialogue. In a thoughtful voice, he asked the man if he thought he was completely safe now. The young man explained that the girl had inherited a power level of 1,200 units from him, as well as an rank ability, so Zhibiguan is definitely not her rival. The man did not agree with this statement and attacked his target with daggers. He shouted loudly that there was no way he would lose a fight to some girl. Yuexian was far from being a girl now. As soon as she noticed the danger behind her, she immediately counterattacked the opponent with her powerful fire wave. Zhibi, there was nothing Guan could do in this situation. He simply took the blow and screamed, loudly burning alive. Bai Xing was ready to watch this fight forever. The boy really liked how Zhe Guan absorbed the girl's blow with his own face. Yuexian won an absolute victory in the battle with her cousin. Her brother was lying on the ground and burned up with the fire she used to cover his body. After a few seconds, the girl began to lose her fiery cover. Drops of tears appeared on her face, which ran down her cheeks and fell to the ground. Bai Xing decided to help his ally and cover her naked body. He took out a spare set of clothes from his backpack and gave them to the girl to keep her from freezing. Yuexian looked at her dead cousin and couldn't believe that she had once trusted him with her life and was willing to rely on a man. Bai Xian said that there is nothing wrong with this because now the girl will be able to protect her family and parents who are constantly trying to carry out an assassination attempt. Yuexian was extremely grateful to her savior in this situation. As soon as she said one word, "thank you," she immediately collapsed on the ground. Bai Xing caught his ally and realized that she was completely exhausted after that. The girl had a very difficult time because before the match she was not even aware of her strength. The young man suddenly noticed that temperature control was added to his skills in addition to regeneration. He was simply shocked to receive the skill of his charge. He had helped Yuexian awaken her abilities, and now those abilities had been added to his list, and he even gained 9 points of strength in addition. While the young man was checking his achievements, he was threatened with danger. One of his former partners connected with the spider and attacked from behind. Li Jingji flew with the animal at his enemy with happy words that he could kill both opponents as long as the girl was away from the stick. Without wasting time, Bai Xian immediately moved from his seat. The young man took the girl in his arms and took her away from danger at the very last moment. After rescuing his ally and placing her on the floor, Bai Xing asked his opponent why he thought Yuexian was the only fighting unit on the battlefield. Li Jingji shouted back that it didn't matter because the young man would just say goodbye to his life and take his ally with him. Bai Xing began to quickly analyze the situation. He understood that temperature control used internal energy, causing a great loss of heat. The boy understood that Yuexian might have passed out from hypothermia. Bai Xing took out a bottle of water from his backpack to use in battle. After that, the young man unscrewed the cap and waved the bottle directly in front of him, pouring out the water. He was going to use the laws of physics to his advantage. By controlling the temperature, he was able to turn water into ice, creating the ice sword. Bai Xing was able to navigate the battlefield very quickly. Taking his ice sword in his hands, Bai Xing began to approach his opponent with a smile on his face. Li Jingji continued to move forward. Standing squarely in the face of danger, the young man once again turned to his rival and asked who had told him Bai Xing was going to hide in the first place. Li Jingji advised his partner to stay behind him because he knew that the young man had a trump card up his sleeve to attack. Wan Qin replied that he had already killed several Branks, so he would be able to deal with this moron in a matter of seconds. Immediately after that, the young man asked his partner to distract the enemy. Li Jingji used his poison web to do so at the same moment. Using his spider, the young man spat out a venomous web at the enemy, who stood motionless with an ice sword in hand. Bai Xing did not care at all about his situation and even smiled at this moment. He understood that now he had enough strength to face the enemy. Without taking a single step, Vona simply waved her ice sword, creating a bright blue crescent moon to avoid the poison. His sword immediately met the ends of the enemy's web. The web began to turn wooden and froze just in the air without being able to move. Bai soon knew that the web was almost 100% protein, so he used this advantage in battle and simply froze it to disintegrate. After that, the young man turned to his opponents and asked the superior if this was all they were capable of, although there was much more talk. Leaving this dialogue behind, Bai Xing moved from his seat and, clutching the ice sword tightly in his hands, said that now it was his turn. Literally in a second, he found himself in front of the face of a giant spider. The young man sharply swung the blade of his sword and immediately cut off 2 of the spider's legs. Li Jingji was absolutely not happy with this turn of events. He leaned back after his spider was injured and lost his balance. Bai Xing looked at the opponent with a confident look and asked him not to die too quickly. The young man would like to check some things before his rival dies. He swung his ice sword with all his might and struck a powerful blow right at the animal's muzzle from where it had been releasing a web a few minutes ago. Li Jingji kept losing ground on the battlefield. He felt that he could no longer control his spider as it was completely frozen. After the sword ended up in the animal's head, Bai Xing began to suck the poison out of it, saying that he was very sorry for the unfortunate spider. The young man himself did not expect that his plan would work. His sword absorbed the poison, and now he had a real deadly weapon in his hands. From replenishing with poison, the sword grew several times. Bai Xing could barely hold it in one hand. Almost no poisons were observed in the area of the handle. Instead, the lion's share of it was on the tip of the sword. The weapon was incredibly long and concentrated all its danger on the sharp end. Having carried out his plans, Bai Xing said that he had already experimented enough, so he swung his sword and prepared to send the enemy to the next world. Li Jingji was absolutely against such an idea. He dodged the first blow of his opponent and cried out loudly, begging to leave him alive. The young man emphasized that if he died, the control spider would fall because he was the host of the demon spider controlling it. Bai Xing stopped, suddenly realizing this fact. He admitted that his opponent was indeed right and the demon spider should not be left without a master. The young man perfectly understood that Ji Biguan arranged everything to make their deaths look like an accident, so the evidence had to be disposed of. Li Jingji only distracted his opponent. Noticing that he thought for a few seconds, the young man immediately decided to act. At the same moment, he disconnected from his spider and loosened his control. Li Jingji no longer wanted to continue the battle due to the weakness of the animal. He headed to the rear to his partner, who was preparing to attack. The young man asked his ally how long he would have to prepare for his strike. Wan Qin had almost finished concentrating the incredible amount of sound energy in his hands and announced that there were literally a few seconds left. Bai Xing made a mistake on the battlefield and was left alone with the spider. Now the animal was not controlled by anyone and was completely unpredictable. Also, he was threatened by danger from the young men. Wan Qin finished preparing for his attack and released an incredible sound wave in the direction of his target. A technique called a sound cannon reached the young man's ear. Bai Xing could not do anything about it because it is almost impossible to avoid such a thing. His eardrums had a very unpleasant experience. Blood poured from his ears, and the young man fell to his knees screaming loudly from unbearable pain. Wan Qin was very pleased with the result of his attack. He used his technique again and became more and more convinced that all people are in fact the same. After that, Li Jingji got up from his seat and headed in the direction of the sword. He planned to finish off the enemy without leaving him any chance of survival. Wan Qin asked his partner to stop and turned his attention to the spider. According to the young man, the animal could do everything without their help. The spider really wasn't going to stay in one place for long. He gasped for air and decided to attack the enemy who had frozen him a second ago. Despite his injury to his eardrums, Bai Xing could still see and move. He noticed the danger in time and made a human shield from his sword. Despite the previous pain, the young man smiled ominously. He said that now he will kill opponents without any hesitation because they do not deserve respect. After creating the ice shield, Bai Xing immediately moved from his place and headed in the opposite direction, leaving the spider alone with its venom. Li Jingji ordered his charge to use his technique immediately. Wan Qin began to concentrate the sound wave in his hands to catch up with the opponent. Suddenly, the young man was forced to stop when he saw where their opponent was heading. He couldn't afford to hurt anyone but him. Bai Xing ran towards Captain Ma Huzhong at a very fast pace. Wan Qin deduced that the enemy would threaten them with a hostage. Bai Xing turned to face his opponent and said that he did not need it at all, and on the contrary wanted to help their commander. Using his light sphere, Bai Xing gifted the defeated opponent with 1,200 units of power, certainly not for his own good. The young man planned to repeat the same machinations with Ma's body Huzhong as he did with Xian, from whom he gained additional power points. Zdarovan turned out to be much stronger than the girl and gave the young man 212 points of strength. In addition, Bai Xing received a stone fist at his disposal. Not waiting long, he immediately decided to test his new technique in practice. The young man raised his right hand up and began to form a stone skin on his fist. Xian positioned himself directly in front of the poisonous spider, which calmed down a bit. He swung his fist to warm up the situation above the battlefield a bit. The young man delivered the most powerful blow directly to the animal's head. The spider did not have time to do anything and was crushed by Mu Huzhong's technique. After that, Bai Xing left the stone skin behind and headed for the next target. He was not going to stop at one technique. He very quickly approached his next target, which was much more interesting. Bai soon created a sphere of light in his right hand and once again gathered to take away the opponent's skill. It was the body of the defeated cousin Xian. Bai Xing sent his sphere at Ji's head at a pace Biguanya to steal the necessary skills from him. The young man liked this schedule of events much more. He now had a black shadow at his disposal as well as an additional 817 power points. While the enemy was distracted from his business, two allies decided to attack him from behind. Li Jingji used the sword and Wan Qin used his sound wave. The partners worked almost perfectly and struck the enemy at the same time. However, he was unsuccessful because the young man used the dark shadow technique. Li Jingji was 100% sure that he hit his opponent in the head. Turning his head back, the young man saw a black shadow crawling across the floor. Wan Qin immediately understood that the enemy had copied their cabinet's technique and turned into a shadow. This scared the young man very much because the enemy can copy other people's techniques. He didn't even have time to blink when he was in danger. A black shadow appeared behind the worried man, wishing him good night. Bai Xing absorbed his opponent with absolutely no problem. He now had a sound control skill that was rank C. After that, only one opponent remained on the battlefield. Li Jingji began to shake in fear when he heard the voice of his opponent's calm echoing from everywhere. Bai Xing asked his opponent not to worry because he would die anyway. Before his death, he asked permission from the young man to conduct another important experiment. In case of agreement, the young man promised to send his opponent to the next world very quickly. Li Jingji did not like this idea very much and started to run away as soon as he saw the enemy. However, Bai Xing had already set his sights on his enemy. He put his right hand in front of him in the form of a gun and was about to use a combination of abilities. As a basis, he put the skill of a stone fist which was shrouded in shadow magic. It was the first time Bai Xian had done something like this, but it seemed like every day. After that, he added sound and heat inside to create an incredible projectile. He informed the enemy that this invention would be used against Director Pushkin. Survive anyway. He called his invention the Golden Cannon and directed it in the direction of the enemy. Bai Xing saw Li Jingji wanting to avoid death, but warned him that it was impossible. In a couple of seconds, the young man was going to release fire. There was no way for Li Jingji to avoid a fatal outcome for himself. The cannon fired an incredible wave of sound and fire from which it is impossible to dodge. Li Jingji was no exception and fell under the incredible power of the combined attack. The young man screamed loudly before meeting his death. At that moment, Bai Xian was in hiding and watching the action of his technique. He was incredibly pleased to see the murderous result with his own eyes. After finishing his business in the infected area, Bai Xing could safely return to the middle school at the same place he had disappeared from. Of course, the young man did not forget to take Yu Xian with him. Bai Xing was pleasantly pleased with how things had turned out. Bai Sun did not leave behind any evidence of the killing, and only took the sealed spider as proof that he had successfully completed the exam. The young man was so busy with his own thoughts and affairs that he did not notice that he was not alone in this place and was immediately frightened. Behind him, he saw the examiners and behind them several other participants. Bai Xing asked what the observers were doing here anyway. Examiner Xiao Zi looked at the contestant with a not very satisfied face and asked the young man where Ji was Biguan. Bai Xing was simply shocked. Hearing Ji's name Biguanya, he immediately understood that it was a conspiracy with the examiner. The young man looked at his ally and remembered how in her past life she had died an unjust death because of her cousin. Bai Xing decided to pretend that he did not know anything and asked the examiner if he was the cousin of this girl because their surnames are identical. Xiao Zi walked over to the infected area and surveyed the situation. Bai Xing was now sure that the woman knew about everything and participated in it. While the young man was thinking about the examiner's intentions, another figure in the form of a large man appeared near the infection zone and shouted loudly. He was running at the head of several other persons in black suits. They were rapidly approaching Miss Yu Xian's person as they were worried about her. A healthy man in sunglasses was the chief butler of the Ji family. Ji Renee decided that the young lady needed to be taken to the hospital immediately. One of the servants of the Ji family named Wang Sai immediately picked up the phone and told the man that he would immediately inform the driver. One of Ji's wards, Renee, took off her black jacket and decided to cover the girl. Lu Feng was the first to take care of the young lady. Suddenly, Bai Xian decided to intervene in this commotion. In a thoughtful voice, he told the people in black not to worry because the girl was simply overtired. From these words, Ji Renee was very angry. He stood over the body of an innocent young man and demanded from him to explain how it happened to the girl. Xiao intervened in the conversation. She pointed her finger at the suspicious young man and ordered him to be arrested as he needed to be questioned. Bai Xing was simply shocked by this turn of events. He expected that he would be met in a completely different way, but it turns out that he became a thief. Lu Feng took off her glasses at the same moment and said that she blocked the young man's movements with her vision, so he would not be able to escape from them. Exam invigilators also decided to join this detention. They didn't like them very much because something like this happened almost every time. Bai Xing tried to calm the people around him. He asked him not to frighten and not to use his abilities against the innocent teenager. Bai Xing did not know what was on the minds of these people. He only understood that it was very dangerous for him to come into contact with them because they are definitely unusual awakened ones. Ji Renee suddenly turned into some kind of werewolf and said that he was ready to bite his throat for Miss Yu because her life was much more valuable than his own. Bai Xing assessed the situation and realized that the two people in front of him were experienced warriors of rank B or even higher, so even with his current abilities he could not win. Xiao Zi informed that she could get rid of a person who posed a threat to humanity as an examiner, so she advised the young man to tell the truth. Bai Xing put his hand out in front of him and asked the woman to take the heat. He suggested everyone to calm down and start solving the questions in order. The young man took out the documents and the sealed animal from his pocket, asking the examiner to credit him with the successfully passed exam together with Yu Xian. Xiao Zi was in no mood to continue such a dialogue. She immediately used her magical fingers by simply clicking them. Only thanks to this gesture, the woman was able to burn the sheet of paper in the hands of the young man. Bai Xing is just shocked to see his documents burning. Gritting his teeth, Bai Xing looked at his potential rival and wondered if she really had such an incredible ability that she could destroy matter. Xiao Zi informed the interlocutor that she had enough energy on her fingertips to turn it to dust, so she advised him to tell the whole truth. Ji Renee asked the examiner what would happen to Miss Yu. The woman replied that if the girl survives, then she will get the highest score for the exam if no one interferes. The man clenched his right fist as hard as he could and said that he did not know what connected the examiner with Ji Biguanam, but he liked that they agreed. But the husband did not like the suspicious young man very much. Ji Renee said that first he would hit him in the face and then he would listen to the truth. Bai Xian looked at the big man with frightened eyes and tried to understand who he looked like. Now it is clear that he was definitely not joking about the torn throat. Coming out of a very difficult situation, the young man shouted loudly, informing those present that he was ready to tell everything but wanted to stay safe. Under pressure from everyone present, Bai Xing announced that Mr. Ji Bigon asked him to keep it a secret, even though he wanted to take the school's treasures. Xiao Zi did not really believe the young man because she did not feel the presence of her ally anywhere near. She decided that the young man was not going to tell the truth, so she wanted to tear off his hand. Bai Xing again asked the woman to take her time and immediately told about whose treasures he had in mind. He informed that the treasure in the school is kept by the principal Pushkin. Xiao Zi immediately stopped and lowered her left hand. She was literally shocked by the information about the director whose treasures Ji wanted to find Biguan. An observer approached the examiner from behind and informed the woman that they would not be able to act against the director in the open because he is a member of the Paranormal Association. Observer Li Jinlin joined the dialogue and reported that based on the latest data, Principal Pushkin is now giving a lecture at another school. Xiao Zi began to think that Principal Pushkin was hiding another infected area somewhere in the school grounds, and the Ji family was calling it treasure. Looking at the young man, the examiner decided that Ji Biguan left the teenagers alive because he wanted the kids not to spoil anything. Xiao Zi realized that she had failed to live up to her allies' hopes, as she lost a lot of time before the representatives of the Ji family had already arrived at the scene. The examiner ordered the young man to immediately lead them to the treasures. Bai Xing was able to get out of the situation without engaging in combat with anyone present. Yu Xian was still unconscious and lying on the floor under her jacket. One of the wards approached the young lady and lifted her up with magic. Wang Sai informed Ji Renee, who is not going to wait for an ambulance and will be able to deliver the young lady to the hospital with the help of his flying ship. Ji Renee ordered his charges Lu Feng to go after him and then take this boy and keep him under control until the young lady woke up. Bai Sun looked at his unconscious ally and mentally told her that her wards themselves did not understand where she was being dragged because she would not be safe. Despite this, the young man believed that the girl would be able to stand up for herself, so he believed in their next meeting when they would be able to overcome all difficulties. After the observer Hu Min wrapped the young man in his tentacles, he was led to one of the classrooms in the school where he was to show something interesting. The participants of the exam immediately noticed how the main loser was being led to the school classrooms. A new nickname stuck to the young man, the King of Lanterns. Bai Xing stepped forward and heard his peers mocking him, assuming that he had been caught for something illegal because he was a complete loser. The young man was not very pleased to hear the contestants conclude that even the loser Yu Xian kicked out an even bigger loser from her team. Bai Xing told the chief examiner that he saw Mr. Ji Biguan was heading in that direction, so he offered to check Director Pushkin's office right away. As soon as the examiners with the young man as hostages entered the school grounds, Bai Xing immediately stepped onto the shadow and used Ji's skill Biguanya. He detached the shadow from himself and ordered her to go to the director's office. Hu Min followed the young man but could not see anything. The observer and the hostage quickly reached the office of Director Pushkin. It had a plastic door that was easy to open. Bai Xing was constantly held hostage so that he could not escape. The observer and the examiner constantly followed the young man who should lead them to something interesting. Entering the principal's office, Xiao Zi was simply shocked to see Ji's shadow in front of her Biguanya. She asked the ally why he was here in shadow form. Bai Xing watched the woman's reaction and was very pleased with his work. In a past life, he had been in Pushkin's office, so he knew everything here perfectly. Remotely controlling his shadow, the young man ordered her to reach for one of the drawers. From there, the black hand took out a statuette of a golden bison. After that, the shadow of the young man threw this figurine in the direction of the woman, who stopped at the door in shock and could not move a single step. She held a statuette of a golden bison in her hands, and they looked at the animal with surprise. She asked aloud what that even meant. As soon as the statuette was in the hands of the examiner, Bai Xing received the sign and shouted loudly, ordering to open this glass infection zone. Just as those words were spoken, a bright lantern lit up in the middle school grounds, shining more and more with each passing second, emitting more energy. Meanwhile, Principal Pushkin was explaining to students at another university information about the infected zone, which was actually an area controlled by the infected. The man was talking about the fact that the laws of the real world are changing inside this zone. Pushkin drew on the blackboard and reassured the students that the infection zone of rank T was not a threat. However, the man emphasized that if it was a higher-ranked infection zone, it might be poisoned with an unknown poison or hide other secrets. Having finished drawing a coma, Pushkin looked at the students and said that the only way to get out of the infection zone is to kill the boss himself inside. After that, he again touched the chalk to the blackboard and wrote to the head the law for survival in the conditions of the infection zone to know the laws of the region. Director Pushkin held a lecture at the University of Beijing. Many students gathered in the audience and listened attentively to the prudent man. When the lecturer stopped speaking, one of the students suddenly asked the question whether the reasons given by Principal Pushkin could be related to the recent incident. The student next to her almost agreed with her fellow students. She found it very troubling that the rank infection zone really caused a lot of panic. One of the students in the green sweater didn't panic at all, unlike the rest. He scratched his head and asked to explain again since he did not have time to understand anything. The young man next to him explained to his fellow student that the area of infection does not depend on the level of the boss but on the level of mortality, and each zone can vary differently. The student continued and added that the infected who create their zones bring in much more money, and all data on warriors above a rank is classified. The young man believed that if the director Pushkin tells them about the A rank, then the infected person no longer foresees a threat, or on the contrary, something very terrible awaits them. Principal Pushkin stood motionless for some time and simply watched the students discuss the lectures. At one point, he clapped his hands and asked for silence. After that, the man informed the students that he was telling them all this so that they would be ready to save humanity and know all the intricacies of the infected. Pushkin reported that the mortality rate in the A rank infection zone is 80% and the mortality rate in the crank zone will reach no less than 99%. The students were simply shocked to hear the following numbers. This meant that almost no one would be able to survive in this zone, which raised a lot of questions. Suddenly, a girl with dark hair started from her seat. She asked Director Pushkin to tell what was waiting for humanity using her skills. The professor looked at the student and thanked her for the relevant question. The man admitted that he himself cannot fully predict the future of humanity. Despite this, he still dared to assume that in 3 months the fate of humanity would hang in the balance and depend only on themselves. Meanwhile, strange things continued to happen on the grounds of Hue City High School. The weather around the school suddenly changed as if the sun had begun to set below the horizon. Bai Xing was very pleased with the way things were going. The zone of contamination from the rank was not an arm's length away from him. The young man missed her very much. Xiao Zi wondered what was going on. They got to the infection zone, but no one understood how this happened in the first place. The examiner turned to her ally Ji Biguanya, asked him to explain what was happening, and why he threw the gold statuette at her in the first place. The woman even moved from her place when she saw how the shadow began to rapidly approach her. This seemed very strange for the behavior of a representative of the Ji family. Xiao Zi absolutely did not expect to see where the shadow was headed. She was just shocked when she saw that the shadow was about to release their hostage. At that moment, the examiner realized that there was not even a trace of Ji in this room, Biguayan, and all this commotion was arranged by Exian himself. The young man did not care at all that his secret was revealed. He picked the right moment for his release and was now able to use the shadow cover without cover. Bai Xing began to disappear under the floor with the help of the shadow skill. Xiao Zi was well aware of her ally's abilities and immediately ordered to grab before it was too late. Hu Ming immediately followed the chief examiner's order and used his tentacles to grab the young man and restrict his movements as much as possible. Bai Xing continued to move forward and suddenly saw the hideous tentacles in front of him. He was a little scared because he didn't really like sea creatures. Hu Ming was a rank warrior, but he did not hesitate to pursue a higher-ranked opponent because his tentacles had an incredible ability to penetrate. Bai Xing realized that he needed to go underground to avoid these tentacles. He used the hidden shadow skill and almost completely sank underground. Hu Ming turned to his opponent and warned him that the tentacles were blocking the aura, so he would not be able to break out of the trap he had fallen into. Bai Xing hid under the floor and asked the enemy if he would not be able to escape this blockade if he went deeper and deeper into the structure. Jin Lin suddenly intervened in this dialogue. She informed the young man that he had forgotten about the presence of another enemy who was ready to engage in battle. The observer would have a rank and level of 933, being able to use the electro-fairy, which carried out absolutely every order of its mistress. Li Jinlin sent her mythical creatures at the young man, and they struck him with a high-voltage shock. Even his shadow did not save Bai Xin. After the young man was electrocuted, Hu Ming took advantage and sent his tentacles towards the opponent to prevent him from running away. Bai Sun was just shocked that his shadow was not helping to avoid the collision. Despite his disguise, the enemy was still able to grab him with their tentacles. After that, the examiner decided to join the match. She confidently stepped on the floor, tapping her heel and catching the shadow of the young man with her shoe. She pointed her hand towards the contestant and asked where he got the Ji ability from Biguanya, warning him about the last chance to save himself. Bai Xing was not very eager to answer this question. He smiled and asked the woman to speak to him a little more tactfully if she wanted an answer. Xiao Zi was very angry with the young man. She didn't mind playing games with him, so she used her skill to end him once and for all. Bai Xing had no chance to escape in this situation. Despite his predicament, he continued to smile as he endured the pain. As soon as the shadow of the young man began to disappear, all his skills came out. Sound waves, as if from a cannon, went in the direction of the opponents. Literally, the whole room was filled with unbearable sounds that reached the eardrums of the people present in the room who did not understand what was happening. The observers tried to cover their ears, but nothing helped at all. Blood poured from their ears, severing the eardrums inside. Xiao Zi was also affected by the sound wave, but she continued to think about the hostage. She ordered that he be caught immediately because he could not go far after her attack. Suddenly, a giant figure resembling a monster appeared on the battlefield. This man advised the woman to take better care of herself in this situation. Ji was a new figure on the battlefield, Renee, who was increasingly turning into a dinosaur. He assessed the situation and understood that he was in the zone of contamination of at least rank B. The man was not going to stay here for long because he needed to protect the young lady who was in the hospital. Xiao Zi was simply shocked by the size of the man. Ji Renee pushed himself off the ground and then off the wall, leaving the building. The assistant followed him and tried to catch up with her boss. Xiao Zi realized that this representative of the Ji family might know something. The family's skills were unique, which is why she decided to help Ji Bi Guanyu to become the head of the family. The examiner ordered the observers to immediately follow the foot-and-mouth disease and find a way out of the infected area, as there was no need for them to linger here any longer. Meanwhile, the students were outside and noticed very strange weather. They had a bad feeling because the evening was still very far away. One of the students believed that it would simply be the second stage of the exam. His classmate denied this and said that most likely an infection zone had formed inside the school. At the top of the school was a young man who managed to escape persecution. He had to use the rebirth skill to stay alive. Despite this, he was still left without a left arm. Bai Xing was not going to back down from his goal so easily and promised that he would definitely win. An ominous smile appeared on his face, and he warned Director Pushkin that in 3 months, he would lose because the young man would reach him first. All students were in absolute shock from what was happening. This trouble did not escape the team led by Chen Zhao. The bravest contestants began to panic when they realized that the school was surrounded from all sides and they had no way out of this infected zone. Chen Zhao became very worried about his situation. He looked at the students and thought of using them to save himself. It was important for the young man to survive at any cost. He interrupted the dialogues of absolutely all the students and asked for some attention as well as peace. Chen Zhao said that he had secret information that it was all part of the test and the examiners would watch how they could survive. The young man put himself in the role of a leader, although his abilities were at the level of he held his fists up and promised that they would not regret calling him their commander. Lu Jinchu immediately supported her commander. She told the students how they were able to easily seal a huge clover with the help of the captain. A young man named Zhang Mao was rank B, and wanted to be the leader as well, but Chen Zhao had overtaken him, so he decided to sit back quietly. Chen Yin suddenly joined the dialogue and said that he had heard a lot about the potential leader but wanted to see his skills in real life. Chen Zhao understood that the students really needed to see his skills. The leader agreed that everyone should know each other's approximate abilities. The young man slammed his fist on the ground and created a huge wave of lava demonstrating his ability, which he successfully used during the test. Chen Zhao explained to his potential charges that he could only use a technique like this once, but its power and range made up for the number. As soon as the young man began to explain, a huge bull hit him in the back. It was very unexpected, especially for a young man who wanted to survive. Lu Jinchu was just shocked to see the captain's death with her own eyes. Other students also did not hide their thirst and surprise at this situation. They could not believe that their future leader had died from a single blow. Students began to assume that, with this rule, they would lose absolutely everything. Chen Yin tried to understand what their would-be leader had done wrong. The students did not have enough information to understand the course of events. Lu Jinchu fell to her knees in front of a pool of blood and spoke the captain's name. She still couldn't believe that Chen Zhao left this world so suddenly. While the girl examined the blood of the dead young man on her hand, the monster was not going to wait and was already approaching its target at an incredibly high speed. The students did not even have time to warn the girl about the danger. Her blood stained their faces in a split second, stained with horror for that matter. The bull did not stop in his place and continued to move forward. On his way, he knocked down 2 more students who were standing still and watching the action. Meanwhile, Bai Xing was on the roof of the high school looking at the students who could do absolutely nothing with the mad bull. The young man was forced to admit that, in the face of death, absolutely all skills are powerless. Bai Xing added that there are only 2 sides to the world. From his past life, he knew that in 3 months Pushkin would release this enchanted bull, and in a year the population of the city would fall several times. It was a colossal danger for the entire population, but no one knew anything. Only Bai Xing remembered how the bulls destroyed absolutely everything in their path. The young man could not simply forget when the last blow of this giant bull turned the city into a vast desert where even the smallest grass stopped growing. Bai Xing continued to stand on the roof of the high-rise building and watch the suffering of the school students, because he understood that he would hardly be able to help them. Meanwhile, students literally fought among themselves. They could not share the free road because everyone wanted to escape to a safe place as soon as possible. Some students literally went crazy and started picking on female students. They decided that these were the last seconds of their lives, so they wanted to enjoy them to the fullest. Some students simply fell down on the floor and began to pray to God. They wanted to survive at any cost, but they perfectly understood the seriousness of the situation. Bai Xing continued to be on the roof of the school and observe this phenomenon. He thought about how he could influence a large-scale change in the environment. The figurine he threw towards Xiao Zi was called a golden bull. Any color changes in this buffalo's eyes caused incredible wrath and showed its power. Bai Xing knew perfectly well that in the bull's eyes there is absolutely no difference between a living and an inanimate object, so it will attack anything that can change color in one way or another. Despite the danger, the young man decided to finally jump off the roof. He thought about a plan how he could deal with an incredibly strong animal. Falling down, Bai Xing suddenly remembered that he could use thermal control. He put his hand out in front of him and organized a fall for himself. With the help of his skill, the young man instantly heated the air under his feet using the expansion of molecules. He perfectly understood that it was necessary to be as careful as possible. Bai Xing successfully landed on the ground. He understood that for a giant bull his skill would be as attractive as possible because the animal reacts to a change in color. Also, the young man perfectly understood that he had to be careful with the change of color, and even the skill of shadow transformation could have fatal consequences. Looking around, Bai Xing noticed that it was already getting dark for me considering the early hour. The sudden change in weather could also affect the mortality of people. Bai Xing continued to ponder the plan, closing his eyes and clutching his hand. He hoped that there would be no clouds today that could interfere with the temperature. After standing still for a while, the young man moved from it and headed down the stairs with the hope of finding his friend Awakens and saving her. At the stadium where it all started, there were several squads who did not know what to do. Everyone was a bit puzzled by the fact that it started to get dark much earlier. Ji Renee, dressed as a dinosaur, was approaching a van parked outside the school. Lu Feng followed her boss and could not catch up with him. The woman was visibly tired trying to keep up with her leader. At the last moment, she asked him to wait because at this rate she could no longer continue. Lu Feng asked the captain if they were going to capture that boy. It seemed very strange to the women that they headed in a completely different direction. Ji Renee reminded his assistant that they were the direct descendants of the head of the family and had to worry about Awakens, so they had to think ahead sometimes. Lu Feng asked if it wasn't him who was going to finish off the young man on the spot. Ji Renee replied that the young man had saved the young lady's life, so for now, he would just be watched. Lu Feng, according to the rules, his glasses and mentally agreed with his boss. She understood that the young master would be able to take care of himself without any help. An ominous smile appeared on Hope's face at the thought that Bai Xing would kill himself and thereby clear the way for Mr. Guan. Ji Renee was at the van in a few seconds and knocked on the back door. He did it as gently as possible and asked how the young lady was doing. Wang opened the back door of the van. Sai informed the bodyguard that Awakens is still in a coma. The doctors said to wait a little. Wang Sai looked sideways at the assistant standing behind the leader. He was ready to act at any moment. Lu Feng looked at the man with the same incredulous look. She understood that he could be hiding something because he refused to explain something again. Wang Sai planted a bomb just under the van to deal with his enemies. He calculated everything and considered the bomb to be enough for those present to fly to the sky. The man held an energetic flash of light behind him. He had the ability to control the energy of the light with which he was going to blow up the van. Wang Sai wanted to do it out of his own convictions because he believed that Ji Biguan will be able to give him much more power if he kills his cousin. Before blowing up the car, Wang Sai mentally apologized to the young lady for his actions, explaining that he also wanted a better life. As soon as the man was about to clench his right fist, someone present suddenly came up to him and grabbed his hand, stopping the girl's almost inevitable death. Lu Feng was able to stop her alleged ally in time. She told him to wait and explained that some more people appeared on the horizon. The examiner came to the van together with the observers. She said that she needed the boss of this unit because this area is too difficult to work. Xiao Jing understood that if Guan was here, then they would be able to directly ask for help even though Awakens was still alive. The woman was at a crossroads and did not know what to do. On the one hand, she wanted to finish her goal on the spot, and on the other hand, she could interfere with the plan of one man. Zhi Renee sharply replied to the woman that they would not cooperate with them until the young lady was absolutely safe. Xiao Jing immediately decided to propose her candidacy for this. She said she knew a way to save the girl's life and would share it with him if he cooperated. Zhi Renee did not expect such a turn of events. Even his animal face showed that the man was very surprised to hear the words about the safe zone. Xiao Jing explained that the power attached to her fingers belonged to a very respectable man, and her true ability was the void backpack. Absolutely everyone present was simply shocked to hear such information. It was a very rare ability that allowed even a living person to be hidden in a backpack. Even Hu Min did not know about the ability of the woman he had been working with for many months. He asked her why she hadn't shared her powers before. Ji Renee assessed the situation twice and decided that if he gave the woman the opportunity to escape calmly, young lady would also be safe. Xiao Jing asked the monster if he wasn't interested in learning more about the infection and the young lady would always be with them and be safe. Ji Renee answered that knowledge is sometimes superfluous and can even frighten. The man also added that knowledge is not all that is needed for their victory. The man emphasized that there are too many infected now and the best solution would be to turn them against each other, which would be an effective way out of the situation. Xiao Jing replied that she only had enough space in her backpack for 2 or 3 people, so more than half of those present would encounter the infected. Ji Renee pointed his paw at the van and told the woman that when danger comes she must first of all save the young lady. Xiao Jing agreed to these conditions and put forward her own. She said that first they need to get all the students together to search for information. Ji Renee reminded that the more people gather in one place, the greater the probability of compliance with the rules of infection, so it is necessary to look for other methods. The man decided that they needed information from the dead. He turned to his ward and asked him to use his vision to conduct a detailed analysis. Lu Feng immediately took off her glasses and used her vision, which allowed her to mark people and follow them at a certain distance, calculating the tracks. Xiao Jing did not really want to cooperate with this monster because she considered him a fool who could easily put his life on the responsibility of other people. The woman approached her charges and told Li Jinlin to gather all the information about the students, while Hu Min was tasked with grabbing the person with the tentacles. Xiao Jing was a very cunning woman and did not want to search among the dead for a long time. She was going to use live bait to speed up the process. Li Jinlin took her tablet and immediately called out the name of the first A-level candidate named Yin Xiaoxiao, who was not far from them. Bai Xing was behind the wall and used his colored hearing to eavesdrop on the dialogue. He considered it ruthless to grab students to test the rules of the contamination zone on them. The young man now did not care about the lives of other students. He focused on saving Yu Xian, but it turned out to be much more difficult. Suddenly Bai Xing saw a suspicious shadow behind him and immediately turned his face back to face the danger in battle. Turned out that it was an ordinary student. She immediately jumped back and asked the young man not to kill him because she would be useful to him. Without giving up, Bai Xian asked the interlocutor what she could offer him, emphasizing that she had only one attempt. The girl introduced herself as Yin Xiaoxiao, which I caught after 17 seconds, and offered to use her as a bait to learn the opponent's abilities. Bai Xing was just shocked to hear this information. He could not understand how the girl learned this information and asked how she had the power. He grabbed the stranger by the throat and demanded to explain what was happening. Yin Xiaoxiao took her time to explain and said that there was 1 second left. That Ming's tentacles surrounded the students and targeted the girl who was actually already trapped. Bai Xing quickly got his bearings and understood what he needed to do. He decided to explain to his opponents that ignoring him would not lead to anything good. The young man decided that the examiner had left him no other choice. At the moment when the tentacles almost enveloped the girl, the sign decided to transfer its power to her. Literally in a second, the tentacles lost their power as the girl's internal energy increased manifold, and she was now not so defenseless. Yin Xiaoxiao gained plus 500 energy level when Bai Xing rewarded her with power. Now the girl had the ability of psychological searches and a power level of 796. Hu Min also received additional power points to his arsenal and did not understand what had happened. His body suddenly began to feel much better. As soon as Bai Xing connected with his opponent with the help of his tentacles, he smiled sinisterly and said that it was time to redo. Hu Min suddenly felt his energy level reach 0. Absolutely all his strength was drained from him by some unknown energy wave. Bai Xing released the poor girl after this technique and left her energy level at 296. Yin Xiaoxiao began to lean back in exhaustion. After the tentacle master was rendered powerless, Bai Xing stepped forward and stood on one of its limbs, pinning it to the earth. After that, the young man directed a stream of his dark shadow at the tentacle and apologized to the man for having to give his life just now. Hu Min lay helpless on the ground and could do absolutely nothing. The women standing over him were simply shocked when they saw a familiar shadow on the man. Ji Rene did not understand what was happening at all, but he suddenly saw danger in the form of a bull and shouted loudly, warning his allies of the danger. The man quickly got his bearings and decided to save the young lady. He lifted the entire van onto his shoulders and jumped into the air to avoid a collision. The golden bull was very rapidly approaching in the direction of its target. He saw absolutely no obstacles and only saw the target changing its color. Literally in a fraction of a second, the wild animal had already entered the battle and spilled blood on the battlefield, taking the life of one of the men standing in front of him. Xiao Zi was simply shocked to see the death of her ward with her own eyes. She understood that this animal should be treated with the utmost seriousness. Realizing that there was absolutely nothing she could do against the bull, Xiao Zi opened her briefcase and decided to hide inside for a few minutes. Meanwhile, Bai Xing was just starting his party. The boy put his fingers in front of him in the form of a gun and was about to use his golden weapon again. He assembled an incredible stone creation that he had practiced in his first battle. The golden cannon formed much faster this time. Bai Xing began the countdown and very quickly counted to 1. After this number, the cannon fired a huge sound wave and hit everything around. A loud explosion rang out on the battlefield and people scattered in different directions. They didn't understand what was going on. Their lives hung in the balance. As soon as the bull saw a huge explosion on its way, it immediately headed in the direction of the light because its eyes changed color very suddenly. After firing his cannon, Bai Xing extinguished it with a breath of air and turned back, asking the girl behind her if she liked the performance. Yin Xiaoxiao sat on the ground and silently watched the young man's actions. She was simply shocked and did not understand what was happening around her. The girl was lying on the ground and could not believe her eyes. She was simply stunned by how quickly the young man was able to find his way around. Bai Xing was able to form an incredible plan for a counterattack in a matter of seconds. It was almost impossible in such a situation, but he was able to. Yin Xiaoxiao remembered how the young man had simultaneously transferred energy to her and taken her away in just a few seconds. After that, one of the examiners lost consciousness and was covered by a shadow. With this, the young man forced him to apply the rule of the zone. As the golden bull collided with the examiner, powerful energy projectiles hit the target, guaranteeing the man's death. Right after his first attack, Bai Xing hid the next one and created his golden cannon, firing it within half a second. The projectile prevented others from coming to help, and the light layer quickly penetrated Lu Feng's body, stealing her abilities. The immense temperature caused the earth to change color, turning the bull's attention. Bai Xing calculated everything so that no one would have time to come to help. Yin Xiaoxiao was simply amazed at the quick reaction speed and ruthlessness that the young master battle displayed against multiple opponents at the same time. In addition, Bai Xing knew the rules of the zone very well and manipulated them, which could not help but please the girl because it directly affected her future life. Suddenly, Bai Xing turned to face the girl and asked her to praise him more. He said those words weren't enough for him to continue saving her life. Yin Xiaoxiao was simply shocked to hear these words addressed to her. She immediately understood that the young man had read her thoughts because he had taken over her ability. Bai Xing raised 2 fingers of his right hand and confirmed every word the girl said in her mind. He had mastered her skill a few seconds ago. Yin Xiaoxiao literally exploded with surprise and shame. She couldn't believe that all her secret thoughts would now be shared with this young man. Bai Xian mentally turned to the girl and asked her to calm down a little. He said that he would have finished her a long time ago if he didn't need her. The young man needed a person who was able to communicate silently with him at some distance. Yin Xiaoxiao was very well suited for this due to her skill. Bai Xing knew that the situation would backfire on him anyway, so he offered the girl to cooperate to help others survive. The young man took a few steps forward and placed his hand on the girl's head, not giving her the stone fist ability and 1,000 energy points. Yin Xiaoxiao couldn't believe what had just happened. She began to grab her head and finally realized that she had become several times stronger. Before the girl felt herself completely, Bai Xing waved her hand and asked her to hurry because time was definitely not on their side right now. The young man turned to face the girl and looking at her with serious eyes warned that he would know about her location, so she would not be able to escape. Yin Xiaoxiao smiled pleasantly and replied that she wasn't even going to run away. She agreed to obey every order from the leader without question. The girl was very happy to be able to save her classmates. She immediately got up from her seat and ran to look for opportunities for rescue. Literally, in a few seconds, the young man told his partner about his plans. Frost Xiaoxiao was surprised at what an incredible mind he had. The girl was very pleased with their cooperation and ran forward, intending to use a psychic search to find life in a certain area. Bai Xian could literally read his partner's thoughts and was pleasantly surprised at how nice she is to him. Cooperation turned out to be successful at first glance. Meanwhile, Ji Rene in his dinosaur guise was finally able to rest and put the car back in place after the golden bull disappeared from the radar. Doki Ji Rene ordered to report the situation to management. Wang Sai looked at the pool of blood in front of him and could not believe Lu Feng's death. Suddenly, the dinosaur turned his attention to a familiar voice to his left. A voice told the men to calm down as their allies were still alive. Bai Xing slowly approached the men and announced that one of the examiners was in the void backpack, referring to Xiao Jing. Ji Rene immediately turned to face the young man and ordered his charge to follow him to the van to take care of the young lady inside. The dinosaur wanted to get even with the young man. Bai Xian slowly crouched down and placed his hand on the earth, warning his opponent not to act rashly. The young man added that he can in a few seconds cause normal attacks which will be much more powerful than those that could be observed a few minutes ago. Warming up the temperature of the ground beneath him, Bai Xing decided to use voice control and explain Ji's situation. Rene, who was on his side. The man listened intently to the voice in his head, informing him of Ji's intentions. Guanya, who wanted to kill his sister, and her father taking the throne of the head of the family. Ji Rene did not even listen to the information about the bomb under the car and rushed to attack the young man. He wanted to deal with the suspicious guy first and then investigate the rest. Bai Xing certainly didn't really want to engage in a duel, but he had no choice. In addition, there was a very good opportunity to test your new skills. Absorbing Hu Ming's body, the young man took his C-suction skill. In 1 second, he released several tentacles from his severed arm. Meanwhile, Ji Rene continued to charge at his opponent and delivered a powerful blow with a giant paw swinging from behind the head. Bai Xing took advantage of his opponent's weakness and caught him in a mistake. He took a small step to the right so he could use his tentacles. A huge hand of a dinosaur was trapped. Ji Rene was by no means expecting such a turn of events and was simply shocked when he was unable to move. Despite this, the dinosaur continued to press, which the young man felt on himself. Bai soon knew very well that he would not be able to withstand this monster in close combat. Ji Rene, not easing his pressure, turned to his opponent and asked if this was all he managed after his bold words. Bai soon understood his hopeless situation, as he could not use other skills as they were against the rules of the zone and would put him in a more difficult situation. The young man got his bearings very quickly and glanced at the man who was near the van. He had a very good plan in mind. Bai Xing convinced Wang Sai that he was on his side. He said that Ji Biguan asked him to get as close as possible to Xian. Ji Rene realized at that moment that the young lady was in danger. He immediately turned to face the man and thought he needed to be stopped. Wang Sai was just shocked to realize that Bai Xing was on their side. He immediately agreed to carry out the order he received from the boss. The man used his light energy. A satisfied smile appeared on his face at the realization that Ji Biguan still did not abandon him. Ji Rene was not going to stay in one place for long. Noticing that the young lady was in danger, the dinosaur immediately headed in the direction of the man. He grabbed his supposed ally by the body, lifting him up. Wang Sai had not expected such a speed and was absolutely unable to do anything in this situation. The dinosaur squeezed its victim with all its might, leaving several holes in its body. Wang Sai spat out blood from the damage to his internal organs. Would park the car at any cost, even if he had to say goodbye to life. At the moment when Wang Sai was trapped by the dinosaur, Bai Xing took advantage of the situation and fired his ball of light at his ally's head. He took away the man's abilities and left him without energy. The dinosaur threw away its victim, realizing that the man was no longer capable of anything. As soon as his body flew into the air, the golden bull immediately reacted to him. He noticed the change in temperature and immediately aimed straight at the man. Ji Rene looked down at his hand and turned to the young man, realizing the fact that he had forced him to kill the man, leaving him no choice in the situation. Bai Xing used a voice transmission and told the dinosaur that he didn't care if he died or not. even if he saved the young lady's life. The young man stood behind his opponent and invited him to play, but before that he asked him to listen carefully to every word he said. Bai Xing released more tentacles from his left hand and said that there was no safe place at all now unless it was a pocket briefcase. Picking up the body of the victim on the ground, the young man informed his opponent that Guan was already dead, so he should not repeat his case and get on a slippery path. Bai Xing warned the opponent that they should treat flowers and plants with care and generally protect the environment from danger. The young man lifted Li Jinlin's body, enveloping her with his tentacles. The woman was simply shocked when she realized that her ability had suddenly activated. Bai Xing continued to squeeze his victim with the help of tentacles, draining all his strength from him and giving him no chance to save himself. A sinister smile appeared on the young man's face, and he replied to the woman that now it was not her ability but his. Bai Xing obtained a rank B electric current skill. While Bai Xing replenished his skills, the other examinees tried to deal with the conditions of the contamination zone by any means. A young man named Chen Tian took out a banknote from his pocket and told someone that he would use this infected banknote to get the protective film. He placed the bill on his forehead and shouted that he was now protected by a monetary protection that even the most vicious bulls could not break. A bright green aura began to form around the young man. The other contestants stood behind him and silently watched what would happen next. Chen Tian was incredibly pleased with his bill's reaction. He realized that his plan had worked and now he could leave the infected area. As soon as the young man spoke his last words, misfortune overtook him. The golden bull reacted to the change in light and pierced the victim with its horns. The students even jumped back a few meters when they saw the blood of their friend. They did not expect that death would be so merciless to him. Chun Yin couldn't believe that his comrade had died so easily. He used a very expensive artifact to get out of here but still said goodbye to life. Zhang Mao remembered how Chen Zhao used the bench and Peng Chun turned the land into a lake and realized that the rules forbade changing the environment. The young man remembered that Chen Zhao splashed his blood on the two students behind and the golden bull killed them as well, so it was impossible to change the color. Wang Tao used his mobile phone to call for help, but he was killed just as the screen on his gadgets lit up. Sloth Goheo decided to use her ability and turn into a bird to fly away from the infected area but was killed. Wang Lei wanted to do something similar and used the invisibility technique, but it did not help him. The bull came up behind the young man and pierced him through. Zhang Mao understood roughly what was going on, but there were too many rules to understand them all. This alarmed the young man very much. Chen Yin was also of the same opinion. He was ready to give up because even a person who turned into a bird could not fly away from here. Zhang Mo was literally going crazy with these rules. He couldn't understand if the right was getting bigger or if they just didn't understand the point. Suddenly someone's hand landed on the young man's face. One of the students decided to end Zhang's panic, Mo covering his mouth. Chen Yin told everyone present to just keep quiet if they wanted to survive. The young man added that there is absolutely no need to cause any changes and use abilities. Chen Yin voiced the worst guess Zhang had in his mind, Mao. Both young men agreed that there could be more and more rules. Zhang Mo broke free at one point and shouted loudly that they wouldn't survive anyway as the no-breathing rule would come up at some point. Chen Yin asked his friend not to joke like that. His face looked very scared, but he tried his best not to panic. Zhang Mo, on the other hand, succumbed to his emotions and fell to his knees with a loud cry. He admitted that they could not defeat this bull and would die on the spot. Students began to succumb to their vis-a-vis emotions and calculate rules from which it is impossible to escape. They thought that this was their end. Chun Yin suddenly walked up to the panicking young man and slapped him on the shoulder. He ordered to gather forces and named the only specific rule that must be followed: the prohibition of color change. Suddenly both young men were a little scared when they noticed a stranger behind them. They immediately glanced to the right to check. It was Yin Xiaoxiao who came to the largest crowd of students. She introduced herself as the strongest rank mind reader among the current students. The girl made several confident years ahead and said that only she can save the lives of students, so you need to listen to her carefully. Yin Xiaoxiao revealed that she can read other people's minds and also has a well-developed sixth sense, giving her an edge over others. The girl added that she was able to feel the murderous intentions in the panic and using large-scale searches was able to find something very interesting. Chun Yin visibly sweated after these words and asked the girl to tell everything. Yin Xiaoxiao got up and asked to behave more quietly. After glancing at the interlocutors, the girl spoke about Bai Xin as a person who is able to look into the past and the future and wants to destroy humanity. Zhang Mo was just shocked to hear such skills. He asked the girl if such a person really existed and they would have to fight him. Yin Xiaoxiao couldn't stand being interrupted. She got mad at the boys and told them to shut up so she could finish in peace. The girl added that Bai Xing had completely abandoned his humanity and prepared a plan to destroy the entire world, so someone must stop him. Yin Xiaoxiao decided to pass on her knowledge to the students and placed her finger on Zhang's head Mao to share his observations from the past. She earned the same with Chun and M. Thanks to her psychological transmission, the girl was able to share everything she experienced with Bai Xian. The boys were simply shocked when they saw the girl's memories. Yin Xiaoxiao added that now Bai Xing can also read minds, so they won't be able to hide information from him. Despite this, the girl was not upset as she believed that strength does not completely depend on the level of energy and the number of abilities. Xiao Xiao emphasized that by focusing her powers in her head, she could create a vicious circle to deceive their common enemy. The girl knew that Zhang Mao can use energy channels to launch Chen's energy bombs. Yin can hold the breath for a few seconds to increase the amount of oxygen in the body. According to the girl, these abilities will be very useful. Despite the promising plan, the young men did not agree because their enemy could read minds. Xiao Xiao explained that she would take care of the order of thoughts in their heads, and they would be able to use the abilities as they gradually learned about them. The girl also learned that air is compressed from Chen and Om into two spheres, pumping oxygen from one and not giving the opportunity to penetrate further. Xiao Xiao concluded by saying that she had chosen people who were very useful to her, so she invited them to continue their journey and save all mankind. Despite some doubts, the young men were forced to agree because they did not want the students to continue to be used as a flower field where evil is cultivated. The allies clenched their fists and raised them up, agitating for everyone to fight by Xian. To begin with, they needed a perfect plan as well as a perfect execution. Xiao Xiao was able to escape by Xing's influence with her skills. She simulated in her imagination the psychological deviations that made the young man believe the girl. Xiao Xiao created a closed circle in her mind where all attention was focused only on the young man. She prayed to his portrait and was ready to live with him until the end of her days. The girl called all students food for the main character on the battlefield. She was ready to help him despite the countless number of victims. Xiao Xiao even bent the staff slightly, but it looked quite believable. She seemed to have fallen in love with the young man and was ready to do anything for his sake. At this moment, Bai Xian was reading the thoughts of his new partner. He was simply shocked and wanted to leave the girl's head as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the young man was in front of the dinosaur and was thinking about what to do with the woman who should appear very soon from his portal. Bai Xian was already tired of waiting. He did not expect that the examiners would be much more prudent and would not appear in such a difficult situation. The young man decided to leave everything to Ji Renee. He said goodbye and asked the man to protect Xian and kill the examiners even if the test was passed. After speaking his last sentence, Bai Xing took a few more steps forward and then used a Tlevel energy beam to get out of here. The young man aimed at the mountain of the multi-story school and caught his beam on the iron structure that was on the very roof of the school. After that, Bai Xing firmly grasped the energy beam and rose into the air. Ji Renee remained standing on the ground and guarding the young lady. The man could not understand why the young man had hidden his sinister abilities until then. In his opinion, he could easily deal with everything on his own. Ji Renee suddenly assumed that the young man might just be testing him, so he decided to show him how strong the representatives of the Ji family could be. At the moment, the man knew that the examiners were with Ji Biguanam, who had already died, and was seriously determined to seize the throne of the head of the family. Xian was still unconscious and under the care of a doctor. Ji Renee caught a nurse on the way so that the young lady was under constant supervision. Suddenly, the dinosaur's thoughts were interrupted by a portal behind him. Ji Renee cast his gaze back and noticed something strange happening. Xiao Zi finally decided to show up in the real world again. She came out of her briefcase safe and sound, overcoming the danger in the field. She was not wearing any outerwear, and the woman joked that she wanted to go to the beach after passing the exam but forgot to bring a change of clothes. The examiner immediately turned to the dinosaur and asked after what happened to Ji Renee will be opposed to join their forces against a common enemy. Xiao Zi understood that she needed to sway the Ji family to her side, otherwise her position would be critical and she would not be able to win. Ji Renee decided to accept the woman's offer and asked to put the young lady in the briefcase so that they could not dwell on her and focus on the battles. Xiao Zi expressed her undisguised surprise that the Ji family turned out to be very intelligent people who could think clearly in such a situation. Ji Renee replied that there was no doubt about it. The dinosaur looked at his new partner and began to think how to solve this problem. A large crowd of students gathered in the stadium discussing the identity of Bai Xian. Some called him a true genius who saved their lives. Some, on the contrary, considered him more of a polluter than a savior. They wanted to make him their slave so that he would not dare to threaten humanity again. Xiao Xiao was close to the students and read their minds. She would like the students to behave completely calmly and think the same way. The two main figures whispered to each other that as soon as Bai Xing appeared here, they would immediately declare the contaminated bodies in his body, and they would all attack him. Xiao Xiao was pleased with the students' opinions. She admitted that her allies were indeed quite capable considering their hidden abilities. Xiao Xiao also played along with the allies and called Bai Xian a true genius before saying that they needed to destroy the young man as soon as he noticed the pollution. Bai Xing was put up for auction by its wealthy owners. After that, Director Pushkin bought him when he noticed the young man's talent. At first, the boy hoped that the director would help him, but everything turned out to be completely different. He was chained to a laboratory table and began to set up experiments. The young man saw above him the figure of the director who apologized for the cruel treatment of the human body. He explained that he simply could not miss such an opportunity. After these words, the old man picked up a scalpel number 20. The tool with this number was used to cut the skin. Opposite the director stood a nurse who helped him with the dismemberment. Pushkin told the young man not to be afraid because very soon everything will end. As soon as he said this, he immediately began to cut open the young man's body. With a scalpel under the number 20, the director cut the chest of the young man and let the blood out. Bai Xing felt excruciating pain and screamed loudly. After that, he lost consciousness, and when he woke up his body was no longer like himself. Director Pushkin with his scalpel under different numbers to dismember the body. The director needed the young man's skills. Bai Xing opened his eyes and saw in front of him a man handing over an internal organ to his assistant and saying that all organs should be kept separately. The woman took the internal organ in her hands and threw it into a tank of clear green liquid. It turned out to be the heart, from the loss of which an ordinary person dies. However, Bai Xing was still alive. His internal organs were completely removed from his body, and Pushkin forced him to watch the dismemberment. After there was nothing left in the young man's stomach, the director approached his right hand and said that it was time to proceed to the most important organ. After the man, a nurse approached the patient and grabbed his hand. She promised to hold tighter so that they would need God's hand in the future. Pushkin left the laboratory for a few minutes and asked the ward to take care of sealing all parts of the body so that the abilities would not pass to others after death. As soon as the director left the room, Bai Xing immediately turned to his assistant with a sad expression on his face. The young man asked to kill him immediately. The woman smiled and said that of course it could be done, but she wouldn't do it because she needed to finish the experiment. The nurse put the young man's hand to her cheek and said that he had no idea how incredible his abilities were because he could give strength to anyone. Bai Xing was simply shocked when he heard the information that the director had predicted the development of his abilities, so he decided to find another assignment. Leaning over the young man, the woman added that the director was the smartest person on the planet, but he had not yet managed to learn everything about the technique of the sphere of light. Bai Xing now realized that he was afraid of nothing at all. He thought the director would sell him if he didn't obey, but from the beginning the man wanted to dismember him. The woman smiled sinisterly in the patient's face and asked him to transfer the ability, and in return promised to give him eternal peace in heaven. Bai Xing looked back with pitying eyes and said that he was ready to give absolutely everything if only to die peacefully and never see this world again. Having spoken the last word, the young man raised his right hand up and began to form a ball. The woman watched this technique with admiration. As the swara began to enter her body, the nurse felt an incredible surge of strength and continued to enjoy herself imagining her new powers. Bai Xing felt something very strange, as if he had activated an ability. He continued to look up with a frightened look as the woman reveled in her new strength. After that, the young man lowered his empty eyes towards his chest and looked at the huge hole in his body, which was impossible not to notice. After that, Bai Xing opened his eyes wide and wondered why everything was happening the way it was. Couldn't he be treated differently? The young man gritted his teeth and raised his head a little, continuing to wonder why everyone treated him like a pig that they wanted to dismember. Bai Xing suddenly changed his mind and extended his right hand towards the woman, ordering his sphere to turn back. The nurse did not understand what was happening. She suddenly felt that absolutely all her strength had left her. The orb left the woman's body, leaving behind only weakness throughout her body. Bai Xing held the orb in his right hand again and suddenly heard someone approaching him. He immediately cast his frightened gaze in the direction of the door. Director Pushkin, hearing something strange inside the laboratory, immediately rushed there. He suddenly opened the door and looked to see what was happening here. Bai Xing, seeing the headmaster in front of him, immediately cried out, asking him if he had been able to foresee the death he was about to see with his own eyes. The young man had his death in mind and immediately reached for one of the scalpels to end his life and be able to be reborn in a healthy body. Stepping through the excruciating pain, Bai Xing delivered a sharp and well-aimed blow to his eye, taking the last internal organs left in his body. Yin Xiaoxiao looked up at the top floor of the high school and wondered why the young man had climbed there. Everything did not go according to plan. Using telepathic speech, Bai Xing asked the girl if she had any hidden secrets because there shouldn't be any between allies. Yin Xiaoxiao changed the subject of the dialogue and asked the young man what he was doing on the top floor anyway. She advised him to go down because all the students are worried about him. Bai Xing smiled and said that I wanted to stay on the roof for now. After that, the young man invited the girl to tell him her thoughts about what was happening. Yin Xiaoxiao felt a little uncomfortable and asked back if people could be infected or otherwise unable to gain abilities. Bai Xing replied that people can now easily jump to a height of 3m, run 100 meters in 3 seconds, or throw a huge nucleus like a grenade. The young man also added that people are even able to quickly restore their eardrums after they have been damaged by high-pitched sounds. Even after a nuclear explosion, it was now possible to save yourself by simply holding your breath. Human bodies were like mutants. Bai Xing continued and believed that the life of a person in this world is not worth anything at all because in fact they cannot influence wars and everything that happens. Yin Xiaoxiao smiled and said that it was too early for them to worry about it because they were just studying and it is natural for boys at that age to make plans for the future. Bai Xing decided to move on to the real topic of the conversation and asked the girl what she would say about the fact that in the future he sees a whole bunch of students attacking him. The girl was simply shocked to hear the question. She understood that the barrier was broken and the young man could now penetrate the thoughts of any person. Bai Xing bowed his head and thought that it was not for nothing that he never trusted people. Everything has turned against him again and now he is forced to confront the students. The young man sat down on the edge of the roof and told the interlocutor that he would show her his memories where he was abused as if he were a pet. Yin Xiaoxiao replied that they were not going to feel sorry for the young man. According to the girl, humanity needs a leader who will put an end to this pollution and be ready to take confident steps. Bai Xing thought the girl was not a very good leader if she had already decided to use other people's lives because no one was allowed to risk them. The young man smiled sinisterly and came to the conclusion that the students would still not be able to defeat him, so he offered to give all his abilities to him. Yin Xiaoxiao didn't like the idea very much. She mentally called the young man a demon, and he could read every verb with the help of telepathy. After that, the leader pointed her finger at the young man and ordered the students to attack him, as a boss that poses a threat to humanity is sealed in his body. The students had already gathered in groups and were not against starting the attack. They believed that by winning this battle, they would be able to save many lives. Some students even brought some weapons with them, since they did not have a very high level of strength and were happy to share the barrels with their allies. Zhang Mao asked his teammates to be careful and not forget the rules, as their abilities could become their enemies in a matter of seconds. Chunin smiled and asked them to rely on his strength and unite behind him so that they could defeat the enemy with just one blow. In Xiao turned to her telepathic interlocutor and asked if he thought he could handle so many opponents at once. The students began to release an incredible amount of energy and transfer it to Zhang Mao. In turn, the young man gave it to Chen Yinya, who concentrated it in the right hand. Bai Xing continued to sit on the edge of the roof and silently watch what was happening below. He didn't care what would happen in the next few seconds. After sitting in one place for several seconds, the young man raised the index finger of his right hand up and hinted to the students that they were looking in the wrong direction. Raising their heads, the students saw in front of them a huge shadow carried by the fairies. They were simply shocked because they could not notice such a giant. The shadow fell directly on the students, blocking their sunlight. With the help of the energy fairies, Bai Xing was able to come up with a brilliant plan. In Xiao immediately understood that the fairies take away the solar energy and the shadow blocks the light, which means that the young man wants to activate the rule. Bai Xing smiled and praised the girl for her cleverness. He confirmed that very soon the students would break the rule when they changed their color under his shadow. The fairies continued to absorb the sunlight descending downwards. The students could not do anything and silently looked at the huge shadow above their heads. Zhang Mo at one point shouted loudly and ordered his allies to gather, as they must not let the young man win this fight. Chen Yin warned his partner that he could only use his compression skill on physical objects, and the shadow was not subject to the laws of physics. Bai Xing got up from his seat and looked down on him. He suggested that they attack him directly, hinting that it would be completely futile. Realizing his situation, Zhang Mao asked the young man not to kill him because Yin had arranged all this Xiao, prompting all the students to this adventure. Bai Xian was not going to listen to the young man for very long. He used his light sphere and passed through his body, promising to be as gentle as possible. Bai Xing gained the energy channel ability and was now able to concentrate channels of any form and manipulate them over very long distances. The young man was forced to admit that this ability suits him best. Thanks to her, he formed a huge number of light spheres and directed them at the students. Everyone present was simply shocked to see flashes of light in front of them. They didn't have time to do anything at all and just watched the spheres pass through their bodies. Bai Sun was still standing on the roof, absorbing the power of the students. He pointed his limbs in different directions and waited for the spheres to enter his body. The young man received 60 abilities. After examining them, Bai Xing called the students completely incompetent, so he offered to take their lives right now. Students found themselves lying on the ground with the lowest level. Bai Xing completely drained them of their strength, so none of the contestants were able to stand up. Yin Xiao was no exception and lay helplessly on the ground, cursing the demon Bai Xing. She said that the director would not leave it so easily. After draining all of the students' strength, Bai Xing turned his back on them and said that the first level would be their punishment for conspiring against him. Now the young man had only to wait out the night. He finally had the opportunity to seal the golden bull, for which he had been waiting for several days. The morning of the next day came very quickly. Principal Pushkin was still at the university in a nearby town, where he had given his last lecture of the morning. After that, he headed to the director's office, where he began to pack his things. In the room besides him, there was an assistant and another girl. Pushkin said that there were problems at school, so he needed to return immediately. The assistant offered the director to fly by plane so that it would be faster. The professor smiled and said that he preferred the old methods of transportation and had never liked the sky, so he declined the offer. Pushkin ordered the assistant to stay here while he returned to the school with Lin Xiang. It was quite an unexpected turn for a woman driver. After that, the director turned to another girl in the room and asked her for help because he believed that he would not be able to cope without her seals. Lin Xiang replied that the demonic bull seal removed from her abilities had already recovered, but she would like to add to her collection. The girl agreed to the director's offer and followed him to the secondary school in Hue, leaving the assistant in the office behind. The woman was not very happy with the fact that she was staying in a nearby town. This was evident from her facial expression, which saw the girl off unhappily. Lin Xiang turned to face the assistant and stuck her tongue out at her. The sassy girl had a rank of C and a golden blood ability with a power level of over 27,000. Yu Xian was all but unconscious and lying on the mobile bed that Ji had now taken into his hands. Renee, the dinosaur, was holding the girl in front of Xiao Zi, who opened the portal and asked the man to hurry as they had too little time. Ji Renee did not pay much attention to the woman's advice and continued to walk slowly forward. After a few steps, he found himself near the portal and was about to enter it. Xiao Zi was waiting for the moment when the opponents would be trapped by her. The woman constantly pushed the dinosaur, emphasizing the lack of time. Ji Renee glanced at the woman before entering the portal. He perfectly understood that she was luring them into a trap and how it could all end. That is why the dinosaur refused to step forward. He pushed himself off the ground with all his might and jumped back to avoid danger. Ji Renee found himself with the young lady a few meters away from the portal where Xiao Zi was located. The woman did not understand anything at all. The examiner decided to close the portal. Her displeased face spoke for itself. Xiao Zi asked the dinosaur what had happened so terribly. Ji Renee put the young lady's bed on the floor and began a new dialogue with the interlocutor. He asked the woman why she didn't go to the portal first. Xiao Zi fast-forwarded a few confident years and said that she heard the young man's words, so she realizes that this is actually her last chance to be saved. The woman told someone that she did not want to take any chances and pointed her fingers at the dinosaur, warning him that incredible power was concentrated at the tips of her fingers. Ji Renee reminded her opponent that her nails change color when she attacks, so she runs the risk of dying of coma using her abilities. Xiao Zi replied that she didn't really care about the rules of the contamination zone. She said that if the rule worked, they would all die together. The examiner pointed her fingers at Awakens and said that she would not let go of the dinosaur until he handed over the young lady's body to her. Realizing that the girl is in danger, Ji Renee raised his hands up and agreed to the woman's terms, adding only one of his own. Xiao Zi to enter the portal with the young lady. The woman looked at the interlocutor with a displeased look. She didn't ask any more questions and agreed to let the medic enter her portal as well. Keeping the nails of her left hand away from her opponents, Xiao Zi opened the portal with her right hand so that Awakens would finally be in her arms. Ji Renee carefully watched the actions of the woman who opened the portal in 3 seconds with caution. The man understood that Xiao Zi was a little alarmed by the doctor's presence. When the portal was open, the dinosaur told the woman to roll the gurney into another space. The woman moved from her seat and walked forward with the young lady. As soon as she was almost away from her dinosaur, Ji Renee used his tail to disorient the enemy and knocked the nurse to the ground. He mutilated her legs and the woman could not do anything about it. She also lost her balance and screamed loudly, falling face down to the ground. Xiao Zi was immediately alert and pointed her hands at the nurse. This is exactly what the dinosaur needed, which distracted the woman's attention from the main events. Seeing that her rival was not looking at him at all, Ji Renee quickly turned around and took the car which had been standing still in his hands. After that, the dinosaur threw a large bead in the direction of the woman with all its might. The ward behind him was simply shocked by this turn of events. Xiao Zi was no less shocked. She could not believe that the dinosaur did not keep his promise and asked the man did he want death for himself and for the young lady. Ji Renee observed the events and assumed 3 variants of events. In the first, the woman simply closed the portal. In the second, she opened a new one, and in the third, she had to go to the portal herself. Xiao Zi immediately headed towards the portal. The dinosaur realized that the woman had chosen the third option and recognized that it was indeed the most successful. However, Ji Renee couldn't just let his rival go. He roared loudly, creating a stream of air that he directed in the woman's direction. With his last actions, the dinosaur pushed the car that was in the air. Xiao Zi saw that she did not have time to enter the portal in time. Also, she was unaware of the danger lurking beneath the car. There was a bomb attached to it which was installed a few days before by Wang Sai. As soon as the car was near the portal, a loud explosion rang out on the battlefield. After such an encounter, Xiao Zi simply could not survive. Ji Renee realized that he and the young lady were in danger, so he immediately created a barrier in order to remain unharmed. The wave of fire gradually began to fade and the barrier was no longer needed. Ji Renee had to admit that his charge had prepared very well for the mission. If it weren't for the Tyrannosaur's ability to create a force field from the attack, even his skin would have been fried from the shock wave of the explosion. As the fire gradually died down, Bai Xing arrived on the battlefield. He immediately used his ball of light to access his new abilities. After the young man took Xiao Zi's abilities, he returned the orb. Bright energy rays could be seen around him. Bai Xing arrived on an incredibly bright throne and praised the dinosaur for the task accomplished. He praised the man for passing the test. Ji Renee was a little shocked to see the young man in front of him. He looked at his throne and asked how long he had been watching everything. Bai Xing replied that he had been sitting here for quite some time and had seen absolutely everything. He noted the mind of the man who drove his rival into a dead end. Ji Renee replied that Xiao Zi simply did not consider the point that he was able to throw objects expertly despite their size and weight. Bai Xing decided to present his exclusive throne to the man. He created it with Wang Sai's energy beam and a push from his classmate. Ji Renee looked at the young man with a displeased look and said that it looked like an ordinary elevator to him. Bai Xing was simply shocked to hear such a verdict. The young man wanted to surprise his husband but failed. He began to wave his arms and transform the energy beams into a balloon or a flying saucer. Calming down a bit, the allies made their way to a more or less safe location to discuss today's events that had claimed a large number of lives. Bai Xing told his new friend about the area infected with Rangu, where most of the people were able to escape only because of his abilities. Ji Renee wanted to find out from the young man how this zone was formed in the first place. He didn't understand how a high school could keep secret information about such an area. Bai Xing told the man better not to ask such questions. Instead, he offered to tell him about the area of infection until it was completely dark. The young man began with the fact that the bull statue is a real sealed creature that was wrapped and covered with some incomprehensible layer of gold. Bai Xing continued and talked about the contagion zone that expands when the statue comes into contact with a human, which happened recently. Next, the young man moved on to awakening this very bull. The main rule for the appearance of this animal was a change in the color of a weighty object in the surrounding area. Bai Xing told about a fool who created a large amount of lava with his abilities, after which a bull attacked him from behind and took his life. Then the young man proceeded to extend the condition. He explained that when the sun completely sets, people will change their color, and in fact this will be a violation of the main rule. Bai Xian wanted the bull to deal with all the targets around him to awaken his true form, after which the young man would seal him. Ji Renee listened carefully to the young man's plan, then asked if the bull wouldn't attack them right after they changed color along with everyone else. Bai Xing opened the portal and said that he would hide inside with Xian while the dinosaur would stay outside so he could feast on something delicious. Ji Renee didn't really like that idea. The young man sat down on the floor and, closing the portal, said that he was joking and that the man has no sense of humor at all. Bai Xing comfortably positioned himself in the lotus position and demonstrated most of his skills. He told the man that everyone he knew now called him the King of Light. The nurse doubted the young man's words. She was visibly sweating and asked the main character if they would really be able to survive. Bai Xing replied that he could only protect himself with the sphere of light, but the energy beams and fairies should be enough to illuminate the rest of the area. The young man hadn't practiced before but assumed that to make the lighting brighter, he just needed to increase the radius of the sphere. He looked at the sunset and adjusted the light on his spheres to the right brightness. He needed the light around them to remain the same. Bai Xing looked at those present and said that he would let them hang on for dear life, but warned that they should not prevent him from carrying out his plan. One of the servants of the Ji family and the nurse began to tremble in fear when they caught the young man's ominous gaze. They did not understand that their lives were actually in his hands. Ji Renee was much less concerned about the situation. He was more concerned about the young lady who was still unconscious and lying on the bed. Bai Xian looked at the sky and thought about what would happen next. He let the best man know that Pushkin could appear here after the contamination zone is sealed. The young man understood that the director could not have foreseen his unexpected transformation. In his past life he was defeated, and in this he did not want to make a mistake. Suddenly the young man's thoughts were interrupted by a dinosaur. He wanted to talk a little about Xian, as he had not liked the girl's condition for several hours now. The nurse suddenly intervened in the dialogue and said that she understood her insignificance in this situation but warned that the girl needed constant supervision by doctors. Bai Xing looked at those present with an ominous look, as if warning that they should not put forward their terms in this situation. The guard explained that they were not concerned about their lives at all, but the life of the young lady, as they were constantly ordered to keep an eye on the girl. Bai Xing opened the portal and said that Xian had fallen into a deep coma due to energy depletion, but she should regain consciousness and restore her energy level very soon. Before inviting the guard and medic to the portal, the young man decided to check if there was anything inside that could harm Xian. Xiao Zi's underwear from the portal. Now he realized that he was using the same space that the examiner was using. The young man threw all his clothes out of the portal and informed those present that there was everything necessary inside and enough resources for 2 people to survive. The nurse was incredibly happy with such news. She immediately began pushing the couch forward and asking if the young man really agreed to let them inside. Bai Xing looked ominously at the woman again and warned that they could be trapped at any moment if the owner of this portal said goodbye to his life. After listening to all the shortcomings of this technique, the nurse and the guard went inside. They were very afraid, but they had no other choice. The nurse took one last look at the real world as if saying goodbye to it. After that, Bai Xing clenched the fist of his right hand and closed the portal. The sun had almost completely fallen below the horizon, and it was getting dark all around. Not a single sound could be heard around. The students hid, hoping for the best. Ji Renee looked up at the sky as the sun completely set. An energy fairy flew near him, providing daylight. Bai Xian asked the dinosaur if he was afraid. The man replied to the young man that he had never been afraid of the infected area, but this time he was really uncomfortable. Bai Xing smiled defiantly and said that there is always chaos inside the infected zone, which cannot help but affect the psyche of a healthy person. Ji Renee agreed with the interlocutor and added that even geniuses cannot cope with problems and save humanity from infection, and he certainly will not be able to do it. Bai Xing read his interlocutor's thoughts about families and asked what Ji's family does specifically. The dinosaur replied that he himself did not understand everything. Ji Renee said that Xian's father, who is the head of the family, wrote an article about the connection between the infection zones in which he described the possibilities of using certain abilities. Bai Xing was simply shocked to learn that this man was the author of the theory that people gain abilities under the influence of infection. The young man was interested to know the results of his further experiments. The dinosaur replied that he could not know this and assumed that the experiments were carried out for the sake of Xian, and generally advised the young man to ask the head of the Ji family himself. Bai Xing replied that he would definitely do it if you did not survive. At the same moment, the young man offered to postpone the conversation as he felt that danger was approaching. As soon as absolute darkness fell on the streets, the golden age began to operate. The screams of students who met their inevitable death could be heard all around. Students died one by one from the blows of the bull. Some even cursed Bai Xian as they believed him to be responsible for this situation. The golden bull continued to terrorize his victims. He reacted to the change of light and immediately killed anyone who violated the rules of the infection zone. On the territory of the secondary school in Huwei, a real night terror began. It lasted for several hours, taking the lives of students. Bai Xing and the dinosaur sat under the lights and waited for the end. When they listened in silence for a few minutes, they realized that the killing was over. Immediately after that, the young man rose from his seat and prepared to seal the bull. However, there was one problem: it was necessary to find a way to do it. Bai Xing assumed that the bull was now looking for its new victims, and considered this the only chance to get as close as possible to the monster. The young man's assumption turned out to be correct. The bull did hold his breath in the darkness and waited for a few more rule breakers to appear on the horizon. Bai Xing took a few confident steps forward under the guidance of the energy woman, and met the bull, whose cheeks glowed with a red flame in the darkness. The young man decided to immediately look for a way and conduct an experiment with light. He released his shadows to trap the animal. Bai Xing assumed that he could make the bull no longer able to distinguish colors, and then the advantage would be completely on his side. A shadow crept towards the animal and began to envelop its body. The bull stood immovably in place and did not react at all to the approach of danger. Bai soon saw that his shadow's coverage area was not as large as it seemed, but the young man assumed that he would be able to increase the range of his technique. He raised his power level to 3000 and the shadow's radius really increased. She began covering the bull's body from head to toe with incredible speed. In the end, only his bright red eyes were left to glow in the darkness. The rest of his body ended up in a trap that Bai Xian had prepared. The young man continued to control his shadow and did not let the animal out of his trap. He managed to take the golden bull completely under his control. Ji Renee observed the environment and noticed that the infection zone was indeed disappearing. The young man's plan turned out to be quite good. After the golden bull was trapped by him, Bai Xing opened the portal and released the nurse, the guard, and the unconscious Yu Xian. The woman did not understand what happened at that moment. The guard was relieved and wondered if the worst was over. Bai Xing ordered the audience to be silent and proceeded to the next point of his plan. He wanted to throw the bull into another space from where he had just taken the people. He increased the radius of the portal, reinforcing it with power points. The portal widened, and now a huge bull shrouded in shadow could fit inside. Bai Xing carried out every point of his plan without panic. He successfully pushed the bull into another space, then closed the portal behind him. The young man was satisfied that his plan had worked, but he was well aware that he had not completely sealed the bull, but he had still been able to tame it for a while. After the danger had passed, Bai Xing used his light sphere to help the unconscious girl. Ji Renee was standing next to the young lady. After giving the girl strength, Bai Xing moved from his place and jumped from the roof. He no longer needed to stay close to his allies. Finding himself in free fall, Bai Xing looked up at the mountain and said goodbye to the dinosaur, thanking him for his rather fruitful cooperation. The young man used his new techniques of invisibility wings and constant thrust to be able to move through the air without any effort. After that, he used the horizon skill to search. Bai Xing decided to find his old acquaintance Kim Hookit and arrange a surprise meeting for him. Yu Xian had been in a coma for several hours. Finally, the girl opened her eyes and was able to return to the real world. She immediately jumped out of her bed and remembered the last thing she remembered. Yu Xian stood up as if she had woken up after a nightmare. The girl looked around and asked how long she had been unconscious. Ji Renee replied that she had been in a coma for half a day, and Bai Xing had already left them. With the help of the device, the nurse measured the current volume of the girl's strength. The security guard concluded that the device could be broken because 1,200 is too big a number. Ji Renee suggested that we postpone this research until later and hurry up. The man decided that she might be in danger because Bai Xing didn't run away just like that. Yu Xian immediately got up from the bed and put on a blouse. She said if she needed to meet her father and also to hear information about Bai Xian. The girl asked her cousin Ji Renee, why does he keep the form of a Tyrannosaurus? Is there something very dangerous going on around him? Ji Renee decided to show the young lady everything with his own eyes. They went out on the balcony and saw a fire in front of them in the middle of the stadium. Yu Xian literally couldn't believe her eyes. She was in a coma for only a few hours and already a lot of painful things happened. Ji Renee reminded his cousin that he was acting as her bodyguard, so he offered to get out of here to keep the young lady safe. Yu Xian had no choice but to agree with her cousin. The Tyrannosaurus took the girl on his shoulder and said that it was time to run away from here. After that, Ji Renee will jump high into the air above the stadium. They went to meet with the head of the family to discuss important points. It was deep night outside. In the high-rise building, people did not even suspect that they were threatened by a zone of infection of rank C literally a few kilometers away. Kuhate lived in one of the apartments in the new building. He stood by the open window and smoked a cigarette, slowly enjoying the smoke. He had a beautiful girl lying on his bed who met him almost every evening. Likewise, every evening she asked when they would finally get married. Kim Kuhate repeated once again that his career has only recently started to go up, so he has too much work and marriage will have to be postponed. Suddenly, the lovers' dialogue was interrupted by an outsider. The door to the room suddenly opened and a child's cheerful voice was heard from there. A Natsatati girl with blonde hair was standing in the doorway. She had a huge dog on a leash which was resting a little after a long journey. The woman on the bed was simply shocked to see the child. She asked the best man who this little girl was. Kim Kuhate explained that this is his daughter from his first marriage. The man's lover did not even know about the existence of his child. The daughter pointed a finger at the guest in their apartment and said that she liked this woman very much. The girl was not going to tolerate all the lies from her lover. She said to immediately submit her things and wanted to leave her husband forever. Kim Kuhate took only his belongings and headed in the direction of the door. He told his beloved that he could not let her go because his daughter liked her. The woman did not understand what was happening and tried to stop the man. He in turn went to the door and left the apartment number 1409. Kim Kuhate closed the door behind him and ignored his ex's screams. He put on his bright robe and headed down the hall. The man did not live on the highest floor, so he allowed himself to go down the stairs and left the house. He confidently stepped forward. Kim Kuhate called his boss and reported on his work. Today he managed to get 3 more debt receipts, so there should be no problems with money. The husband's career really went up. He liked it so much that his boss appreciates him and constantly gives him work that increases his earnings. Suddenly, the connection deteriorated significantly and Kim Kuhate stopped hearing his boss. He tried to communicate, but the connection was almost lost. When the connection was returned, the boss offered his ward another job. Kim Kuhate reminded that he was on vacation, so he refused to do the task. At the other end of the wire was a young man. He replied that he completely forgot about the vacation and asked to report on today's affairs. Kim Kuhate decided that the connection had been interrupted earlier and began to talk again about the debt receipts as well as the shops he managed to bypass during the day. Suddenly, the man was forced to interrupt his dialogue when he saw something incredible. He immediately cast his gaze behind him to confirm his guesses. He saw in front of him an old acquaintance who had tentacles instead of a left hand. Bai Xing used his sound control skills to change his voice. After hanging up the phone, the young man headed towards the man and praised him for today's work, but added that everything could end there. Kim Kuhate looked at the young man with frightened eyes and understood that he did not come to him for sure. The man was very scared at that moment. Bai Xian slowly approached his old acquaintance and put his hand on his shoulder. He told him not to flinch and listen carefully to the next order. The young man reminded the man how he had treated his debtors and ordered him to do the same to himself. Kim Kuhate looked very worried. He understood that his situation was not the best. He asked the young man if he really wanted this because he could die by fulfilling such a request. Bai Xing cleared the man's ear with his sound control technique and repeated once again that he must obey his next order without question. Before sending the man away, Bai Xing gave him something. Kim Kuhate was a little shocked when he felt a sudden surge of strength. The young man decided to give him an additional 200 power points in exchange for taking away his ability. The skill of metal deformation seemed to him to be quite good. After that, Bai Xing offered to move on to the task and reminded him that one of the man's debtors had been hit by a truck. Kim Kuhate found himself on the road from the shock. It was at this moment that a truck drove through the night city. The driver did not have time to brake and hit a person who was involved in an accident against his will. Bai Xing left the man to do the task himself. Kim Kuhate had to go through many more trials, including trauma to his internal organs and holding his breath at the bottom of the sea. In turn, the young man went to his husband's apartment. He came to visit his little daughter, who did not want to open the door. Bai Xian jumped up in surprise when he saw a huge poodle in front of him, which opened the door and began to breathe right in his face. The young man entered the apartment and saw in front of him a dog in the records of a person. He greeted the girl, watching the deformed animal from above. The girl herself was sitting on the bed next to her victim. She greeted the guest and showed off her new legs, which she received from a beautiful woman. The girl invited the guest to have fun with her and her dog. Bai Xing was forced to refuse and said that he had his own fun today. He used his sphere to take the skill away from the girl. A skill called the location of objects allowed you to combine your body with any object. When Bai Xing told the girl to go to her father's place to play, the little girl put her skill into practice and teamed up with her dog in a round ball. After that, she rolled down the corridor to meet her dad's adventures. Bai Xian was finally able to breathe out and spend some time in peace and quiet. Suddenly, the young man felt an unbearable pain inside his head. He could do absolutely nothing. His brain seemed to begin to boil from incredible temperatures. Bai Xing clutched his face and lifted his head up. His right eye became like the eye of the golden bull he had sealed in his portal. The young man fell to his knees and screamed loudly in pain. He couldn't believe that the seal had broken so quickly and the monster could burst out at any second. Bai Xian curled up on the floor in pain, clutching his head with his hands. The monster in his head continued to grow larger and larger. The young man wondered if the seal was so weak that it broke literally in a matter of hours despite the presence of energy. Bai Soon couldn't just give his body away, so he started looking for a solution. He opened the portal where his main hostage was. He was well aware that energy points alone were probably not enough, so he decided to take a part of his shadow to give himself more power. The golden bull inside was still under control despite the heavy loss of the cage. The young man began to close the portal as soon as he took what he needed for himself. This time everything ended well, but Bai Xing thought that this was just a temporary solution and he would have to face it again. The young man looked at the floor and realized that if his energy level was insufficient, he would lose control over his body and would not be able to last even 3 days. Bai Xing even began to consider simply letting the bull loose and letting the polluted environment spread throughout the city. The young man quickly rejected this idea because it was not a way out of the situation. He needed this dangerous bull to take revenge on Director Pushkin. Meanwhile, the daughter came to her father to play. Kim Kuhate didn't look too good after going through the youngster's ordeal. Bai Xing decided to take away his power from both family members because he was not going to waste energy thoughtlessly. He got his powers back thanks to his ball of light. After that, the young man decided to use the skill of invisibility in order to begin the implementation of his plans, which changed very dramatically. After becoming completely invisible, Bai Xing went in search of Yu Xian. He wanted to meet with her father to get some advice. The Ji family was at home. He rarely cooked in his kitchen, but rather was ready to order the tastiest food for delivery. This morning, the man was enjoying noodles from the store. Ji Zhenhua was not very picky about food despite his considerable wealth. As soon as guests came to the man, he immediately started a conversation about Ji Biguanya, who betrayed the name of their family and dared to attack his cousin. Yu Xian confirmed that her cousin had indeed done some bad things to her, but it was unclear how her father had guessed his intentions. Ji Zhenhua laughed and told the story that from the moment the boy saw his mother naked in the bath, he started injecting him with hormones so he didn't grow up to be a normal man. The head of the family said that he also sent various people to the young man and he thought he was cool, but his psyche was significantly damaged during this ordeal. The man also said that he tried to keep the young man's strength level at about the same level. Yu Xian interrupted her father and condemned his actions with her nephew. Ji Zhenhua put on a serious face and told the girl not to feel sorry for this bastard because he had become a murderer since childhood and killed his 4-year-old sister. The man explained that he was not in the country that month, so his own brother took the blame, but for some reason did not punish his son at all. Ji Zhenhua finished his noodles and put the glass on the table. After that, he continued and added that later all the details of this case were revealed, and now someone wants to get the results of his research. Yu Xian boldly interrupted her father and said that now she will be able to protect him because she has finally awakened her abilities and is ready to help in absolutely any matter. The father smiled pleasantly and congratulated his daughter. He promised her that he would definitely arrange a holiday after they had sorted out their affairs. Ji Zhenhua asked his daughter not to worry and leave everything to him. The man suddenly remembered Bai Xian and wanted to meet this intriguing young man. The head of the family loved his daughter very much, so he did not want to let this stranger near his daughter and promised to castrate him if he dared to cling to her. Yu Xian asked her father to calm down and scare her. After that, the girl threw herself into her husband's arms and Ji Rene watched everything from the side. Zdrovan saw serious intentions in the eyes of the head of the family. He suggested that there might be some very serious changes in the Ji family tonight. Ji Rene turned to the young lady and offered her some rest after a hard day. He did not want the girl to be part of his father's plans. When evening came, Ji Zhenhua went to his room and started getting ready. Tonight was to be a decisive night for the whole family and for him personally. Taking the cat mask in his hands, the man thought that his daughter had passed the exam alive, which undoubtedly already became known to absolutely all ill-wishers. The head of the family put on a red cloak. He could not worry about the local residents because by the beginning of the night, almost everyone had been evacuated from the high-rise building. Now Ji Zhenhua could consider absolutely anyone who entered the building tonight as an enemy because only the scum didn't know the rules of the house. When the man put on the cat mask, his left eye glowed like a predator's. He became like a beast about to hunt its prey. After that, Ji Zhenhua began to wiggle his new eye to adjust it a bit. This was quite enough for espionage, but it was not enough. The man reached into his inner pocket and took out a small lens. He rubbed it in his hands, after which he was going to put it on. Before that, he looked into the lens with his predatory eye to make sure it was clean. Now everything was perfect to start the mission. Ji Zhenhua put on an all-encompassing lens with a power of more than 1,000. This lens allowed him to obtain information about an object just by looking at it. In addition, the red cloak allowed the owner to travel to parallel realities, and the cat's face allowed to see only what was within the predator's power. Ji Zhenhua thought it was the best combination for tracking in the dark. Tatar, he saw absolutely everything and not a single cockroach would slip through his eye. The man sat down in his office and began to wait. Just a few minutes later, he saw a male figure in front of him who entered the room. Bai Sun did not even allow that his invisibility would be completely useless. The young man looked around and did not see the master, although he heard his voice before that. He had very little time, so he quickly went to the table and decided to write a note, hoping that Ji Zhenhua will read the inscription. The young man took a pen and began to write information about himself. He asked his husband for help to save his daughter. The head of the Ji family watched the young man all the time. The man was not far away and could appreciate the young man's skills. He was simply shocked when he saw a list of more than 60 abilities in the arsenal of a potential opponent. Ji Zhenhua became very curious about where the young man got his abilities. He decided to use his all-encompassing eye to get accurate data. The man's left eye caught fire. He by no means expected to see in front of him what scared him to death. He had never seen anything like it in his entire life. There was a zone of contamination around the seemingly innocent young man. Ji Zhenhua saw a flash as he looked closely at his target's aura. He was so surprised that the man was thrown back. He had by no means expected to see the crank contamination zone that was sealed inside the young man. Ji Zhenhua decided not to disguise himself anymore and threw off all the artifacts. He exclaimed loudly, calling his guest the perfect candidate. The man even began to jump for joy. The young man is a real treasure who with his skills was able to easily seal the Asrango infection zone in himself. Bai Xing was very frightened and did not understand what was happening. He immediately built a barrier in front of him with the power of thought so that no one would attack him. Suddenly the young man realized that Yu Xian's father was standing in front of him. He asked the man to behave a little more calmly and explained that he came here for help. From the host's reaction, Bai Xing realized that he needed to be more careful in order not to become a guinea pig for a brilliant researcher again. Ji Zhenchua reached for the box and replied that his nephew had told him that Bai Xing knew the rules very well, so they were not in any danger now. After a few seconds, the man pulled out some mysterious creature from his stash and threw it in the young man's direction, telling him to try it. Bai Xing was by no means prepared for such a turn of events. The young man jumped back when he saw in front of him a sea creature spitting ink. He saw a small jellyfish on the floor. Ji Zhenchua said that it was just a jellyfish prank and the side effects definitely wouldn't hurt him in any way. The jellyfish fell to the floor and began to emit an incredible amount of ink. Bai Xing stood still and just watched the sea animal. The man warned the young man that if he did not take at least some measures, the jellyfish would continue to grow and spread the ink all over the room. Hearing these words from the head of the Ji family, Bai Xing immediately began to act. He used an energy beam to lift the jellyfish off the floor. The young man placed it directly in front of him and began to examine it. Ji Zhenchua informed his guest that this creature was called a squabbling jellyfish. The man pressed the remote control and began to tell the interlocutor about the Western continent, which is rich in oil, because of which disputes between large countries very often arise. Ji Zhenchua said that in the course of conducting geological research, a lot of oil was discovered and the country's government wanted to quietly get rich by signing secret contracts. However, literally a month later, the country ceased to exist. The man showed on the screen that it had actually turned into a huge black spot on the map. After that, the head of the Ji family told about the decision of the International Congress, which sent 8 crank military units and several hundred rank fighters to the territory of the small country. In the opinion of the husband and the entire Congress, it was not without contamination of the rank of the village. All the countries of the world were ready to unite in order to prevent a global crisis. Ji Zhenchua explained that when the soldiers arrived at the scene, they found that absolutely none of the local residents had survived this sea of oil. Instead, they discovered some creature that continuously spat ink. They sealed these creatures and the ocean shines with blue colors again. Ji Zhenchua was amazed that this small creature had actually destroyed an entire small country. A trank Beshkit jellyfish had the ability to continuously spit ink. The Ji family advised the young man to throw a jellyfish into his space, and then there will be 2 animals inside and pollution that will restrain each other. Bai Xing suddenly realized that the man's idea was really good. He had to use his own energy to restrain the bull, and the jellyfish actually solved this problem. The young man imagined how a jellyfish fills his space with nymphs, and because of this he cannot detect colors. In this case, he will no longer need to use his actions. Bai Xing had some apprehensions on this account and asked the interlocutor whether such actions could lead to any unforeseen results. Ji Zhenchua replied to the young man that pollution can be fully resisted only by other pollution, and he managed to prove it in practice. The man took an octopus out of his mouth and told about another of his experiments. A full octopus had the ability to absorb half of the space in which it is located. Lifting the sea animal by its tentacles, Ji Zhenchua told the young man that if the animal was in his space, it would simply grow to an incredible size. The man gestured to his laboratory and added that he has many different sources of pollution in his arsenal, but they are absolutely safe and even useful. Ji Zhenchua was leading to the point that he would like to exchange some of his research for a bull. Bai Xing was a little skeptical of this man's proposal. The young man suddenly paid attention to the square and the cat mask behind the interlocutor's back. He couldn't tell if the man was following him like that or if he was waiting for someone else. Returning to the topic of the dialogue, Bai Xing gave a comprehensive answer and said that he would still need the bull. Ji Zhenchua was not ready to be rejected. The man looked at the interlocutor with an angry, serious look and asked, does the young man want to receive his own daughter in exchange for the bull? Ji Zhenchua would never give his daughter to anyone else in his life. Bai Xing stood still and did not understand what was happening. There was no way he wanted to take Excalibur away. Returning to a sane reality, the head of the Ji family offered the young man his all-encompassing object artifact. Bai Xing refused again. Ji Zhenchua said that he was giving this artifact away for free for his daughter's sake. He warned the young man that he would face problems where he would need extra strength. Even Excalibur found it difficult to argue with this fact. He took the all-encompassing object in his tentacles and began examining its abilities. After that, the young man decided to follow the researcher's advice and threw the honey with the help of his energy beam to his space. Literally a second later, Bai Xing felt the space inside fill with ink. Now he began to spend much less energy on restraining the bull. After that, Ji Zhenchua told the young man to leave the premises. He added that he would like to talk more, but decided to postpone the dialogue for the next day. The man turned sharply and pointed a finger at the exit, ordering the young man to leave, immediately warning him to be careful in this very difficult world. Ji Zhenchua was convinced that there were no good people in the world except for his daughter. He warned the young man that he would do something unbelievably terrible to him if he harmed Excalibur. Bai Xing went to the window and answered that, on the contrary, they were going to take care of the girl. The young man did not understand at all why the man drove him away so suddenly. He did not object to the owner of the house and climbed onto the windowsill. Bai Xing used his wing skill to leave the house safely. The young man flew out of the window not like a bird, continuing to think about his future. Now he wanted to visit Excalibur and then proceed to Pushkin. When the young man left the laboratory, Ji Zhenchua continued to dabble in his experiments. He finally found what he needed. It was an Arank sealed claw that the man thought would be a good replacement for the all-encompassing object he had just given to the guest. Taking out the claw from the box, the head of the Ji family put on his red cloak and cat mask again to continue tracking the outsiders. Ji's younger brother approaching him, Jinmei, along with his wards behind. The old man behind the second brother of the Ji family was named Ji Lyman. He had a snake church skill and an energy level of 4,321. The girl named Sun Miaoji had a rank and the ability of white electric leg with a power equal to 8,745. In front of her was Chun Kuin with the ability Zhu and a power level of 13,496. Putting on the hood and adjusting the mask, Ji Zhenhua wondered if the guests had come to take away all the research results from him and use them for their own needs. He clenched the black claw in his hand and thought that his experiments were leading in the right direction, but he still needed to make some more efforts for final success. Meanwhile, Yu Xian was in the house that was guarded by her cousin. Ji Renee stood on the street and carefully watched every movement. The girl was in her room and was getting ready for bed. She sat in a comfortable chair and bent down doing her evening chores. Yu Xian looked thoughtful as usual. She could not get the young man who saved her out of her head, but he immediately left the scene. The girl bit her nails with the help of nippers. As soon as she bit the nail on her big toe, she heard a strange sound. Yu Xian immediately turned her head towards the window and did not understand what was happening there. It seemed to her that an attack was being prepared on her outside the window. Ji Renee was simply shocked when he saw the explosion on the second floor of the building. Yu Xian decided to attack in advance for her own safety. A fire broke out in the room that opened onto the balcony, which was immediately extinguished. The girl's room now did not look as cozy as it had a few seconds before. Bai Xing was standing on the balcony, who just had time to introduce himself to the girl. He was burned all over from the temperature control his girlfriend used on him. Realizing that a friend had come to see her, Yu Xian immediately began apologizing and offered to call a doctor. Bai Xing refused this offer. He said he could heal himself. It was just a good opportunity for him to test abilities that he had never used before. Bai Xing used the skill of golden armor restoration and bone strengthening, and his body began to regenerate literally before his eyes. Bai Xing thanked himself that he had learned such skills from the students. After that, he asked the girl if she really wanted to kill him. Yu Xian apologized and hurried to explain everything. She said that she suddenly heard a familiar voice but could not orient herself quickly and decided to defend herself immediately. The girl added that at that moment she assumed that an attempt could be made on her by enemies who faked Bai Xian's voice and broke into her house. In the end, everything ended well, and Yu Xian wondered how the young man was able to recover so quickly. She asked if it was really possible. Bai Xing smiled and replied that miracles sometimes happen. The young man also explained that he came here to make sure that everything was fine with the girl. Yu Xian was very pleased to hear these words. She wanted to thank the young man personally and had no idea what he had to come through. Bai Xing laughed again and thanked the girl for her concern. He added that everything was perfectly fine with him and that Yu Xian was an obedient girl. At that moment, the girl received a phone call and explained to the guards that she simply lost control of herself and did not need any help. As soon as Yu Xian finished the phone call and wanted to continue the dialogue with the young man, he spread his wings to leave the house. Bai Xing went out on the balcony and said that it was time for him to go back, as he had many unsolved cases waiting for him in this evil world. Yu Xian suddenly stopped the young man and said that she had never been able to thank him. The girl offered to spend the evening together and have dinner in a restaurant. She immediately went to change and asked to wait. Bai Xing thought about whether he should go to dinner because wasting time is definitely not good for him. The young man understood that Director Pushkin still has the ability to predict the future, so it is absolutely useless for him to run away, and he will find him anywhere. For several minutes, Bai Xing was completely absorbed in thinking about his future. He came to the conclusion that Pushkin must already know about his plans. The young man understood that he would never succeed in bluffing, and that his only hope was to use psychic skills, but Pushkin could foresee even that. Suddenly, the young man's thoughts were interrupted by a girl who said that they could go. Bai Xing was simply shocked when he turned back and saw his companion. Yu Xian wore a bright blue dress with white sleeves that suited her very well. She looked incredibly attractive. Bai Xing appreciated the girl's appearance. Yu Xian winked at her companion and asked him not to worry about the future and live in the present because it is important to remain calm in any situation. Bai Xing agreed as a girl and offered to fly. The young man added that he had no money, so he asked the girl to treat him today. Yu Xian was a little scared when she heard the words about the flight. She didn't really like moving in the air, especially sitting on top of the wings. Bai Xing said he had come up with a much better idea. With his energy beams, he created a carriage in the air just for the two of them. Yu Xian agreed to board, and the lovers flew to the restaurant. Ji Renee looked at the carriage in the air and did not understand what was happening there. Literally, in a few minutes, the young man and the girl flew to the restaurant in the center of Hue. A lot of people gathered here every evening. Yu Xian literally set the buffet table and said that she had always dreamed of it, but father wouldn't allow it. Bai Xing noted that everything looked very appetizing. The girl wished her companion bon appetit, after which she took a fork and cut off a piece of cheesecake, deciding to start with something sweet. Looking at the dessert, Yu Xian said that she was finally able to awaken her abilities, and now she has a lot of ideas in her head. Bai Xing also began to have dinner and supported the dialogue. He advised the girl but warned her to be ready for any development. Yu Xian replied that she was absolutely not afraid as long as the young man and her father were by her side. The girl was ready to study every day to control her power. Bai Xing used telepathy to read the thoughts of a girl who wanted to control the temperature at any cost and protect her loved ones. The young man exhaled and said that he was ready to help his friend in any situation. First of all, he offered the help of his medical technicians. While the dialogue continued, the interlocutor was having dinner and empty bowls literally filled the table. Yuexian had an incredible appetite tonight. Bai Xing was simply shocked and only had time to count the empty plates. Yuexian was able to eat her food with peace of mind by using her additional skill of increasing the size of her stomach. Everyone present was simply shocked to see the reincarnation of the girl. Yuexian told her companion that she didn't eat much at all tonight. As the young man sat in complete shock, the girl said that she could never eat enough to waste because she lost her appetite, but now she is grateful for her skill. Bai soon thought that his female companion would not like the way she looked in the mirror. He decided that it was necessary to somehow help her get back in shape. The young man thought about using the skill of compression or creating an illusion, but he understood that this would have no effect and would only be a deception for the girl. Yuexian meanwhile wanted some more fruit to finally fill up. The girl suddenly noticed that the chair under her ass had shrunk significantly. Bai Xing sat opposite and did not understand. Did the girl not understand that she had overeaten and the chair could not shrink but only her ass could grow? The young man allegedly went to get some fruit and looking at his companion decided that he would better take a napkin to wipe the girl's tears after what he saw in the mirror. Bai Xing strode confidently forward and did not look at his feet at all. He suddenly entered some black substance without noticing it at all. The young man just passed by without paying attention. Something like ink spilled onto the floor, but it was much more transparent and spread slowly. After the touch of Bai Xian's foot, circles began to form in the puddle radiating from the center. Something resembling a human record began to emerge inside. When the flow of water calmed down, a reflection of a young man who stepped into a puddle appeared inside. It was an absolute sinister copy of the young man. Bai Xing meanwhile picked up some fruit on the plate with his left tentacle and strode towards the table again, ignoring the puddle under his feet. As the first time, the young man again stepped into the black substance. This time he didn't notice anything again and was just going to walk towards his companion. However, suddenly Bai Xin began to be sucked inside. The young man stopped in one place and did not have time to do anything before his disappearance. In less than a second, there was absolutely nothing left of his body. It completely sank into the mysterious substance from which small drops of water poured. Yuexian continued to sit at the table and took a cocktail. She was waiting for her fruits and did not understand where Bai Xian could have gone. The young man seemed to wake up the next morning and opened his eyes wide. He saw the sky in front of him and did not understand where he was drawn to. He ended up in an open space with a plate of fruit. Bai Xing continued to fall down in a free fall, unable to catch on to anything. The young man could not understand what was happening at all. Only after a few seconds did he realize that he might die from the fall. Realizing this, Bai Xing immediately decided to use his wings. He shouted loudly, commanding his wings to appear immediately. When the skill was used, the young man tried to save himself from falling. He was simply shocked when the wings literally refused to work for him. Without thinking long, Bai Xing proceeded to use his next skill and decided to create an airship, hoping that it would at least save him. However, everything turned out to be much worse than the young man imagined. His next skill also refused to work and he was still in the air. Bai Xing concluded that everything was planned. He got to the no-flee zone, so he can't escape. The young man perfectly understood that if he fell into the sea from such a height, he would definitely not be without injuries, and maybe he would even say goodbye to life. There really was an endless sea under his feet. It was constantly bubbling, as if calling the young man to it with its huge waves. Bai Xing decided to use other abilities. He focused on body enhancement skills so that his internal organs would survive. The young man activated the transformation and began to change his body. He decided to use all the defensive skills that were only available to him at the moment. In a fraction of a second, he turned into a real stone ball, covering his body with stone skin. All this time, he continued to fall. Also, Bai Sun did not forget the skill of his tentacles and completely covered his body with it. In this situation, the sign decided to focus on protection. He looked as charged as possible and continued to use every technique possible. The young man continued to fall, his hair blowing in the wind. Bai Xing used every possible animal skill in his arsenal. His armor was covered with living animals that served as a living shield. A smile appeared on the young man's face when he realized that everything was going according to plan. He also used the compression skill to increase the density of the air. It turned into a giant bomb out of the blue. The young man's body was covered with a magnetic field and used a constant push. After completing his reincarnation with the flamethrower technique, Bai Xing decided that he could stop there, and now he would definitely stay alive. Bai Xing paid tribute to his classmates for having an incredible amount of skills that would help him save himself collectively. Now the young man began his next task. He began to think about who could have dragged him into this space, and even so unexpectedly. While the young man was in the air, his owners were already waiting for him at the bottom of the sea. From the water, it was visible how something was approaching. A dark green mermaid spotted a target approaching the sea. She reported that it looks like guests will visit them soon. The woman spoke to the people inside the water globe. Unlike mermaids, they could not speak, so they were forced to stay in a tank. A woman named Yui Sanson had the ability to turn into a mermaid. She turned to face her allies and told them to prepare for the abduction. Kuan Xiaohua had the ability to steal other people's skills with a power level of 5,739. The girl wanted to reserve the right of first choice if her skills were key to their mission. Yang Capon had the skill of the air bubble they were currently in. The young man added that he was ready to give in to everything, but he wanted to take the energy crystals. Yui Sanson told her allies that they would have time to deal with the rewards, but now they needed to focus on the target that was rapidly approaching them. Kuan Xiaohua replied that she was fully ready to be captured. As soon as the object began to approach, the girl put her hand in front of her and used the abduction skill. As soon as she finished the ritual, a mischievous jellyfish appeared in front of her with a frightened face as well as a sphere of light and 2 crystals. Kuan Xiaohua looked at the jellyfish and called it a completely talentless creature. In fact, they only managed to obtain energy crystals with a total power level of less than 1,000. Yang Capon took the crystals for himself and said that they were rightfully his. Despite the small catch, the man was still satisfied with the result. Yui appeared on the battlefield Sanson. She targeted the young man and said she would take what was left of the murder from him. Lifting her head up, the mermaid saw that their goal was not slowing down. She was simply shocked because she did not understand how he continued to move without skills. Bai Xing wasn't even going to slow down. He flew down, wrapping himself in all his possible defenses. The atmosphere seemed to be starting to melt. Suddenly, the young man felt how the golden bull wanted to break out. He did not understand anything at all and assumed that Ji Zhenhua could somehow take the jellyfish from him. Bai Xing immediately rejected this option because he was in another dimension. He decided to use his telepathy skill to find nearby enemies. Having done this, the young man could read the thoughts of 3 people who were under the water. They were waiting for him and were ready to attack at any moment. Now Bai Xing was convinced that the jellyfish had been taken from him by his enemies. He clenched his teeth with all his might and tried to restrain the bull that wanted to break out. The young man perfectly understood that he needed to start acting earlier than his rivals. That is why he decided to use the shadow to catch his enemies off guard. Holding his hand out in front of him, Bai Xing used a shadow skill and released it from his incredible armor to scout around. Having seen it all with my own eyes, Yui Sanson was not happy at all. She saw that the opponent was too strong and she definitely couldn't handle him. The mermaid was not confused and immediately began to swim in different directions, waving her tail. She created the mermaid whirlwind to trap her target. Yui Sanson knew perfectly well that it was almost impossible to get out of her vortex, so now all that was left was to wait until the young man got inside. Excalibur sent his shadow forward instead of him. His black copy entered the water with great speed, holding his right arm out in front of him. The mermaid was simply shocked when she felt a touch on herself. A black shadow began to envelop her, preventing her from continuing to move. Meanwhile, Bai Xing continued to fly down at an incredible speed. It was no longer possible to see his form at such a tremendous speed. Bai Xing entered the water without losing his speed. His form was half that of a bull, his right horn sticking out, cutting everything in its path. The young man landed successfully. Taking advantage of the form of his shadow, Bai Xing cut the mermaid with a bull's horn, splitting her in 2. Yui Sanson could not have expected such a turn of events. The woman could do absolutely nothing and the young man continued to attack. The mermaid was simply shocked to see the young man behind her back. Bai Xing had outwitted his rival and now had the opportunity to take away her abilities. Holding the mermaid's head in his hand, Bai Xing took away her ability to transform into a mythical animal, then crushed his rival. Despite the bull's incredible strength, Bai Xing was grateful to him for the breakthrough because now he could actually control the infection zone around him. While the young man was enjoying his new form, a new danger formed behind him. When he noticed this, he immediately turned his head back. The young man saw in front of him a man inside a balloon. Using telepathy, he read his thoughts, which were focused on the attack. Thanks to this, Bai Xing understood the principle of action of balloons. In front of him was a golden ball which contained a large amount of poison inside. Yang Capon asked his opponent if he hoped to dodge this attack. The man explained that even such a course of events would not save the young man. Right after his words, Yang Capon blew up his bullets with poison and it poured right into the water. Bai Xing was forced to retreat very quickly. A sinister smile appeared on the man's face. He shouted that he wanted to see the death of the young man and take all possible power points from him. Bai Xing understood very well that he needed to fight the poison. He instantly used the compression skill to stop the toxins from spreading into the sea. For a few seconds, the young man managed to retain the poison and concentrate it in one place. The compression skill was the best fit for this matchup. Yang Capon's constant shouts reminded him that he was still pressing. The man warned that it was not so easy to dodge his bullets. The poison continued to spread and almost reached Bai Xing's face. At this moment, the young man suddenly remembered Ji's words Zhenshua about infection zones. He remembered that one infection zone can only be defeated by another, so he asked the inner bull if he was tired of being in captivity. After that, the young man decided to let the animal out for a walk. He loosened his armor and now the golden bull could roam free. A huge zone of infection was formed around it which covered an incredible area. People inside the balloons were trapped without realizing it. The infected area continued to grow for several seconds. Yang Capon was a little shocked. 2 areas of contamination collided before his eyes. He saw in front of him a young man whose body seemed to merge with the infection. Now he realized that his opponent had been carrying this zone all along. Yang Keepin, visibly worried, asked his opponent what he had done. The man tried to understand what kind of creature he was. Yang Keepin decided to use his skill called Lost Wind, which allowed him to move to a completely random point on the planet. Suddenly, the man felt the bullet in his hand disappear. Kuan Xiaohua continued to be in the balloon and was responsible for this event. She used her ability to steal someone else's abilities and informed him that the man would not be able to escape, and instead she would be the first to do so. After her words, the girl said goodbye to her allies and burst the balloon in her hands. After that, she had to immediately move to some point. However, events turned in a completely different direction. The girl failed to deceive her ally. She simply lost consciousness after the bullet in her rust burst. Yang Keipin only laughed at the girl for her imprudence. What she didn't know was that due to lack of energy, she might just shut down after this technique. Instead, the man concentrated another balloon in his hand and burst it to move to another point and escape the infected area. A strange aura similar to free wind began to form around him. A smile appeared on the man's face, which alerted the enemy to something bad. Bai Xing was still in his place and watched impassively as his opponent used an incomprehensible technique in an attempt to escape. After a few seconds, the man's lost wind stopped working. His aura returned to normal and the speed skill did absolutely nothing. Yang Keepin was simply shocked by this turn of events. He couldn't believe that inside this contamination zone, he was forbidden to use the lost wind. The man decided to buy himself some time and created several spheres around him. He directed them in different directions so that he could escape once more. Explosions rang out in the endless sea at a distance of several hundred meters from each other. The zone of infection of the Golden Bull covered this entire area. Yang Keipin once again tried to use his skills, but nothing worked. The man turned his face to the sky and screamed out of hopelessness. He had an incredible amount of skills in his arsenal, but in this situation they were completely inept considering the strength of the opponent. Yang Keipin looked at the young man in the sea and thought about killing him as soon as possible. It was quite a task, especially in his area of infestation. In addition, the man needed to deal with the zone itself afterwards. He understood that if he could not deal with the infection, there would be no point in the young man's death. Bai Xian in turn felt at home. Looking around, the young man said that he really liked it when everything belonged to him. Suddenly, he stopped the flow of his thoughts and turned his attention to his enemy, who is a few meters away from him and is preparing for some sort of scramble. Bai Xing, after reading his opponent's thoughts, realized that he wanted to kill him. He looked down at him and said it was impossible. After that, the young man used the skill of the Golden Bull. It was called instinctive teleportation and made it possible to move in space with incredible speed. In less than a second, the young man was behind his opponent. Yang Keepin was simply shocked, feeling the presence of the young man a few centimeters away. The man couldn't believe that a skill with such speed even existed. Even his lost wind could not compete with such an incredible ability. Bai Xing suddenly saw a tank of poison on his way and informed his opponent that he also had a technique for teleporting objects. In a second, the poison was over the young man's head. He swung his right arm and smirked at his opponent before attacking. Yang Keepin realized that things were very bad for him. The man had no idea how to get out of the situation where fate had dragged him. Yang Keipin tried to retreat back, shooting back with his balloons. He didn't look at where he was hitting and just tried to run away. Bai Xing reacted completely calmly to the opponent's attack. He opened a portal in front of him and sent all the enemy's blows into a parallel reality. Absorbing his opponent's attack, Bai Xing noted that the man really had good skills, but his Golden Bull was already getting quite bored. After a successful defense, the young man again put his right hand in front of him and, controlling the poison, shot it at the man who was trying to retreat. Yang Keipin was defeated by his own technique, which he used against his opponent. The poison began to consume his body and the man screamed loudly in despair. His skin began to dissolve in the water. Yang Keipin shouted loudly, cursing the man named Zhang Yang, who dragged him into this reality. After the opponent's death, Bai Xing used his god hand and took the brank balloon from the man, which allowed him to create absolutely any form. The young man did not even expect to receive something so powerful when he got to the bottom of the sea. He was visibly pleased, clenching his fist in the river. After defeating one enemy, Bai Xing sailed to another. He ended up near a balloon inside which was an unconscious woman. He destroyed the barrier and took from her a skill called Thief's Hand. Bai Xian received a nice addition to his god hand. The young man learned that this technique has a certain barrier to use. He needed his master's hand to use his technique. With the help of a skill he took from Kim Kuhate's daughter, Bai Xing easily separated the arm from the body, leaving the woman without a limb. After that, using the body change skill, Bai Xing transplanted his left arm to himself. This process brought him incredible pleasure. Now the young man had two hands again. He looked at his limbs and admitted that he had gotten so used to the tentacles that it was unusual for him to have two arms now. After that, Bai Xing proceeded to close the infection zone. He took the jellyfish and launched it back into his dimension with an energy beam. Medusa found herself back in space and her ink began to work again. The Golden Bull calmed down and the young man's body was again taken into physical account. Bai Xing decided to take a look at his new abilities because he understood that he might need them in the future and should be ready to use them. Among several enemy skills, the young man noted one called Holy Water. The item was quite rare and gave the opportunity to regenerate during a match. Bai Xing now began to think about how he should go back to Xian. He found out that he was in an area of rank a contamination called the Dream of the Whale. While pondering how his enemies had reached this contamination zone, he suddenly noticed that Kuan Xiaohua behind him had suddenly disappeared. Bai Xing remembered what was in Yan's memory. There were several other people behind him, so the young man did not change to assume that the woman behind him had just been saved by someone. Even so, Bai Xing had much more serious problems. Medusa was really doing very well with the bull, but there was one problem. The young man's body was still subject to infection. The jellyfish ink was not enough to completely restrain the bull's power in the parallel space. Bai Xing looked at the spread of the infection with a puzzled expression and thought that the corrosion of the contaminants in his body was already irreversible. The boy continued to think that Jirenhua's method had failed, and therefore, in order to find a rule that could truly limit the demonic bull, he had to rely only on himself. However, the main character first needed to somehow get out of this place. Now this was a priority task. Bai Xing used the newly acquired skill called Siren's Blood, and his legs turned into a fishtail, allowing him to easily traverse the sea. Along the way, the guy firmly decided that he needed to find other people caught in this trap and collect information, and if someone tried to stop him, he would kill that person. After this, the main character quickly headed forward into the unknown because all that was visible to the horizon was blue water. At the same time, large waves rose above the water surface and splashes of water flew to the sides. That's how fast the guy could swim using his ability. Suddenly, Bai Xing stopped abruptly because he saw something in front of him that greatly surprised him. The guy saw countless whales standing in the water collectively sleeping and couldn't believe that it was a level of scenario called whale sleep. The protagonist assumed that the rules for destroying this pollution zone were encrypted somewhere between the sleeping whales, so he needed to carefully examine everything. Bai Xing was about to approach the animals, but he heard an unfamiliar voice in his head asking him not to approach them. The guy immediately began to look around and think that his skills had detected a sound on the surface of the sea. Raising his head up, he saw a small boat. In order to find out who this voice belonged to, the main character quickly headed towards this boat. Bai Xing emerged from under the water and immediately turned to the owner of the ship and asked if he was the one who had just shouted here. The mysterious girl was glad that the main character heard her and asked him to take it as good advice because she had just saved his life. Suddenly, she asked the guy to sell her some food. Bai Xing thought about it and remembered that when he entered this area, he brought a tray of fruits with him. Lavushka was glad to hear this and excitedly asked if the main character was a newbie and assumed that he needed money, so she offered him 100,000 for these fruits. Bai Xing replied that he didn't need the money and instead asked him to tell her how the girl determined that he was new, assuming that the stranger could see underwater. The girl says that more experienced people did not abuse their skills and did not create such large waves because the level of energy that was spent here could not be restored. The guy was slightly disappointed with this answer. He then asked why it was impossible to kill the whales and eat their meat since there was a shortage of food here. The girl replied that the guy could try to do this himself, but first they had to complete their deal. Bai Xing then said that he could offer the stranger some honey, but first he needed to get more information. The girl was very happy and surprised that the main character could not only move quickly underwater, but also had the ability to produce food. Having tasted the sweet honey, the stranger sighed with relief and happily said that now she felt alive again. The girl continued to satisfy her hunger and said that finding Bai Xing before she went crazy was a great success for her. As soon as the stranger restored her energy, she smiled slyly and, unnoticed by the protagonist, activated her ability. After that, she said that her name was Jin Jiwei, and she was the vice president of the Quan Chamber of Commerce. Then she said that for honey, she could get the guy anything here. Bai Xing laughed at this and suggested that he would also be able to get the girl herself. Jin Jiwei thought for a moment and replied that it was impossible because everything depended on the overall level of energy that the main character possessed. Bai Xing immediately replied that it was just a joke, and he would like to think about the girl's proposal again. Jin Jiwei suddenly approached the guy and said that he could get anything he wanted, he just had to say so. The main character pushed the girl away, said that he was not interested in her, and asked her only to tell him how to get out of here. Replied regretfully that if she had known this, she would have run away long ago and not remained locked up here. After that, she suddenly asked if the main character was ready to give everything to protect her if it really turned out that there was no way to get out of here. After that, she thought that she needed a subordinate who could carry out her orders until she was rescued, and for this she had the skill of persuasion, which strengthened with each request. Suddenly, Bai Xing grabbed Jin Jiwei by the neck because he was not as simple as the girl expected. The main character smiles slyly and begins to say that unfortunately for the girl, he had the ability mental detection, thanks to which he formed a mental barrier to resist mental attacks. The guy continued to look at the girl with a crazy look and said that initially he just wanted to quickly get out of the zone, but he realized that it was difficult for him to deal with people here, so it was easier to kill everyone. Jin Jiwei, hearing this, immediately began to scream loudly and asked the main character to save her life, promising to give him everything she had in return. Bai Xing replied that he did not believe in the sincerity of these words, so he held the shining sphere in his hands and asked the girl to relax and not resist his gift. After that, the guy absorbed Jin Jiwei's ability. It was a persuasion ability that was strengthened after the request was refused. It was already the 67th skill in the guy's arsenal. Jin Jiwei sat quietly in place and thought that the 6 families monopolized all the resources, but she would never have thought that someone like Bai Xing would meet a lot. At this time, the main character sat opposite with a rather smirk on his face and asked the girl to tell him everything she knew about this place. Jin Jiwei began to say that the whale's dream zone was uncontrollable by polluters and its rules were indestructible. There was no food, no energy levels that could be restored, no time or day/night cycles, no creatures other than whales, and no land. The girl continued to say that it was a prison that the Jiang family used to imprison troublesome rivals. Bai Xing was surprised because he didn't even guess how he could have offended the Jiang family. The girl explained that this family was mainly engaged in murders, and they could also be hired to attack outside the 6 families. The protagonist then asked if the Ji family was among these 6 families and how it was related to the Jian family. The girl replied that her Quan family was engaged in trade, the Ji family in research, the Jian family in assassination, the Yang family in sealing and trading sealed items, the Kong family in mining, and the Zhong family was quite mysterious. Hearing this, the main character asked the girl to do this with a smile on his face. Jin Jiwei did not understand what the guy was asking her about. Then the guy asked the girl to call here representatives of all 6 families because he wanted to get the skills and energy level of everyone who was in this zone. Jin Jiwei replied that even if the guy could become number 1 in this world, it would mean nothing if they couldn't get out of here. Bai Xing didn't react to these words at all, but only said that it was his request that the girl had to fulfill according to their agreement. Jin Jiwei had to obey. Then the guy thought that even if there were contaminated level A demons here, he had a level S demon inside him, and if necessary he would kill all the whales to get out of here. The main character also thought that if he became stronger and could not leave here, then someone outside would laugh at him. Of course he meant Director Pushkin. Someone looked at the destruction that was left after the appearance of the contamination zone, and was surprised that there was not a single living person left in this school. Then this man asked what happened to the object that was used to evaluate the students because he did not feel any presence at all. Director Pushkin replied that only some derivatives were used for the evaluation, and they all disappeared during the attack of the Golden Bull. Then Lin Xiang asked if the director was going to explain the situation to everyone personally. At this time, people had already gathered near the school, which was sealed by the police, who were indignant and threatened to take revenge for the death of their children. They demanded that the person responsible for conducting the assessment come out to them. Pushkin's director continued to say that in the era of polluters, they all needed to learn to lose, after which he decided to use one of his skills. The directors and Lin Xiang immediately began to disappear. It turned out that the old man had used the ability memory indicator, which allowed him to teleport to pre-marked points at any time. Soon they found themselves in the director's office. The elderly man said that it was convenient, but teleportation consumed life depending on the time and distance from the memory point. Lin Xiang said that back then it was no wonder that the Ji family who was doing research did not recognize the term sealing object, and claimed that for every 1,000 enemies damaged, 1 million of them would suffer. Responded mysteriously that this 1,000 could at a critical moment open the door to human prey. After this, the elderly man went into the dark room to do what he had come here for. Director Pushkin continued to speak so that in his reincarnation the boy would not discover this. Instead, Lin Xiang was surprised that the old man was able to foresee even his reincarnation. After that, the girl looked at the many boxes and thought that here she used her golden blood, which could seal any impurities, and therefore there were many good things here. Suddenly the old man turned to the girl and replied that he had not only been able to predict it, but that there was something more to it. Approaching the crystal ball and extending his hand to her, the old man continued to say that this was a conversation with his inner eye at every moment of time. It was a pollutant called the witch's crystal ball that had a small accessible world inside. It could show a scene from the prophecies at random. The old man said that when he poured his energy inside this ball, turned into a space for communication between itself. Lin Xiang began to get nervous because she didn't understand why the director was telling her his biggest secret, and assumed that he was going to get rid of her. Suddenly, the dark room was illuminated by a bright light that emanated from the crystal ball and absorbed the girl and director Pushkin into itself. The old man asked his companion to follow him. Lin Xiang soon found herself in a bright room and continued to say that if the old man wanted to fight her, then she was ready and was not going to give up easily. Looking around, the girl saw several versions of Director Pushkin, who calmed her down and told her that she was an important part of his plan. The old man also stated that today he would become a god and put an end to the era of polluters. Lin Xiang was still shocked by what was happening, causing her entire body to tremble violently, and she herself was unable to formulate her thoughts. Then one of the versions of Director Pushkin turned around and, looking at the open coffins, suggested getting down to business. Lin Xiang's shock immediately turned into great surprise as she realized what kind of coffins they were. In one of them lay the lifeless body of Bai Xing, from which all the internal organs had been pulled out, and his severed right hand lay neatly nearby. In the other coffin, everything was the same, but besides everything else, the main character was missing his left arm. Lin Xiang, seeing all this, was very scared because she did not understand what all this meant. Looking into one of the director's coffins, Pushkin said that this was Bai Xing's past. Another version of the old man looked into the next coffin and said that it was the future of the main character. The third coffin was empty. Another version of Director Pushkin explained that they only had to seal the real Bai Xing. Lin Xiang was still surprised and did not understand how the old man managed to do all this, thinking that it was simply unbelievable. The girl also asked how the director could be sure that it was really the corpse of the main character and not a disguised polluter. Director Pushkin replied that the rules of polluting creatures were above all laws, and if the rule stated that something was, then it really was. He then gave the example of a level S pollution zone called the Lost Village. A seeker tried to seal this zone and climbed inside but lost his human identity. Now this seeker was a cat with a human appearance and even his chromosomes had changed. The director continued to say that if the rule stated that the seeker was no longer human, then he was no longer human, and if the rule stated that the Earth did not exist, then the Earth ceased to exist. These words made Lin Xiang very nervous and worried because she realized that in this case humanity could disappear at any time. Unexpectedly, director Pushkin began to concentrate energy in his hand, saying along the way that this moment was a turning point in human destiny. At that very moment, a dirty object called catching the moon in a well appeared in the room, looking into which one could with equal probability see the scene that one most and least wanted to see. One of the versions is that the director with a scalpel in his hands approached the well in the hope of seeing there what he wanted most of all, namely Bai Xing's current actions. At this time, another version of director Pushkin advised Lin Xiang to move away so that her shadow would not be reflected in the well. The surprised girl immediately obeyed. As the director wanted, he saw the main character in the well who was currently in the pollution zone and talking to Jin Jiwei. The old man then turned to Lin Xiang and said that he would now pull out the protagonist's entrails and right hand from the well, and therefore the girl should prepare golden blood for sealing. The next moment, the old man swiped a sharp scalpel across the water, intending to take Bai Xing's right arm first. At that very moment, the main character felt a sharp pain and splashes of his blood began to fly around. The guy clearly felt that they were trying to cut off his hand. Soon director Pushkin pulled all of Bai Xing's internal organs out of the well. One of the versions of the director loudly said that after everything was pulled out of the well, it was necessary to pay a price which was an equal amount of blood. After that, the old man gave the command to Lin Xiang. The girl understood everything and concentrated the energy in her hands, swung sharply simultaneously, informing that she was already ready. After that, the girl threw the golden blood directly into Bai Xing's cut-out internal organs that one version of the director was holding in his hands. After that, the old man put the internal organs in the coffin, regretting that in the future the main character would receive reincarnation from Suez, but he was able to stop this regression in time and implant the guy's memories into his real self. The old man then suggested that if the main character now had no opportunity to resurrect, then he would not be able to awaken his abilities and then capture the golden bull. At this time, the exhausted Bai Xing was unable to stay on his feet and fell overboard. Jin Jiwei was very scared when she saw all this. Director Pushkin continued to say that in the protagonist's past, he sealed a pollutant called Cyclic Day. In the future, the guy defended a pollutant called Auto Division. The old man continued to say that in the present time, the golden bull had already taken over Bai Xing's body. After this, the old man said that in the legends of ancient mankind, there was a god named Tai Chu. He united the past, present, and future and wore a Vajra bracelet that could reset time. The Golden Bull rule allowed for the infinite growth of the contamination zone. Thanks to auto division, the zone could divide and grow exponentially, and the cyclic day set a point in time so the golden bull could return to the point of action after maximum division. The old man continued to say that these three impurities were installed in Bai Xing's three bodies, and using one of his abilities, he could impose these three rules on himself. The old man then compared the pollution zone to a cell that could multiply infinitely, covering the universe and returning to unity many times. Director Pushkin also said that his power controlled the present and his vision watched the past and the future, so he could eradicate all pollutants and destroy all disasters. And suddenly all versions of the old man raised their hands up and simultaneously solemnly said that the true god Tai Chu had returned to Earth and therefore humanity would become immortal. Meanwhile, the main character sank lower and lower to the bottom and thought that his enemies had managed to attack him and he could not prevent it. Bai Xing of course blamed director Pushkin for everything, but he didn't even think about giving up despite his difficult situation. The guy remembered that when transplanting his arm, he used the skills object fusion and body deformation in order to perfectly change the position of the arms. Then he thought that the director's predictions were not omnipotent. The main character also thought that his organs could not recover and his ability to regenerate was lost, so he felt dizzy and assumed that he was already dying. That's why the guy activated the ability to control the element of water and created a water knife in order to borrow the internal organs of one of the sleeping whales. The next moment, the protagonist attacked the huge animal with one blow, leaving him with a fatal cut. After this, Bai Xing, with the last of his strength, took out the whale's huge heart from its body in order to use it for his own needs. To do this, the main character needed to compress the heart to a suitable size as quickly as possible using 10,000 units of energy. When everything was ready, Bai Xing inserted the shrunken whale heart into his chest and used the ability object fusion, causing bright rays of light to scatter around. Soon this color faded, but the satisfied grin of the main character indicated that everything went well. Bai Xing was very happy that he managed to survive, and therefore, with a crazy smile on his face, he promised to get even with director Pushkin for everything. Next, the main character needed a few more of the whale's internal organs, but before that he squeezed them. After that, the guy began to put all the organs inside himself simultaneously using the skills of extreme control, regeneration, healing magic, and of course object binding. Soon everything was ready and the huge cut that ran along his entire body began to quickly heal. The guy was pleased with the result and believed that the organs that director Pushkin took from him could not be restored so easily, unlike the organs of the whale that saved his life and were even more functional. In order to test his new internal organs, the main characters decided to to release air from their lungs with all their might. The airflow was so strong that it created a large vortex of water. At this time, Jin Jiwei remained in the boat and looked at the water surface, not understanding what she should do in this situation, assuming that the guy was killed by one of the new arrivals. Suddenly, the girl saw how the water began to become restless because big waves were rising all around for no apparent reason. Very soon, the boat with Jin Jiwei on board began to be sucked into a large water vortex, causing the girl to start to panic. Bai Xing looked at this result and thought that after the whale's organs were compressed, they continued to work well, because a strong flow of air could stir up the waves. However, the guy was worried that every beat in his heart made his blood hit his veins like a high-pressure hose. This was a sure sign of hypertension. The main character understood that if it were not for the skills of extreme survival and adaptive strengthening of the body, he would have died at the moment of the heart transplant, so he thanked those people from whom he took these abilities. Still, the guy thought that he needed to solve the problem with hypertension as quickly as possible and counterattack, because he was sure that Director Pushkin did not know that he had survived and was not keeping an eye on him. In addition, the main character still had only one arm. He needed to find ways to replace the lost limb, so he quickly swam to the surface of the water. Very soon, Bai Xing gained such high speed that he not only rose to the surface but also suddenly jumped out of the water, which frightened Jin Jiwei. After this, the main character confidently and with a crash landed right on the boat, almost breaking it. The girl saw that Bai Xing was trembling, so she asked if he was okay and what had happened to him. The guy explained that with the huge amount of blood flow, his endurance and strength had improved greatly, but simple movements caused him to tear muscles due to the extreme effort. In order to correct this situation, the main character used the ability of regeneration and strengthened the adaptation of his body. Still, the guy thought that now, if he meets Director Pushkin face to face, then perhaps he will be able to hit him and rip his head off. After that, the guy suggested looking for other people here. Jin Jiwei was still worried and very nervous, while simultaneously saying that they might not be able to do it. The reason for this was that their wooden boat was sinking. Seeing this, Bai Xing felt that his new organs were too heavy for this vessel. Then the main character immediately drove into the water, saying along the way that he would swim on his own. Jin Jiwei could only watch in amazement as her new acquaintance could now jump great distances with ease. It turned out that Bai Xing had jumped so far not on purpose, but because he could not yet control his strength well. The guy thought that although his nervous system was working properly, the engine was in extreme exhaustion. The main character then thought that his body was not easy to adapt unless he acquired the appropriate skills, so he decided to use his water control abilities to move for now. After that, Bai Xing emerged from the water and turned to the girl and asked her to point him in the right direction, and also tell him the rule of this zone, which she did not have time to explain. But instead, Jin Jiwei only cautiously asked what the protagonist had been doing underwater not long ago. The guy honestly answered that he killed a whale and put its internal organs inside himself, after which he asked if there was any problem with that. Hearing this, Jin Jiwei immediately became very worried and began to say that this was the end for the guy because people who outdid the whales became one of them. Bai Xing also began to get nervous and wondered if some of those whales sleeping deep underwater were once ordinary people. Jin Jiwei replied that only one of these whales was real and all the others were transformed humans. At this time, Director Pushkin and Lin Xiang were still in the pollution zone called the Witch's Glass Ball. Very soon, the girl reported that the sealing was completed. As a result, all of Bai Xing's internal organs and right hand turned golden and glowed with bright light. Lin Xiang then asked if the old man still needed her, and added that she was very tired and needed a paid rest. To this, Director Pushkin only asked his subordinate to step aside because now she would be able to witness the birth of the true god. Suddenly, the old man pulled out a wooden stick from his sleeve and explained that it had only one function, namely to force targets to obey an order for a few seconds, but that was enough. All versions of Director Pushkin simultaneously pointed their wands at the coffins containing Bai Xing's bodies and internal organs, and ordered him to pass on the rules he had received from the polluter. At that very moment, the same glowing sphere appeared in the main character's lifeless hand. She understood everything above, and Bai Xing's hand moved as if it were alive. The same thing happened in the other coffin. After that, the sphere went to Director Pushkin, who was wearing a robe, and entered right inside his head. The same thing happened to an elderly man who was dressed in a surgical gown. Having absorbed the director's sphere, Pushkin realized that he could now feel the rule of the Oneidas cycle, due to which the point in time would be restarted infinitely. The second version of the old man was able to master autotasis, and now his body was waiting for movement. Although he was not infected because of the rule, he could not stop. At this time, the third version of Director Pushkin stood in front of the coffin with the internal organs of the main character and was very puzzled by something. Soon the other old men approached him and asked him to make it so that the three rules would immediately limit each other. Suddenly, Director Pushkin said that he had miscalculated. Lin Xiang was surprised by this but did not understand what the problem was. After this, the old man grabbed his subordinate and ordered her to leave immediately. At this time, the other two versions of the old man began to feel the negative effects of the infections. Soon Director Pushkin and Lin Xiang emerged from the glass ball and found themselves back in the old man's office. After this, the elderly man asked if the girl had any extra energy left since the glass ball still needed to be sealed. Lin Xiang immediately raised her hand to the ball and began to pour her golden blood onto it in order to fulfill the director's order. At the same time, the girl clearly saw what was happening in the world from which they had so hastily escaped. Lin Xiang was shocked, and although she didn't understand what was happening, she was sure that all of this was very bad. Still, the girl turned to the director and asked why he had failed since she had used so many powerful sealed objects. Replied with regret that the rules could not limit each other since the human body could not bear the full force of these rules. After that, the old man tried to predict Bai Xing's future, but he couldn't do it, suggesting that the golden bull had already spread widely throughout the boy's body. In any case, he couldn't restore this piece of the contaminant puzzle. Seeing that the old man was simply leaving, Lin Xiang assumed that he had given up, after which she asked with displeasure where her reward was. But Director Pushkin laughed at this and said that at countless points in time he had already failed countless times. Finally, the old man said that even if he fails at this moment, there will still be another eye who will someday continue to move forward. In the middle of the room lay human eyes, someone's voice asking if he had made a mistake. The iris of this eye was covered with mysterious patterns indicating that it was an unusual organ of vision. Its owner was very nervous and did not understand why this happened. Ji Renhua recalled that after he put on the red raincoat, his feelings fell into a polluted world where it never stopped raining, meaning that this world was created by polluters. However, thanks to the cat mask, he could get a perspective of the polluted, thanks to which he could move calmly in the rainy world. Thanks to the monocle, the man could easily ask where was the exit and receive an answer using the cat's perspective to find it. Ji Renhua remembered that she gave the monocle to Bai Xing, and in return took the paw of the black monkey with which he could also find a way out and make it a reality. All these things were now lying on the floor, and the man continued to think that thanks to all these objects he could, with the help of rules, limit other rules. Ji Renhua could move freely between the two worlds, avoiding any attacks and carrying items, as well as sealing contaminated things that could not be handled in the rainy world. Now all that was left of the man was his eye, with the help of which he noticed something unusual that immediately attracted his attention. It turned out that the monocle that Ji Renhua had given to the protagonist was now also lying on the floor among other valuable items. The man immediately assumed that Bai Xing was involved. He quietly returned the monocle to Ji Renhuang, not wanting to spontaneously receive dirty things. Because of this, during the merging of the three pollutants, a fourth was added, and so the man now did not know what had happened to him. Ji Renhua decided to look into this matter. It turned out that the man was already dead, and all that was left of him was his consciousness, which would soon be assimilated by the polluters, becoming a conscious polluter. This prospect did not please Ji Renhua at all, because he would still have human thoughts, but he would no longer be human and therefore would certainly do many evil deeds. The eye immediately quickly went somewhere, thinking along the way that he had to destroy himself before this happened, so as not to put his daughter at risk. Suddenly, some strange energy similar to a red liquid began to envelop the eye. Ji Renhua assumed that these were the exits from the zone. Suddenly this energy scattered to the sides, and the man saw something very strange below that he could not pass by. He saw the lifeless body of his younger brother Ji Renmei on the floor, with a frightened Ji Liming sitting next to him. The old man immediately began to scream nervously, not understanding what had happened here, and saying that it was not he who had done it. Chun Kuan asked the old man to be quiet, and said that he knew it wasn't him. Sun Miaozi guessed that it was an attack by a polluter, so they all had to be careful. Seeing all this, Ji Renhua remembered that the rule of the black monkey's paw was that when you make a wish, it will come true. The price for this was the life of your closest relative. It turned out that the closest relative who paid this price was the man's younger brother, who wanted to see if he could control all the pollutants in his body at the same time. Ji Renhua decided to find out what would happen if he had no relatives. In that case, the black monkey's paw would be randomly replaced with another condition, such as the same surname or the same gender. The man expected this and thought that those who controlled the rules were probably killed by these rules, and only polluters could freely use them. Meanwhile, Chen Kuan guessed that Ji Renmei had been killed by the fatal attack, and they had a chance to win. Ji Liming immediately asked the guy to never underestimate Ji Renhua, because he was the most talented in the Ji family. Suddenly, Sun Miaozi attacked the old man with a powerful kick enhanced by her ability, and ordered the old man to be quiet. After that, the girl assumed that Ji Renhua used some dirty things with a high price, because he had not attacked for a long time, which meant there must have been many conditions. At this time, Ji Liming was indignant because the girl attacked him, and also thought that his brothers had suddenly died, and therefore he as the eldest had to lead the family. Then the old man thought that the people who were now next to him were not so simple. For example, Chen Kuan had skills in zoology and had already tamed many wild animals. Therefore, the old man was curious about how his younger brother Ji Renhua would fight against the polluters that Chen Kuan controlled. Ji Liming didn't like the fact that his younger brother separated from the main business and bought this building to set up a research institute instead of using the profits to rebuild the Ji family. Meanwhile, Chen Kuan looked around and said that it was not in their interests to fight in this unfamiliar place. Then Sun Miaozi suggested that the building be destroyed. Ji Renhua, when he heard this, was very surprised by such a proposal. Ji Liming was also not happy with this idea, but he couldn't say anything against it. Sun Miaozi was already prepared to turn her idea into reality, as evidenced by her confident stance and the bright lightning that flashed around her legs. The next moment, the girl suddenly jumped up and quickly ran forward. She managed to run without any difficulty both on the floor and on the walls and ceiling, leaving behind white electrical traces. She quickly ran around the entire room, while Chun Kuan silently observed what was happening without interfering in this process. Ji Liming looked around in horror and was surprised that the girl had managed to leave her marks on all the walls of this room, and now she only had one thing to do. Sun Miaozi said without hesitation and with a smile on her face that she would now blow up all her electrical traces. The next moment, the silence of the night Night City was shattered by a huge explosion that thundered on one of the floors of the research institute. In order to leave the room safely, Chun-Kut used his zoological skills and called upon an eagle to help him. Very soon, a huge bird quickly flew out of the burning building, trying to make sure that its owner did not get hurt. It turned out that Chun-Kut took Sun Miaozi with him so as not to leave her in a dangerous place. The boy looked at the destroyed building and was surprised that the old man was still alive despite the explosion and the spreading fire. It turned out that Ji Liming had managed to summon a huge snake, which he ordered to take him away from here. Looking back, the old man said goodbye to his brother Ji Runhuang with a smile on his face and thought that all he could do now was calmly wait for the inheritance. At the same time, Chun-Kut was sure there that the man could not die so easily, and therefore it was necessary to wait until he came out into the street. Suddenly, the guy saw something that made him instantly shut up and open his eyes wide in extreme shock. Chun-Kut and Sun Miaozi looked around in confusion and could not believe that what was happening was real, because they were in the very room that should have already been destroyed. The girl immediately assumed that time had been reset, but when she looked at the clock, she saw that the hands continued to move as usual. Chun-Kut did not understand how this could happen, because the pollutant associated with the weather could not control a person, because he simply did not have such abilities. At this time, Ji Renhua thought that the abilities of pollutants were simply terrifying, and therefore his conscience would not allow him to use the rules too much. The man came up to think that in order to prevent the infected things from the upper floor from being released due to the explosion, he asked the black monkey's paw to limit the range of the explosion. The man's wish came true very quickly, and instead of an explosion and destruction of the building, only the illusion of all this was created. Now this rule will exist indefinitely, and even Ji Renhua himself will not be able to overcome it. The man looked at the uninvited guests and decided that the information gap between them had already arisen, so from that moment on he did not need to use pollutants. Ji Renhua firmly decided that he would use his human wisdom to resolve the situation. Finding himself in a difficult situation, Chen Kuan turned to Sun Miaozi and asked whether they would continue to fight to complete the task or simply run away. The girl thought that their enemy was very strong, so first they needed to ask the other side about it, and for this she was already looking for the right number in the phone. Soon a voice was heard on the other end of the line asking if everything was okay. Sun Miaozi replied that they had not yet found their target and also reported that Ji Renmei had died. A mysterious girl sitting in some establishment informed her colleague that they successfully removed one target without much effort by sending him to a pollution zone called Whale's Dream. The girl continued saying that they had not yet found another target, which was Ji Jinghuang's daughter. Therefore, the girl suspected that Ji Renhua had set up some kind of deception by planting a double in Ji Yuexin's clothes, since the difference in their physiques was very large. The girl, whose name was Jian Yen, added that she had never killed or made innocent people fall in love, so she would continue to wait for the right target to appear. At this time, the girl named Xiaxing, who was sitting opposite, was clearly unhappy with this position and was very irritated. However, she could not stand it and began to loudly say that Jian Yen only sent people to the pollution zone, but there was no certainty that they actually died there. Jian Yen began to explain that if a person once fell into the whale's dream, he could no longer get out because there were no resources there. Soon the victim lost consciousness and turned into a whale. The girl continued to say that she regretted the death of her partner's sister, but she believed that the guy she sent to the zone was not necessarily the killer, so she needed to focus on the mission first. Xiaxing, with tears in her eyes, began to loudly ask why her sister had to die while their targets who were definitely involved in this somehow were still alive. Jian Yen realized that under such circumstances she would not be able to continue the conversation, so she wished her comrades to take care of themselves and be safe, and then ended the call. Ji Renhua continued to observe all this unnoticed. He heard that the uninvited guests wanted to destroy his family, so he needed to do something as soon as possible. The next moment, the flying eye was able to teleport to another room. Ji Renhua remembered that in order to prevent the leakage of certain pollutants, safety measures were installed during the construction of the building. Without wasting time, the eye began to jump across the keyboard in order to activate the iron wall that surrounded the entire building and lock his opponents inside. At that moment, Sun Miaozi and Chen Kuan heard a loud sound. Looking around, they saw that all the doors and windows began to close with an iron curtain. Ji Renhua watched all this from the computer monitors and thought that he did not expect that in the end this security measure would be used against people. The iron walls had already completely descended, leaving no way out. The man believed that the uninvited guests would definitely not be able to overcome this blockade. Chen Kuan assumed that this was Ji Renhuang's reaction to the fact that his daughter was mentioned in the conversation, so it was obvious that the man was watching them from somewhere. Sun Miaozi was sure that if they didn't escape immediately, they wouldn't be able to do so later, so she used her white electric sword skill again and began to run quickly around the room. From the bright white marks, it was clear that the girl had concentrated her attention mainly on the ceiling of the room in which they were locked. Chen Kuan praised his comrade for her resourcefulness and supported her idea of blowing up the ceiling in order to then climb into the control room on the top floor. Sun Miaozi, having retreated to a safe distance, irreplaceably used her skill and warned that an explosion was about to occur. Explosion echoed throughout the room and the ceiling began to crumble into pieces. Meanwhile, Chen Kuan had already summoned an animal that was best suited to climb to the top floor. The guy and his partner sat astride a huge mountain goat which was able to easily climb climb up the ceiling debris to the top floor. A pleased Chen Kuan told the girl that they only had a couple of floors left to go, so she should hold on tighter. Ji Renhua saw all this perfectly thanks to the surveillance cameras and thought that it would not be so easy for uninvited guests to get to him. The man knew he couldn't release the contaminants that were in the cabinets, but he still had many tools he could use. By knocking over a small box from the table, Ji Renhua freed the very same octopus that could occupy almost all the space in which it was located. The octopus immediately began to crawl out of the cramped box and along the way began to increase in size. Another explosion sounded very close to Ji Renhua's office, destroying the floor. Chen Kuan realized that they were already on the right floor, so he ordered his 3 wolves to move forward. The guy's enthusiasm quickly disappeared when he saw what was right in front of him. It was a big surprise for him. Right in the middle of the room, there was a huge octopus that did not allow anyone to go further. The loyal animal immediately began to attack the intruders, trying to hit them with its tentacles, so Sun Miaozi and Chen Kuan had to only run away to the sides. The girl soon assumed that this octopus was contaminated in animal form, so she asked if Chen Kuan could tame it. The guy replied that it was impossible because he could only tame and raise normal animals that, having removed genetic limitations, still remained ordinary animals. The octopus again attacked its opponents, who had only to retreat, and with this the animal threw one of its tentacles into a hole in the destroyed floor. Ji Renhua saw this and thought that it was very good because then the octopus would have more room to grow thanks to this hole that the uninvited guests made. Then the man thought that each floor of the building was interconnected, so the size of the octopus would grow until it occupied half of the building and took control of all the corridors. Ji Renhua also believed that the soft, gigantic, and ever-growing body of the octopus would eventually defeat his opponents. Suddenly, the man turned his attention to Chen Kuan, who was in no hurry to run away, but for some reason was calling one of the wolves to him. The wolf obediently approached his master. His eyes looked very strange, as if there was only darkness in them. Suddenly, another pair of black circles appeared on the animal's head. Their purpose was still unclear. Ji Renhua, watching what was happening, immediately realized that this wolf was a polluter, and Chen Kuan could control it. The guy turned to the animal and said that he needed his help. The wolf named Chun, she replied that the owner should describe 4 characteristics of the target that needed to be eliminated. Chen Kuan said that the desired target was at the same height as him, but with an error of 3 meters. At the same moment, a bright purple light began to burn on the wolf's head in one of the black circles. Exactly the same black circles with one bright glow appeared on the foreheads of Sun Miaozi and Chen Kuan. The girl continued to say that their target was named Ji Renhua, and he was a man. However, the wolf replied that he did not understand aspects such as gender, name, or human culture. A more precise description was needed. Chen Kuan explained to his partner that after the filtering of the 4 characteristics was completed, the person with 4 lit candles would die instantly, so it was necessary to name everything correctly. Hearing this, Ji Renhua realized that this was the rule of instant death and thought that it was very good for him, despite the fact that black circles with one glow appeared around himself. The building of the research institute looked completely normal from the outside. None of the passers-by could even imagine what was happening inside right now. Chen Kuan turned to Chen Shi and said that the second characteristic that should help him find the target he needed was that he carefully observed the wolf. Ji Renhua did not expect such a characteristic and thought that it was dangerous for him, so he should escape to the rain world. When the man felt the second candle light up above him, he could not believe that his opponent had managed to catch up with him despite the fact that he was already in another world. A second candle also lit up on the wolf's head, informing Chen Kuan that the second characteristic was correct. Ji Renhua was surprised at how simple and easy to operate this rule was. His opponents only needed to name specific characteristics, after which any target would be instantly destroyed. Even though the man was running away from reality, he still couldn't escape it because the range of this rule was unlimited. Unexpectedly, Sun Miaozi saw in the mirror that 2 lights had also lit up on her head, which made her very worried. Chen Kuan thought that it didn't matter because there were still 2 additional characteristics to be named, so now the wolf wouldn't harm the girl in any way. Ji Renhua continued to watch the events from the rain world and thought that he absolutely could not allow the guy to name the 3rd characteristic. Unexpectedly, Chen Kuan quickly walked forward and asked his partner to help him. Along with this, the guy assumed that now he should also have 2 candles burning. Sun Miaozi was nervous and asked what the 3rd characteristic was because they didn't even know what their opponent looked like. Ji Renhua was confident that the intruders would not be able to find him because by using the rain world, he could pass between the 2 worlds and easily avoid their gaze. Meanwhile, Chen Kuan looked around and thought about what their opponent's 3rd characteristic might be. Suddenly, the guy pointed to the glass and said that it contained the main reflection of the target they needed. The next moment, Sun Miaozi loudly declared that a second candle had lit up on the guy's forehead because his shadow was also reflected from this glass. Chen Kuan asked the girl not to worry because when all 4 candles lit up, the wolf would remove his ability. Then Sun Miaozi asked if their opponent could escape using some sealed object. The guy replied that Ji Renhua was a researcher and not a warrior. In addition, their strike attack was quite fast and 2 wolves controlled the entrance and checked the floors, so the man did not have time to escape. The guy continued to say that according to the information from Ji Renmei, his brother had a red raincoat that hid his presence, so the guy was sure that their target was hiding somewhere nearby. In addition, Chen Kuan said that his wolf's ability was not limited to just this. After that, the guy turned to his pet and asked how many targets were on this floor. The wolf began his tribute and eventually declared that there were as many as 5 targets on this floor. Sun Miaozi began to think that there were she and the guy 2 wolves and possibly an octopus, although this seemed strange to her. Chun Kuin replied that the wolf could not take. Then the guy warned that just in case he would say 2 characteristics at the same time, so the girl should quickly attack the target to kill it instantly. After that, he thought that he had laid out the rules specifically so that his opponent would hear everything and counterattack, revealing his weak points and other information, but no action followed. Still, Chun Kuin decided not to lose his composure and first think about the 2 remaining characteristics that would not harm him and his partner, but the guy had no options. Then Chun Kuin looked at the octopus, thinking that perhaps it was also hiding some clues that would help him find out 2 more characteristics. By this time, Ji Renhua already had 3 candles burning. He admitted that he was surrounded because his opponent had made good use of the rule of this pollutant. The man was amazed that human wisdom was endless and was sure that Chun Kuin, being very careful, had also prepared other plans. After that, Ji Renhua guessed that the guy wanted to use the information leak to provoke his reaction and monitor his actions, but it could also help him find a gap. Suddenly, the man began to think about the octopus, which was supposed to consider him its master, and had already carried out his orders several times. Ji Renhua continued to think that the polluters followed the rules absolutely, and even the little obedient octopus was able to easily close it when its first candle lit. Besides, the octopus only had 2 candles burning, and he only fit the characteristics of 1 and 3 because the polluting creature did not look at the other polluting creature. Ji Renhua was sure that Chun Kuin was deliberately provoking him, but when the man found himself in the rain world, the wolf statistics essentially left him behind. Soon the man thought that the situation would change from that moment on because he wanted to hide inside the octopus. A moment later, the octopus began to speak in a human voice and turned to Chun Kuin, asking him to stop and talk about everything. Chun Kuin and Sun Miaozi were very surprised when they heard that the octopus began to talk to them. The girl immediately realized that their enemy was not actually hiding but had turned into an octopus, and now she could deal with him. For this, the girl began to use her ability. Suddenly, Chun Kuin asked his partner to wait and suggested that they first listen to what Ji Renhua in the form of an octopus had to say. This was only to the man's advantage because he believed that because the guy did not act immediately, Chun Kuin would soon lose. Ji Renhua began to say that he was only a researcher and did not want to quarrel with uninvited guests, so he asked the person who was behind all this to come out to negotiate with him. Chun Kuin replied that it was only possible to negotiate when the opponent's forces were equal and the fish that was already under the knife had no right to speak. To this, the man replied that he and the guy already had 2 fires. In addition, he used the polluter rule to turn into an octopus, and therefore it would not be easy to kill him. Chun Kuin immediately noticed that the octopus really only had 2 candles burning. He didn't understand which of the characteristics didn't work on him. The guy thought that characteristics 1 and 2 always work on normal people, so he assumed that the 3rd characteristic, namely reflection in glass, did not work on the octopus. Ji Renhua hoped that his opponent would quickly realize everything because the faster he went down the wrong path, the faster he would die. At this time, Chun Kuin remembered that the wolf reported only 5 targets that were in this room, which meant that the man hid in the octopus and became one with it. Suddenly, the guy noticed a red waterproof raincoat not far from the octopus, and this gave him some thoughts. Chun Kuin realized that his opponent was trying to deceive him, and so he was now sure that the man had hidden inside the octopus and merged with it by doing both of these actions. The guy assumed that after the first candle lit, the man got nervous and put on a red raincoat in order to hide under the octopus, which is why he lost visibility and did not look at the wolf. After this, Chun Kuin believed that his opponent understood the threat that the wolf posed and therefore teamed up with the octopus to use the pollutant rule and avoid instant death. Sun Miaozi suddenly used the ability of the white electric detection system, which made her realize that in addition to the octopus, there was a 6th bioelectric target in the room. Chun Kuin realized that the octopus had reached the characteristics of 1 and 3, so he ordered his wolves to kill it. Ji Renhua was very scared when everything did not go according to his plan, and therefore loudly asked why the guy wanted to kill him. Meanwhile, the wolves were getting closer and closer to the octopus, baring their sharp teeth along the way. The ferocious predators grabbed the octopus's flesh and began to tear off large chunks of it while the man continued to ask the same question. Soon Ji Renhua left the octopus body and said that he merged with it because he lost his body and became like this. After that, he asked why the guy couldn't just leave him alone. Chun Kuin was very pleased that he finally managed to see what his opponent looked like. The guy tried to catch the flying eye, but it escaped. Ji Renhua kept running away and saying that he had a lot of polluting creatures and he knew all their rules, so he could give them to the guy in exchange for his life. However, Chun Kuin only wanted one thing and was confident that his target would not be able to escape. Suddenly, Ji Renhua saw the cabinets and decided to head towards them to hide in one of the drawers. Along the way, this man decided that he had to run away into the world of rain in order to escape from his pursuer. A moment later, right before Sun Miaozi and Chun Kuin's eyes, the flying eye simply disappeared, leaving behind only a lump of mucus on the drawer handle. The guy assumed that his opponent had somehow managed to get inside the closet, so he was already about to open the door. Gently pulling the handle, Chun Kuin realized that this cabinet was closed. After that, the guy sincerely smiled and froze in place, and Ji Renhua thought that he had won. Pleased, Sun Miaozi approached her comrade and asked if he had managed to catch Ji Renhuang. Surprisingly, Chun Kuin didn't respond to this, and even without moving at all, continued to hold onto the handle of the locker, which only caused the girl to be perplexed. Meanwhile, Ji Renhua, while in the world of rain, did not forget that he still had one enemy who should not be given time to think. Therefore, the man began to quickly return back to his his office, which was accompanied by a bright glow and an unusual effect reminiscent of a splash of water. Ji Renhua appeared behind Sun Miaozi and began to laugh loudly while saying that the girl would not be able to catch him because he was very agile in this form. Sun Miaozi immediately reacted and used her ability, which was accompanied by the flashing of bright lightning, and quickly turned to face her opponent. At the same time, the girl had already thrown her hand towards the flying eye in order to grab it. Ji Renhuang was surprised by Sun Miaozi's speed. After this, the man began to egg the girl on saying that if she was confident in herself, she should have found him inside the closet. The next moment, the flying eye disappeared again, almost falling into the hands of Sun Miaozi, who immediately grabbed the handle of the cabinet in order to open it. Immediately after this, the girl felt a strange feeling which caused her to instantly freeze in place. When the danger passed, Ji Renhua returned to his office from the rain world and looked at his enemies, hoping that they were already dead. After examining the girl more closely, Ji Renhua assumed that she was still alive, but her consciousness had been erased. Then the man thought that these people could not fight the rule that made the cabinet a polluting factor, and now it could not be opened. Ji Renhua continued to think that when his enemies first tried to demolish the building, the cabinet made them experience an illusion, and so they abandoned the idea. Right now, Sun Miaozi and Chen Kuan had a strong desire to open the cabinet, so he directly prevented them from even thinking about the idea by erasing their consciousness. Ji Renhua was glad that this dangerous situation had passed and decided that he would first collect everything that was left of the octopus so that it would not continue to grow. The man knew well that pollutants did not die even if they were ground into powder, and even in this form they could continue to carry out their rules. Next, Ji Renhua thought about his dear daughter. The man was very happy that she had finally awakened the ability to believe that she would definitely be able to survive even without his help. While the man was thinking about this, he did not notice that the wolf that belonged to Chen Kuan was closely watching him, but there was no longer a single candle burning on his head. Soon the man noticed the animal and was very surprised that it was still there. After thinking for a while, Ji Renhua guessed that because the wolf's master died, the quest was restarted. Suddenly the man saw that one of the candles on the wolf's head had lit up again and realized that the rule had once again begun to search for the desired target. At this time, Ji Liming, leaning on his cane, walked along the corridors of the research institute and was indignant that his younger brother dared to disrespect him. The old man liked this building and also liked the fact that both of his brothers were dead. He also did not forget that Ji Renhua had a daughter whom he intended to take good care of. Passing by one of the windows, the old man suddenly noticed his reflection and saw 4 black circles on his forehead, one of which glowed with a bright purple light. Soon another candle lit up on Ji Renhua's forehead. The old man guessed that it was the work of his younger brother. At the same time, for some reason, a 3rd candle lit up on the wolf's head. A little while later, the last 4th light lit up on Ji Liming's forehead, which marked the end. As the rule stated, a target that matched 4 characteristics died immediately. Ji Renhua continued to watch the wolf in surprise, and then 4 candles lit up on its head, and then immediately went out. After that, the man looked at the computer monitor and saw the lifeless body of his brother lying in the hallway. It seemed that this did not surprise Ji Zhenghuang at all. The man remembered that the rule stated that the owner would indicate 4 characteristics and the wolf would kill all targets that matched them, but after the death of the owner, it changed a little. Now the rules were limited to specifying the characteristics and killing the target, and therefore the wolf, without restrictions from the owner, could kill people at his whim. Realizing this, Ji Renhua decided that he had to stop the wolf. All the defensive objects that he could test were in the closet, so he could use them. However, the man did not know what exactly could help in this situation. He chose between a doll that distorted the calculation, a calculator of infinite zeros, and a veil for the eyes, but none of this was suitable. However, Ji Renhua felt that he only had a safe, controlled, and reversible operation left, so he quickly headed towards the wolf. The flying eye quickly occupied the last black circle, in which the light had not yet turned on, believing that he could use his conscience and this mutilated body to stop the 4th characteristic. Ji Renhua really hoped that it would work and ordered the wolf to stop. Soon the man realized that everything was not so simple because the wolf constantly asked about the 4th characteristic and tried to use the all-seeing lenses. Ji Renhua asked the wolf to take someone else because his daughter was waiting for him. After that, the man wondered if he could remain human after allowing the polluter to kill people without hindrance. He began to think that in this world people died every day and his choice could not affect this, but it gave Ji Renhuang the opportunity to protect his daughter. This dilemma greatly puzzled and worried the man. At this time, Bai Xing and Jin Jiwei's journey in the area called the Whale's Dream continued. Suddenly, the girl confidently declared that they had almost arrived at the destination. Jin Jiwei drew her companion's attention to the large ship that was sailing on the sea. The protagonist immediately began to peer into the distance. The girl then said that the Kong family had at their disposal a seeker whose ability was a contract with the ship. He was connected to it by life and could control the ship at will. Bai Xing was not at all impressed by this ship and asked why that seeker couldn't contact their more powerful ship like an aircraft carrier or something like that. Jin Jiwei continued to say that this person was a key figure of the Kong family and was engaged in gold mining in the ocean, but once he rose to Class A, he was imprisoned in this zone. Hearing this, the protagonist assumed that his companion was in the same situation. The girl confirmed this by saying that she had just been promoted to vice president of the Quan Chamber of Commerce. Suddenly the guy interrupted her and said that he was not interested in listening to boring stories about internal human struggles and asked to tell her about powerful people instead. The girl said that in addition to Kong Hao with his ability to contact the ship, there were several other dangerous people with a high level on board, and there were also unknown people in the cabins who had not left there for many years. The ship itself was located right in the center of the whale sleep zone, where there were a large number of whales underwater as well as a lot of resources and the ability to control new arrivals. The girl then said that after she arrived here and had used up all her resources, she was given a small boat so that she could go in search of food. Otherwise, she would have been eaten. Hearing all this, Bai Xing, with a smile on his face, assumed that the girl was not eaten immediately because they had hope of getting out of here, but they did not dare to go all the way. Getting closer and closer to the big ship, the main character continued to say that this time everything would be different and promised to cover the girl if anything happened, but now they needed to prepare for landing. Moments later, the protagonist pushed off strongly from the water surface in order to climb onto the ship. Bai Xing jumped high into the air and literally flew towards the ship, not caring at all about who he might meet there. The guy's strength and skills were enough for him to easily reach the ship. Very soon, the main character landed with a crash on the deck of the ship, slightly damaging the wooden floor. Next, Bai Xing raised his head and looked around, finally finding what he had come to the ship for. There were several men standing in front of him. They were all surprised by the guy's unexpected appearance, and one of them was indignant that Jian Yen was up to something again. A man named Yang Wei, who had the ability Lip Cannon, was unhappy that another newcomer had arrived because it irritated him. Kong Xiaowu asked his comrade not to say that because it was boring here and the appearance of the main character brought some variety. This man had the skill of Golden Body. Kong Hao, who had a contract with this ship, immediately turned to Bai Xing and asked what family he was from. The main character replied that he did not belong to any of the families, but he heard that everything was fine with them, so he came here to see it. Suddenly Kong Xiaowu noticed that there was a small boat overboard with Jin Jiwei sitting in it. The man knew that she was from the Quan Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this, Yang Wei immediately decided to put his skills to use and began to sharply inhale a lot of air in preparation for his next move. The main character felt a strong wind rising around him and immediately asked what the man wanted to do. The next moment, the man seemed to shoot air towards Jin Jiwei with all his might. The girl saw that a powerful charge was approaching her and thought that these people had no intention of doing business with her because in a place without social rules, it was they who created these rules. Jin Jiwei was very scared and already anticipated that she would soon die, but she could not do anything about it. Meanwhile, Bai Xing, intending to help the girl, used his sound control skill and sent a powerful energy charge in the shape of a symbol towards her. The next moment, both charges hit the small boat, directly causing it to shatter into pieces. Yang Wei looked at the beards in surprise, not understanding whether he had managed to get rid of Jin Jiwei. However, the man saw that only the wreckage of the boat was floating on the surface of the water, and the girl herself was nowhere to be seen. As it turned out, Jin Jiwei was underwater in a large air bubble. The girl could not believe that she managed to survive, and was surprised that the main character kept his promise and really saved her. Now she regretted that not so long ago she wanted to kill him. After that, the girl thought about what Bai Xing was going to do and assumed that he wanted to fight alone against all those people on the ship. She thought that the guy was acting stupidly. In the end, Jin Jiwei had great hope that the protagonist would be able to survive on this ship. Bai Xing was pleased that his ability to combine multiple skills in battle was becoming more and more dexterous because thanks to this he was able to create an air bubble that surrounded the girl and sent her to the bottom of the sea. After this, the guy turned to everyone present on the ship and said that they should not have intimidated him, but instead just said if they wanted to fight him. Then the main character said that he came here because he needed information on how to get out of this contaminated zone. The guy assured that he had something that he could offer in return. Yang Wei was surprised that the newcomer was able to withstand his attack and thought that in that case the guy must have had a high level of energy. Bai Xing replied that no matter what, he was just using a low-level skill that was standard. The guy then hoped that Yang Wei's skill would soon belong to him. The man replied that no matter how modest the protagonist was, he would not be able to hide the fact that the skill's power depended on the user, and therefore even a low-level ability could destroy an SS class skill. To this, Bai Xing replied with a sly smile that he understood the man's point of view, but his words were also true. Unexpectedly, Kong Xiaowu praised the guy for his ability to obtain information and said that now he had to make a choice. The guy had to contact the people outside and send them something to save them. I agree with the second path. The main characters could provide valuable information about external pollutants. He also had a third path, namely to become food. Bai Xing was not satisfied with any of these options, so he wondered if there really wasn't a way to simply cooperate with the men so that they could all be saved. The men laughed at this and said that the protagonist did not know Captain Zhonglu and how wonderful his skill called Gift of Life was. After that, Kong Xiaowu drew Bai Xing's attention to the item in his hand and told him that after receiving life, the ordinary branch was able to become renewable and suitable for food. Yang Wei also said that initially he had a regular baguette, but after using the Gift of Life skill, it acquired the ability to recover and tasted like meat. Kong Hao also decided to show off his favorite treat, which was a human hand. The man said that he liked the way it was chewed. After that, Kong Xiaowu laughed at the guy for hoping to get a frame status here and thought he was too naive. Bai Xing, without losing his composure, replied that he understood that in a place where people ate other people, it was impossible to reason rationally and therefore asked not to eat him. Yang Wei was pleased with this answer, thinking that the youth should be reasonable and obedient. Kong Xiaowu thought that the boy was wise to understand the situation and assumed that he wanted to contact his elders. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes lit up with furious rage, and his lips dissolved into a sly smile. Along the way, the guy loudly declared that he wanted to eat everyone on this ship. The next moment, Bai Xing quickly walked towards Kong Xiaowu with his hand already clenched into a fist to attack him. The man saw this clearly, but he didn't have time to do anything. So a moment later, the guy's powerful blow hit his jaw. Kong Xiaowu was immediately thrown far back, and the only thing he could do was be surprised at how much power the main character possessed. Yang Wei took all this with a crazy smile on his face because he understood that Bai Xing decided to resist, which meant he wanted to become their food. The main character, not at all afraid, confidently answered that his enemies outside were waiting for his revenge, so he wanted to save his strength and peacefully take the man's skills, but now everything will be different. At the same time, the guy was thinking about the fact that for some time now the words about him being a whale have been resonating incessantly in his head. This irritated the main character. After that, Bai Xing remembered that it was forbidden to fly in this contaminated zone, so in order to get close to his opponent, he used a skill that enveloped his legs in fire and threw him up. Thanks to this, the main character managed to fly up to Kong Xiaowu and attacked him with all his might once again. It didn't end there. Bai Xing activated his next ability, which was distance acceleration, which was accompanied by the appearance of bright sparks around his hand. Kong Xiaowu immediately began to fall down quickly and was afraid that at this rate he would simply crash to his death on the deck of the ship. That was why the man used that very branch to save himself. It quickly grew in size and wrapped itself around Kong Xiaowu to soften his fall. Seeing this, the main character assumed that the man intended to survive, but he did not want to give him such an opportunity and therefore, with a smile on his face, used the laser eyes skill. Kong Xiaowu seemed to already know what was waiting for him ahead, so he immediately activated his ability called Golden Body, which created a barrier around him. The next moment, Bai Xing unhesitatingly shot out lasers from his eyes and hit the man, directly causing the branches that were covering him to start to crumble. Kong Xiaowu steadfastly endured the frantic pain that the scorching lasers brought him, while loudly saying that a strong warrior was not limited to just one fighting style. That was why the man immediately used the energy formation skill, which created a golden sword that emanated from his hand in the form of an aura. Bai Xing was aware of the danger of this weapon, so he tried to fly away from it as far as possible in order to think about his next move. After that, the main character spread his white wings while thinking that the combined strikes and slides had already been activated. Meanwhile, Kong Xiaowu had already completely freed himself from the branches entwining his body and was ready to truly fight Bai Xing. The guy was very happy about this and assumed that if he could obtain the abilities of his opponent, especially the golden body skill, he would be able to use the power of the whale's internal organs, which he had transplanted without restrictions. Kong Xiaowu was very long because the protagonist attacked him and thought his opponent was too arrogant. Bai Xing did not tolerate criticism and happily attacked the man with lasers from his eyes once again, but it did not cause much harm. Kong Xiaowu loudly declared that the protagonist used low-level skills that were like fly bites to him and did not cause him any harm at all. The man continued with a satisfied grin, saying that the guy wouldn't be able to simply restore the resources spent on all these attacks, so it was interesting how much longer he could hold out. Bai Xing didn't react to these words at all, while simultaneously activating his skill called Telekinesis Arm. The next moment, Bai Xing's huge energy hand moved out towards Kong Xiaoyong, which greatly surprised the man. This hand was able to easily grab Kong Xiaowu, who was surrounded by a protective barrier. The man did not even suspect what was waiting for him ahead. After this, the guy, without letting go of his opponent, began to fly away from the ship longer under the surprised gaze of his other opponents. Kong Hao couldn't believe that Kong Xiaowu had been captured, and Yang Wei didn't understand why the protagonist had so many different skills. Suddenly, Yang Wei realized that their opponent wanted to separate them, so they had to follow him. Kong Hao felt that they shouldn't have done this because according to orders, they were supposed to hold this position and not leave the ship. Yang Wei didn't react to these words at all, only saying that he would take a small boat and head after his captured comrades in order to save him. After this, the man jumped into the boat and prepared to sail away. Kong Hao did not dare to disobey the order and leave the ship. Instead, the man thought that it would be better to use part of his mind to control the boat, so Yang Wei Yu should hold on tighter. Very soon, Yang Wei, full of determination, sailed away from the ship and quickly headed in the direction where Bai Xing had flown. Meanwhile, the protagonist was throwing Kong Xiaoyun from side to side like some kind of ball. The man was very unhappy with this and therefore threatened that the guy would not be able to defeat him, and as soon as he went down, he would tear him to pieces. Bai Xing was not at all frightened by these threats. On the contrary, he took them with a smile and still decided to give the man a chance to prove himself. To do this, the main character used his temperature control skill and touched the water with his foot. The next moment, the surface of the sea was covered with thick ice, just as Bai Xing wished. Following the guy, Kong Xiaowu landed on the ice with a crash, scattering shards of frozen water around himself. The man was still dissatisfied and angry, but he praised the protagonist for having such skills, believing that they were suitable for survival in this area. An unexpected guy with a smile on his face said that the ship that opened the new one was shamefully sunk by Kong Xiaowu. I don't understand why his opponent had such an arrogant expression on his face. The next moment, Bai Xing attacked the protective barrier. A man who made a loud sound of impact spread throughout the area, but the barrier was not damaged at all. Kong Xiaowu started laughing loudly because the protagonist was trying to break his protective shield with his weak body, thinking that it was completely impossible. Bai Xing admitted that the man was right and therefore immediately used another skill that turned his hand into a huge stone block. In addition, the main character strengthened it with his consolidation skill, due to which the stone hand significantly increased in size. Now Bai Xing was ready to try attacking Kong Xiaoyong's defensive barriers once more, so without wasting any time he swung his huge stone circle. Soon a loud impact sound was heard throughout the area, indicating that the protagonist's attack had achieved its goal, leaving many cracks on the barrier. Kong Xiaowu saw these cracks and was amazed at how much power his opponent had. After that, the worried man turned to the guy and suggested that they discuss everything first. To this proposal, Bai Xing only replied that what mattered was not strength but explosive power, so he swung his fist again to continue the attack. Hitting the barrier again, the boy admitted that he really did have too many low-level skills that seemed necessary but were actually of little use. The main character continued to say that he always thought that if a person had a lot of skills then he could cope with difficulties more easily, but it seems that this was not the case. Bai Xing became angry because he didn't even know where the person was who had torn out his insides and cut off his arm, believing that only a real polluter could have done that. The main character put all this anger into his blow, thanks to which he finally managed to break the protective barrier. This really scared Kong Xiaowu because he didn't know what to do now. After that, Bai Xing immediately directed his tentacles, which replaced his lost arm, towards the man. With great pleasure, the guy grabbed Kong Xiaoyan and said that he needed more pollutants, so the man had a choice to either tell about them or die. Kong Xiaowu admitted that he couldn't defeat his opponent because his energy level had dropped to 10,000 here, but he couldn't reveal the information about the pollutants because it was a family secret. The main character was not satisfied with this answer, so he attacked the man again, causing blood to splash around. At the same time, the guy tried to use mental influence to catch the superficial thoughts of his opponent. Still, Kong Xiaowu, very afraid for his life, asked the main character for forgiveness and said that he would tell him everything. However, Bai Xing no longer needed this because he had already found out everything. Also, with the help of his God Hand skill, the guy took away the man's golden defense skill as well as almost 10,000 energy points. After this, the main character without a doubt threw his opponent into the water because he no longer needed him. Kong Xiaoyun's wounded body began to slowly sink to the bottom, turning the surrounding water bloody. The man had no strength at all to even try to get out onto the water's surface, so he could only slowly move away from suffocation and blood loss. The main character knew well that the enemy he defeated would turn into a whale after death. Very soon, instead of a man, a large whale was swimming under the water, heading towards other whales like him in order to fall asleep. Bai Xing knew about this outcome thanks to his vision skill, and so he only confirmed that the rule worked exactly as he expected. The main character was interrupted from these thoughts by strong air vibrations that were directed towards him. The guy immediately understood what was happening. Sun Yongwei was already watching as the ice platform was scattered to the sides as a result of his attack. At the same time, the man was indignant that the main character killed his comrade. Bai Xing, who was not injured at all by the attack, asked with a satisfied smile on his face if Yang Wei was willing to exchange the information about the pollutants for his life. The man continued to be indignant and say that the boy had committed a great sin, and therefore, he should return with him to the ship to apologize to Captain Zhonglo. Bai Xing didn't respond to this and only pushed off the ice platform with all his might and jumped towards his next opponent. Soon, the protagonist managed to seriously injure Yang Wei, who did not even have time to do anything to defend himself from the attack. Bai Xing also told the man that his proposal was no longer relevant. Taking the skill and energy points from the defeated opponent, Bai Xing flew back towards the ship, hoping that at least the captain would be able to clearly see the current situation. The guy tried to get to the ship as quickly as possible because even though he got out using the whale's internal organs, he still tried to change his understanding. Soon Kong Hao saw the main character approaching the ship alone. The man was shocked that his comrades were nowhere to be seen. A moment later, Bai Xing jumped onto the deck with a roar, completely unafraid of another battle starting. Still shocked, Kong Hao immediately asked why the boy had returned alone and where his comrades were. The main character didn't even think about answering these questions because instead he was already trying to grab the man with his huge stone hand. Kong Hao had no time to react at all, so his head was instantly firmly clamped in his opponent's hand. Suddenly, Bai Xing loudly called out to Captain Zhonglo and asked him to come out to him for at least one conversation. Soon, a previously unknown person came out onto the deck and asked the guy to calm down because they could just talk. The young man greeted his guest and said that his name was Zhonglo. He also said that he had once been the captain of a whole squadron of several ships, but now he commanded only this ship. After this, the guy assumed that the main character had eaten whale meat and now it was tormenting him quite a lot. Bai Xing suggested to move this conversation along faster and said that he needed the captain's skills and in exchange he could tell him how to get out of here. To this, Captain Zhonglo called the protagonist a baby and said that messing with him was not a very good idea. Bai Xing replied that in any case the captain would not be able to defeat him, especially without the help of his comrades, who would certainly not be able to participate in this. Hearing this, Zhonglo smiled slyly and thought that it was surprising because the main character did not need to spend much time to understand the rules of this pollution zone. After that, the guy calmly said that Bai Xing was not the only one who could understand these rules. The next moment, the captain declared that they did not leave here not because they could not but because they did not want to. Zhonglo intended to open a new era for humanity here. Suddenly, Captain Zhonglo extended his hand to the main character with a smile on his face and invited him to join him. The guy also said that he considered Bai Xing to be talented because he felt his abilities. The main character was surprised that the captain dared to invite him despite the fact that he had recently killed 2 of his subordinates. To this, Zhonglo replied that in this polluted zone no one really died but simply fell asleep like whales underwater. Still, Bai Xing agreed to negotiate with the guy but asked that in exchange he give him his ability called the Gift of Life because he believed that it would be useful to him. Zhonglo was delighted that his interlocutor could copy other people's abilities and thought that he should be proud of it. After that, the captain asked permission to show his guest something interesting. Suddenly, a bright golden aura appeared around Zhonglo studying the blinding light. The fact was that he had somehow used the golden defense skill. The main character was very surprised by this and did not understand how this was possible because this skill belonged to one of his already defeated opponents. The performance didn't end there. Zhonglo's eyes also began to exude a bright color as he used a skill called Glittering Eyes, which was an extension of the laser beam skill. The bright light that emanated from the captain forced the main character to close his eyes and turn away. The guy thought that all this was very strange and bad. After that, Zhonglo used another skill that Bai Xing was already familiar with, thanks to which a powerful stream of air flew straight at the main character. In order to avoid the blow, the guy quickly used the golden defense skill, which enveloped the main character's body in a protective barrier. Despite this, the blow from the airflow was so strong that it threw Bai Xing overboard the ship. The captain did not finish demonstrating his skills and used a skill called Iron Palm Cage, which allowed him to create a huge hand using energy. With this hand, Zhonglo quickly grabbed the main character, preventing him from falling into the water. Bai Xing continued to be surprised and did not understand how this was even possible. After this, the captain squeezed his guest tightly in his hand, demonstrating his strength to him, but suggested that they sit down and calmly talk about everything. Despite the hopeless situation, Bai Xing was not going to just stay there and used the body deformation skill. After this, the guy's body turned into a thick substance similar to mucus, which was able to easily slip out of the tenacious grip of a huge iron hand. It didn't end there because the main character still had to fight his offender, so he used the following skill called Metal Deformation. At that very moment, a whole pile of metal formed in Bai Xing's hands, which gradually began to take the shape the guy needed. Soon a huge iron sword formed in the main character's hand, so he decided that it was now his turn to attack the captain. Then the guy used the skill Heavenly Weather, thanks to which everything around was covered in thick fog. Zhonglo just stood there and was surprised at how many abilities his guest had retained. Soon there was silence, and the fog, which had already covered almost the entire ship and the area around it, only added more and more ominousness to the current situation. Bai Xing deftly made his way through the unsightly clouds of steam and smiled as he prepared something unexpected for his opponent. However, Captain Zhonglo remained calm and raised his finger up and asked how the protagonist would respond to his next move. A moment later, the boy used a skill called Lightning Summoning, causing a small electrical charge to sparkle on the tip of his finger. After that, the captain sent a huge bolt of lightning straight towards the main character. Bai Xing saw this and thought that it was not good for him. The main character was very nervous because he understood that his iron sword had become a lightning rod that attracted this lightning to itself. In order to somehow avoid the lightning strike, the guy used the skill Electric Light, which summoned several mythical creatures. Bai Xing understood that the standard rank elves couldn't completely deal with the lightning that Zhonglo had attacked him with, so he needed to do something else. At this time, the captain asked if the main character was okay and asked him to continue the battle while advising him to call on his lightning. Instead, Bai Xing decided to use the Metal Deformation skill again, causing his huge iron sword to take on a completely different shape. Soon, the main character's weapon turned into several large shurikens, which with the help of telekinesis skill flew to where the guy needed. Bai Xing moved the iron objects away from himself because they had already attracted him, but she had recently summoned Zhonglo. After this, the main character pointed the electrically charged weapon straight at the captain, who was still standing in the same place. Zhonglo was not at all afraid of the approaching danger because he knew that he could rely on his other skill called Dematerialization. Thanks to this ability, the captain's body became intangible, which is why sharp shurikens charged with electricity passed through him without causing any harm. After that, the guy continued to be surprised at how many skills were in the main character's arsenal. He was also interested in how Bai Xing managed to apply changes so quickly and easily combine all of his abilities. To this, the main character replied that he was now only concerned about the number and level of skills that the captain used against him. Then the guy decided that the fog that was flying around was useless, so he decided to disperse it. After this, the main character thought about how the captain managed to use many abilities and suggested that it was somehow connected with his Gift of Life skill. The guy also remembered that the skill Golden Shield and Open Barrel belonged to the people he had recently killed, so he assumed that Zhonglo received new skills when their owners died. In order to find confirmation of his assumption, the protagonist activated the Mental Examination skill and decided to follow Kong Hao, who had already come to his senses. The man thought that he shouldn't have expected anything else from the captain because Zhonglo could easily use his abilities. This was what was needed to open a new era. Bai Xing quickly stopped following Kong Hao because he thought that he was thinking nonsense and did not need such useless information. After that, the protagonist used his skill to contact Jin Jiwei and asked if she knew of any possessors of skills such as Iron Palm Cage, Lightning Summoning, and Dematerialization. The girl was at first surprised that she could hear the main character, but still answered that she knew these people and said that they had recently disappeared from 6 families. They were all A-level geniuses. Now everything became clear to the main character, so he believed that Captain Zhonglo used dirty methods in order to obtain new abilities. Then the guy thought about the fact that when he launched the shurikens, his ghostly beetles landed on the deck. The blows killed 2 insects, but the rest headed to the captain's cabin because the protagonist wanted to check if the other skill users were alive. Bai Xing then thought that if his guess was correct, then Captain Zhonglo could be considered a polluter who had many abilities thanks to the whale's dream rule. In the polluted zone called the whale's dream, there were several rules, the first of which was that damaging or killing a whale resulted in cognitive pollution requiring constant resistance. The second rule stated that losing consciousness or falling asleep made a person disappear from here, but this did not mean that he could get out of this place. Rather, he would end up even deeper in prison. I agree with the third rule. The rules were formed only on the basis of those concepts that the main whale perceived, therefore it was impossible to fly in this zone. Bai Xing believed that the fourth rule was the most important and was the key to escaping from this prison. The main character suggested that people could not awaken from the whale's sleep on their own, but only the whale itself could do this. Therefore, when the whale slept, it became a dream within a dream, and even if a person became infected and turned into a whale, he repeated this rule and could no longer wake up. However, even with these rules, Captain Zhonglo was able to find a loophole and manipulate them, so Bai Xing was very interested to know how he managed to do it. The ghostly beetle, which had already made its way into the captain's cabin, was supposed to help find the answer to this question. As the main character suspected the missing members of 6 large families were in the cabin and were sleeping but did not turn into whales, Bai Xing immediately began to think about what would happen if he put the sleeping people in his spaceship and left with them. The guy also thought that he should first exhaust the captain's abilities. Suddenly, the main character saw that Zhonglo for no reason raised his hand and moved it to the side. The guy did not understand what the captain was going to do. Kong Hao also watched this from the side and immediately recognized this technique, which made him simply delighted because he had not seen it for a long time. Then the man turned to the main character and told him not to even look because he wouldn't be able to learn it anyway, especially without a right hand. Bai Xing was angered by these words. Unexpectedly, Zhonglo suggested solving everything with this technique and promised that after he won, he would not treat the main character badly. Bai Xing refused this, saying that he would rather die than be fixed, after which he said that he wanted to see what made the captain so arrogant. Hearing this, Captain Zhonglo did not say a word and suddenly raised his hand high up, realizing that he could not come to any other agreement with the main character. Kong Hao continued to speak admiringly about how this was the strongest ability among the A ranks. With a smile on his face, Zhonglo seemed to be reaching out to the higher powers and asking them to rent him a divine sword. At that very moment, a very powerful weapon appeared in the captain's hands. The guy said that this escapade was a projection of one of those gods who could break the rules. After this, the captain swung his new divine weapon to demonstrate its power to the protagonist. Bai Xing was amazed by this power and believed that when he studied the rules of the whale's sleep, his opponent must have already used this sword. After that, the main character used a skill called bubbles, after which a small ball with wind inside appeared in his hand. Then the guy squeezed this ball in his hand and used the skill wind of delusion, which allowed him to instantly move to a random place. Bai Xing was able to disappear in time because the divine sword attack had already approached exactly where the guy had just been. Soon the main character found himself in a completely different place but still remained close to his enemy. Satisfied, Zhonglo turned to the guy and said that he could use 2 skills at the same time, and if Bai Xing helped him, his plan would become even more perfect. Then the captain used the light barrier skill, and now he could use it wherever there was light. No one could go beyond this barrier until it broke itself. After that, Zhonglo asked with a grin on his face how many times the protagonist was going to run away, relying on the derivative of the Yang family. The guy also again suggested just talking. To this, Bai Xing reminded me that he had already rejected the captain's offer once, and now nothing could be changed. Suddenly, the main character jumped into the water and disappeared into the depths of the blue sea. Kong Hao and Zhonglo looked overboard, not understanding what to expect from their opponent. At this time, Bai Xing intended to use the skill again. I think it would be necessary to worsen the view of his opponents. To this, Zhonglo asked if the protagonist really thought that he wouldn't be able to use the third ability to see through this fog. Kong Hao turned to the captain and said that he didn't need to do that because the divine lone weapon could attack the target automatically. After this, the man, turning to the main character, began to loudly express indignation at the fact that he had rejected the captain's invitation. He did not notice that Bai Xing was already quietly approaching him through the fog. The next moment, the protagonist managed to quickly attack one of his opponents while asking if the man was paid well for such compliments. Without wasting time, the protagonist quickly took away Kong Hao's skill called Ship Contract, as well as nearly 8,000 point energy. Zhonglo saw this. However, the captain remained just as self-confident and asked if the guy had returned to the ship and waved his divine weapon. Bai Xing knew that he wouldn't be able to withstand this attack, so he had to use the Wind of Loss skill again to quickly move to another location. The guy managed to escape just in time to see what destructive power the divine weapon in the captain's hands had. Then the main character thought that he only had 4 uses of the skill Wind of Loss left, but he believed that he could still defeat the captain before he returned to the cabin. After that, the guy used his main skill God's Hand to form a glowing sphere with which he was going to take away Zhonglo's ability. Bai Xing quickly fired a ball towards where his opponent was standing, but the captain managed to see it despite the thick fog. The guy thought that it was some kind of attack, so he used his divine sword to get ahead of the protagonist. Bai Xing realized that it was time for him to disappear with the wind of loss. The next moment, another loud impact sound was heard on the deck of the ship, which was the norm when using such a powerful weapon. Soon the protagonist appeared behind his opponent and put his hand forward, already intending to restore his spent energy and obtain the ability of Zhonglo. Now the captain understood how Bai Xing could develop such skills, however they were still at a low level. Despite Bai Xing's attempts to restore energy and obtain the ability, nothing worked. The guy was shocked because this was the first time he encountered something like this. Zhonglo suggested that the protagonist's ability provided or took away energy depending on the level and mental strength, but it could not work on a person who exceeded the guy in energy level and willpower. The captain continued to say that he had a high-ranking mental ability that allowed him to have additional mental strength and double his mental strength. Bai Xing didn't react to this at all and only silently looked at his opponent without showing a drop of fear or doubt. Zhonglo also calmly looked at the main character until he noticed that he seemed to gradually dissolve into thin air. The captain began to get nervous and looked around, not understanding where the guy had teleported to this time. Zhonglo asked his opponent to fight him face to face and assured him that the divine sword would not harm him. Suddenly Bai Xing appeared right behind the captain and laughed as he announced that he was here. Zhonglo tried to immediately attack his opponent, but he disappeared before his eyes again. The guy did not understand why the main character suddenly began to move so quickly. Suddenly the captain's skill, which was a mediocre talent, activated on its own. This shocked the guy. Bai Xing watched this calmly and assumed that his opponent's thinking speed had slowed down. The guy also assumed that after using the divine sword and the dual mind skill, Zhonglo could no longer maintain the light barrier. Bai Xing said that the owner of the average talent was like a shackled person with mental deterioration, logical collapse, and emotional madness. The guy wondered if the captain felt all this now. Zhonglo did not answer but only said that the skill that was given to him should have been in the main character as well. Then he asked if the guy had really been struggling with these negative consequences all this time. Bai Xing replied that he hadn't even lived with it for one day, and he had only recently found himself in this contaminated zone. Then the guy said that the barrier no longer existed and he could escape. The protagonist knew that attacks from a distance required a lot of energy, so he was interested in whether Zhonglo would be able to attack him if he teleported 1,000 meters away. These words angered Captain Bai Xing. This was exactly what he wanted, thinking that while Zhonglo was indignant, he had time to sneak into the cabin and steal the skills of the people sleeping there. The suddenly angry captain assumed that the protagonist was going to confront him and his Aiden, which made him very disappointed. The next moment, the guy's eyes lit up with a bright light because he was using one of his skills. Along the way, the captain said that he originally wanted to make Bai Xing his right hand, but now it was impossible. After that, the protagonist saw an illusion in which Zhonglo grew to a huge size and used a skill called Return of a Happy Dream. The main character did not expect this at all and therefore was very discouraged by what was happening, not understanding what was about to happen to him. The guy felt like he was disappearing from this world and couldn't believe that the captain could change the rules of this pollution zone to such an extent. Still, the main character decided that all this was more like the rules themselves came from Zhonglo, as if he was the one in charge in this zone. Soon the boy saw someone's memories and assumed that these images that invaded his mind were Zhonglo's memories. The man in the suit told Zhonglo that it was good that he was an ability user, but in order to join the family SEAL squad, there was something he needed to do. The guy understood what the man was hinting at, but he was not thrilled that he had to do this. Still, he handed the man a large sum of money. He praised Zhonglo and said that it was exactly what the transport team needed as a backup option. Some time passed. The guy brought to his boss's attention that it was unsafe to use the truck that was transporting contaminated materials, but the man asked Zhonglo not to interfere with this. Sometime later, Zhonglo approached his boss and said that the income from the transportation had already been paid, so he was interested in where his promised commission was. To this, the man replied that now they had a small profit and they still had to give bribes to many high-ranking officials and elders, so the guy should forget about the promised money. After that, the man smiled slyly and asked the guy to continue dreaming because everything was in his dreams. Soon the boss learned that the transport route along which the goods were transported was closed, which was in great demand. An investigation was also launched into the company's activities. Of course, the man blamed Zhonglo, who was the deputy head of the transport team, for all the failures because he allegedly illegally used funds to clean the truck. The head of the family could not leave it like that, so the guy was captured and handed over to law enforcement agencies. Soon Zhonglo was behind bars, and now he had to serve a sentence for something he did not commit. The despairing guy laughed and remembered the words of his boss that he should have dreamed because everything was in his dreams. Zhonglo was sure that in dreams everything was different, and there was not as much disappointment as in this world. The only thing the guy could do sitting in a cramped cell and having lost hope was to dream, because in dreams there was freedom and light. Zhonglo imagined a blue sky that was filled with white fluffy clouds. They floated serenely across the sky. The guy took a deep breath of fresh air and enjoyed the tranquility that reigned around him. Even though it was just a dream, it calmed Zhonglo down and gave him an escape from the harsh reality. The guy hoped that if he didn't look, think, and reflect, then the dirty world in which he was born would cease to exist. Besides this, Zhonglo was also sure that such a dirty person like him should not have existed either, and the real him lived in his dreams. At that moment, the guy saw a bright flash of light that instantly illuminated the dark room. Zhonglo immediately opened his eyes and looked ahead with apprehension, not trusting what he saw in front of him. The best version of himself greeted the guy with a smile on his face. Zhonglo found it hard to believe what was happening, so at first he thought that the person in front of him was a polluter. The guy thought that the pollution from the truck had penetrated his body a long time ago and turned him into a polluter. Zhonglo continued to think that the person who was now standing in front of him represented his will. Suddenly, the best version of the boy reached out to Zhonglo and offered him the chance to create a world as beautiful as the one in his dreams. Zhonglo agreed to this by shaking hands and accepting the proposal of his other version. This gave the guy the strength to start acting. He believed that the dream avatar that was created by the mutation of his consciousness was still a part of him. Zhonglo had been training his pollutant power diligently, and after only 3 days he had already reached the S level. When this became known, the guy was immediately congratulated and promised that the family would do everything possible to clear his name. He was also offered to become a captain because the top management always considered him very capable. However, Zhonglo did not forget that this world was polluted to the very core, so all titles and recognition did not matter. The guy was sure that humanity had to open a new era. One day Zhonglo met Jian Yen. She was surprised that the guy had been on everyone's lips lately and wanted to invite him to a certain place. Suddenly, all these memories were interrupted and Captain Zhonglo himself approached the main character. He invited him to join him in order to build an era free of pollution. Bai Xing was shocked by what was happening and did not understand how he could stop all this. The boy looked around in horror, seeing many copies of Zhonglo. They all extended their hands to him and offered to join them. Bai Xing felt a strong pain in his head and guessed that Zhonglo wanted to break his will and make him the same as those people who slept in the cabin in order to steal his ability. However, the main character was not going to give up and said that the influence that the captain had could not even come close to being compared to what Director Pushkin would do to him. After that, the guy decided to take advantage of the exhaustion of rebirth. The next moment, the main character crushed the sphere in his hand from which black energy poured out. At the same time, the guy thought that he needed to go back just a few minutes. This black energy immediately wrapped itself around the main character's body, as if trying to completely absorb him. Soon, the black energy began to pull Bai Xing out of this dream like a thread under the surprised gaze of Zhonglo. The protagonist felt uneasy feelings that were associated with his return in time, but this was an integral part of his complete revival. Soon, the guy found himself underwater and realized that he had moved to the moment when he used the fog skill for the second time to hide in the sea, which meant that the resurrection drop had worked perfectly. After that, the protagonist used a skill called Big Appetite to stuff Jin Jiwei into his stomach, thinking that she would be useful to him once he got out of the pollution zone. Bai Xing then returned to the ship and under the cover of fog quietly snuck up on Kong how to steal his ship contract skill. Having received the necessary skill and also almost 8,000 energy points, the guy only had to use the resurrection drops to fix this moment in time. Zhonglo was very happy to see the protagonist who had returned back to the ship because now their battle could continue. Suddenly, the boy turned to Captain Zhonglo and asked if he had found what he had lost here. Zhonglo was surprised that his opponent called him captain. I think he was now ready to talk to him. After that, the guy thought about what Bai Xing could lose here. Suddenly, the main character used his magnetic field control skill, which sent those same 3 sharp shurikens towards the discouraged Zhonglo. The missiles flew quickly towards the captain, intending to catch him off guard and cause serious harm. However, Zhonglo did not perceive this as a threat at all and easily repelled this attack with his divine sword while asking the protagonist to stop playing with him. After catching one of the shurikens, Bai Xing asked for forgiveness from his opponent and stated that he intended to win this battle. Zhonglo was surprised that the protagonist was going to do this with only 3 shurikens that he had hidden earlier. The guy believed that his opponent would not be able to do this even if the weapon was covered in deadly poison. To this, Bai Xing replied with a smile that what the captain was so afraid of was not as simple as ordinary poison. The next moment, the protagonist suddenly thrust a sharp shuriken into his stomach, causing blood to spray all around. After this, the guy fell to the floor without strength while the shocked Zhonglo looked at all this, not understanding what the main character was going to do. The captain continued to say that if the guy dies in this dream, he will turn into a whale and merge with the dream, after which the guy's ability will be at his disposal. Soon Zhonglo realized that everything was not so simple here. Bai Xing explained with a smile on his face that he simply merged his internal organs with the ship using the object fusion skill. The protagonist continued to say that the dream avatar that belonged to Zhonglo set up dreams for other people as an addition to the whale's dream, and by manipulating this, the captain could use all the abilities of the dreamers. Bai Xing, being very pleased with himself, continued to say that after he obtained the ship contract skill, he could sense this ship that was connected to the captain and other people. The next moment, the main character sharply twisted his neck and then ordered the ship to turn it around. The ship immediately began to fall on its side. Soon the ship was completely submerged and only its keel was visible above the surface of the water. Bai Xing asked the captain if his body was still here, assuming that it was Zhonglo along with the first whale who created this pollution zone. The protagonist continued to say that the captain managed to create this dream, but he himself connected with the flesh of the whale, but due to the use of the ship as a means of communication, they merged into one. From this moment, on February 3rd, of the cognitive pollution that had been bothering Bai Xing for some time was transferred to Zhonglo. At the same time, the ability that allowed the captain to control this dream was transferred to the main character. Zhonglo was very unhappy with what was happening and said that the outside world was already corrupted, so building a dream world was the only hope for the future of humanity. Bai Xing agreed that humanity was corrupt and full of vices, but he decided to leave all of this aside because he did not want to destroy it. The main character continued to say that in return he would take something with him, and using the skill Hand of God, he took for himself the ability's gift of life and twin mind. After this, Bai Xing loudly and confidently declared that he was a whale and he woke up from sleep. Meanwhile, in the ordinary world, it was already deep night. The establishment where Bai Xing and Ji Yuexin spent their time had long since closed. Suddenly, out of nowhere, in the middle of the room, the main character appeared, shocked by such a difficult move. From the shock, the guy began to lose his balance and almost fell, but was able to grab the wall in time with his tentacles, which replaced his lost hand. Bai Xing felt very bad. In the last minutes, although he was able to transfer 2/3 of the cognitive pollution to Zhonglo, there was still 1/3 left in him, which meant that the rules of the zone were still working. Suddenly, the main character felt that something was starting to happen to him. He realized that cognitive changes had already begun, and he was on the edge. Whale head began to appear on the boy's body, but Bai Xing believed that he still had hope because he had received key abilities that were supposed to help him. After this, even though the main character managed to escape from the contamination zone, the ship remained upside down. Zhonglo, who was one with the main whale and had been underwater all this time, said with regret that Bai Xing had left. The second Zhonglo was surprised at how the protagonist managed to understand everything in the blink of an eye and find the exact location of his double. The guy continued to think that his opponent had not yet been cornered, but for some reason he began to struggle as if he was going to die. It looked like Bai Xing knew about the return to happy sleep ability. Zhonglo, who was connected with the whale, denied this and said that they were almost on the verge of success. The captain was sure of this because everything in the whale's dream was recorded and he knew about everything. After that, he stated that the main character used the drops of revival of his double, which was very surprising. After that, the guy suggested that they had enough power of skills such as dream manipulation and thought suggestion. The captain also believed that using shared memory to throw someone into sleep was ineffective. Suddenly, Zhonglo, who was connected to the whale, began to rise, saying that Jian Yan was becoming less effective in capturing people, and therefore they needed to go outside and do it themselves. The captain continued to say that after all, the election of the company's next director was about to begin. Zhonglo also stated that it was time to announce to the world their plan to create something new for humanity, because the whale's dream had already been fully explored. Suddenly, the surface on which the captain stood began to spread out in waves, as if turning into some kind of liquid. Soon, both versions of Captain Zhonglo began to quickly fall down, but this did not frighten them at all. They went lower and lower until one of the guys declared that they had already overcome the second layer of sleep. Here, the captain saw the body of some girl who was unconscious and simply floating underwater following the current. Suddenly, the guy, without any hesitation, used one of his skills and sharply lowered his hand down, simultaneously releasing streams of energy. This energy, like a sharp blade, instantly cut the girl's body in half. After this, one of the halves of the lifeless body began to quickly turn into a whale. Soon, a huge animal appeared in front of the two captains, which they needed in order to continue their journey. Zhonglo, who was connected to the main whale, ordered his double to go to the third level of sleep. The guy unquestioningly fixed himself and stepped onto the surface of the animal, after which the waves began to spread around again. Zhonglo tell me that while the main whale existed, his dream could be used to enter deeper levels. It was a dream within a dream. Currently, there were 9 layers of dreams, from each of which Zhonglo was going to create 9 heavens. One after another, there had to be the heavens of polluters, followed by the gods of seekers, and finally by ordinary people. According to Zhonglo's idea, all entities had to be qualified and located in their proper place. Suddenly, the captain said loudly that they didn't need to worry about Bai Xing, who had escaped, and who would take over the position of director, since they already had the initial foundation for ending the era of pollution. Next, Zhonglo, who was connected to the main whale, suggested to his double to search for pollutants in the outside world in order to refine the 9 heavenly levels using their ability. After this, both captains began to dissolve in the water, which indicated that they were able to leave the contaminated area without difficulty. At this time, things were not going so smoothly for the main character. Cognitive pollution was already affecting not only the guy's mental stability but also his appearance. The guy felt that Zhonglo's idea was already close to success because the polluted parts of the creature allowed the captain to indirectly control other pollutants and no one could resist it. Bai Xing continued to think that Zhonglo had activated his consciousness in his dream, turning him into a carrier of pollution, but the obsession with creating a new world without pollution had become the rule for his avatar. Things weren't going very smoothly for the main character. Cognitive pollution was already affecting not only the guy's mental stability but also his appearance. The guy felt that Zhonglo's idea was already close to success because the polluted parts of the creature allowed the captain to indirectly control other pollutants and no one could resist it. Bai Xing continued to think that Zhonglo had activated his consciousness in his dream, turning him into a carrier of pollution, but the obsession with creating a new world without pollution had become the rule for his avatar. The protagonist was delighted that the captain had managed to artificially create rules for the production of pollutants, but he believed that there was no way back for him. The boy suggested that if Zhonglo refused, doubted, resisted, or even simply questioned his own obsession, he would eventually die a horrible death. Then the main character decided that he also had no choice and he had to optimize this method and therefore applied the recently acquired skills. Although the gift of life and the spiritual twin were dissolved due to the sleep of the whales, its core was still polluted, and this could be used to one's advantage. Thanks to his persistence and concentration, the protagonist managed to create his spiritual avatar. Soon this avatar began to split in two, which was accompanied by a bright glow and a burst of electrical discharges. Bai Xing's efforts were crowned with success. He managed to create his double, which he needed to save his life. A huge whale emerged from the darkness, which represented the polluter that was trying to take over Bai Xing's body. Immediately after this, the huge animal rushed towards the main character. The guy did not understand which target the whale would choose, the main body or its avatar. A moment later, Bai Xing realized that the pollutant had ultimately focused its attention on his main body, but he thought that this was a good thing and that it would not hinder his plan in any way. At this time, the whale flew into Bai Xing at high speed, trying to penetrate his body and swallow him. This caused the guy's body terrible pain, which he could not cope with. Don't waste time. The avatar used the ability Gift of Life to give your avatar consciousness. He also used the skill Highest Order. After this, he turned to another version of himself and said that he was a life form that was completely subordinate to him and was now obliged to unconditionally listen to his orders. The avatar then ordered Bai Xing to use the Supreme Memory skill to clear all of his memories. Next, it was necessary to use the Creating an Illusion skill so that the avatar would be forever immersed in its inner world. Finally, the skill Mental Definition was used, which created mental barriers, and now the avatar could not see anything outside of itself. When everything was finished, the guy found himself inside a barrier that emitted a bright light. The avatar continued to say that from that moment on, the protagonist was no longer Bai Xing. Instead, he chose a lonely path called finding himself. The main character's avatar thought it was a blessing to forget everything and be born again, as if returning to the moment of creation of himself. The next moment, Bai Xing realized that he had just been born. He knew nothing again and had just opened his eyes. Gradually getting used to this and forgetting about the madness that had haunted him all his life, the guy began to think. He began to wonder who he was, where he came from, and where he was going. The main character calmed down and, looking around, realized that he was inside a small egg. After that, he told himself that he wanted to go outside and observe the world that surrounded him. Standing in the closed dark restaurant, the guy realized that now he was not a man, he was not a whale, and he was not Bai Xing. He believed that he was not even a certain entity. The main character felt that his memories had changed and now he was simply himself. The guy recalled that, as soon as he was born again, he was completely disoriented. He didn't understand how he was supposed to get out of here, whether he should sit, lie down, or just crawl. Still, the main character decided to go on foot where his eyes were looking. There was no point from where he started walking, and there was no place where he was supposed to arrive. Bai Xing had absolutely no idea about the time that had passed. He simply continued to walk forward. Gradually, the guy's steps became slower and slower, and he himself began to feel that his body was beginning to disappear. Then the main character believed that without goals and direction, he would lose his existence. That is why, after the birth of his new I, the guy needed external stimuli to take the first step. Bai Xing looked at the shining spheres in his hand and thought that all the skills he had taken away and all the past experiences were just food for his personal growth. Therefore, the main character undoubtedly tried to implant one of the spheres into his head, while simultaneously turning to the Black Shadow and Shine, asking them to use his skills. At that moment, the boy's mental body was shocked. Bai Xing saw something frightening that greatly alarmed him. The Black Shadow that the main character's body cast had bright red eyes and seemed to look straight into his soul. The guy immediately asked who the shadow was. The Black Shadow replied that she was the guy's doubt and insecurity. She appeared exactly when the main character became confused and began to doubt himself. Then Bai Xing suggested that they could leave this place because his legs were not strong enough. It turned out that the guy's left leg had already been swallowed by the Black Day. She confirmed the protagonist's guess by saying that his legs were short and therefore he could not take long steps. The shadow continued to say that there was a creature called an elephant whose steps were longer than the boy's height. The Black Shadow engulfed Bai Xing more and more and continued to criticize him, saying that his rhythm was not fast and that he could barely take one step in a whole day. She went on to say that there was a creature called a snake that could slither and cover a distance of 5 meters in just 1 second without having any legs. The shadow also said that the main character had only 2 legs and he could not compare himself to a cat, dog, or leopard with 4 paws. Bai Xing agreed with the Black Shadow's words and felt that he should imitate these animals. Then the guy began to transform his body. He believed that it should be like a snake's and the legs should become like an elephant's. In addition, there should have been 4. Soon the main character began to take his first steps and ask if he could now get out of this place faster. Suddenly the guy fell down and couldn't stay on his feet. The Black Shadow laughed and said that Bai Xing only doubted his legs, but he should also doubt his body, arms, brain, and even himself. The Black Shadow had almost completely swallowed the main character, but suddenly his left eye began to emit a bright light which surprised the guy himself. This suddenly appearing bright light was able to drive away the Black Shadow and thus free the guy from the shackles of doubt. Immediately after this, a bright sphere flew out of Bai Xing's head, and turning to the guy said that he had almost completely lost himself here because he doubted himself. The guy was surprised by this and asked who the sphere was. She answered that it was confidence and said that with a higher level of confidence, he would no longer be able to doubt himself. Hearing this, Bai Xing understood everything and decided that he had to trust that his decisions were correct and find the right path with his own feet. The guy also saw that everything around him began to crack and realized that because of self-doubt he had been walking in one place for some time, but confidence gave him the strength to continue on his way. The sphere confirmed this and added that confidence could lead the guy to an inexhaustible source of strength, so he should continue to move forward. The guy thought about these words and then said that he still had one last question that needed to be resolved. Of course, he said black shadows that seemed to be pursuing him. Therefore, Bai Xing asked the sphere to help him evaporate the shadow. She replied that it would not be possible to do so since doubt and confidence were two sides of the same coin and could not exist without each other. Now, hearing this, the main character was very surprised, but it seemed he understood everything and now knew what he needed to do. Bai Xing quickly took the sphere in his hand and directed its bright light upward. A bright beam of light hit the ceiling with great force and began to destroy it. Bai Xing thought that he had confidence now, but he could also use doubts properly, and therefore he would definitely be able to find his true self. At this time, the main character, being at night in a closed restaurant, was examining his new hand, which consisted of two types of energy. He thought that by using both of these energies, he would represent darkness and light that could shock even him. Then the guy thought that by stimulating his own eye with illusions, he was able to destroy the pollution of the whale's sleep, thanks to which the black shadow and shine evolved in him. Continuing to examine his new hand and smiling widely, a satisfied Bai Xing decided that he would call it the Hand of Me. After that, the main character looked around because only now he realized that Ji Yuexin was not here and that he was actually alone in the restaurant. Suddenly, Bai Xing became very angry because he remembered that someone wanted to harm this girl. Just 15 minutes before the protagonist returned from the contamination zone, the restaurant was still open despite the late hour. Ji Yuexin was still sitting at the table, but she regretfully assumed that Bai Xing had left since half an hour had already passed, and he still hadn't returned. The girl was worried that he had gotten into trouble. Nevertheless, she decided to finish the dish because due to the peculiarities of her newly acquired ability, every calorie now counted. An unexpected girl used a skill called thermal perception in order to find out something. She felt that there were only 2 tables occupied in the restaurant and only 6 people left. They were a young couple and a family of 4. In addition to this, the establishment had several more employees and a chef who prepared the dishes. Ji Yuexin realized with annoyance that Bai Xing was nowhere to be found in the establishment. Suddenly, the girl stood up from the table abruptly because she felt that something could have happened to the guy, considering that he could have met either enemies or polluters. Ji Yuexin resolutely headed somewhere, thinking along the way that sooner or later she would still have to face this. The girl ate a lot of food and replenished calories and nutrients, which caused her body to synthesize a lot of fat. Now she weighed 100 or even 150 kilograms. Ji Yuexin headed to the toilet. Although her body was quite fragile, the transformed fat could not be felt at all and was like armor that protected her. At the same time, for other people, the girl's fist was no less powerful than that of the most courageous boxer in the world. Ji Yuexin seemed to have come here just to wash her hands. However, the girl used the body control skill. After that, her hand literally began to emit intense heat. The next moment, Ji Yuexin brought her hot hand to the cold water, causing it to instantly evaporate, filling the entire room with thick steam. At this time, Jian Yan and Xia Xing were sitting opposite the establishment where Ji Yuexin was dining. They were watching what was happening in the restaurant. Jian Yan saw that her colleague was feeling a bit uneasy, so she asked her not to worry and assured her that the results would come soon. The girl continued to say that their colleagues would not let them down and Ji Renhua would humbly submit to them, and when the last rebel family surrendered, they would definitely have a place in the future China. Xia Xing was surprised that it took so long to deal with a researcher who couldn't even hurt a fly. It was clear that these words had been forgotten by Jian Yan, but at the same time they gave her some doubts. So the girl quickly picked up the phone and, having found the necessary number in the contact list, called her colleagues. No one answered the phone for a long time, so she assumed that perhaps the phone had simply broken during the fight. Suddenly, Xia Xing stood up from the table and said that the girl they were following had also disappeared somewhere. This news alarmed Jian Yan. The girls looked towards the restaurant and saw that the lights were no longer on inside and steam was flying around. They didn't understand what could have happened there. The frightened chef assumed that a fire had started, so she asked all employees and visitors to quickly flee the building. At this time, Ji Yuexin was in the toilet and thought that the white steam was not very suitable for simulating a fire, but she was glad that people left the establishment through the main doors. The girl then suggested that if someone was watching her, that person should have been focused on the main exit from the establishment. After that, Ji Yuexin opened the window, not believing that she would have to escape in this way. The girl didn't think about it for long and tried to get out into the street. Realized to her horror that she could not get out because she could not get through the window. Then the girl decided to burn part of the window while mentally asking the owner of the establishment for forgiveness and promising to compensate for all this later. Only after doing all these manipulations did Ji Yuexin manage to easily get out into the street. After this, the girl took out her phone because she decided that first she should check the location of her father. Ji Yuexin quickly ran forward, intending to get away from the establishment as quickly as possible. At the same time, she did not take her eyes off the phone. Suddenly, the girl felt that she had stepped into water, but it did not look like an ordinary puddle. Ji Yuexin looked around and was surprised at how much water there was, but she couldn't remember it raining so heavily today. Suddenly, Jian Yan turned to the girl and asked where she was going. Ji Yuexin was surprised to see strangers in front of her. She immediately asked who these girls were and why they blocked her path. Jian Yan replied that the girl didn't need to know that. After that, she threatened that if Ji Yuexin didn't answer her questions well, she would regret it greatly. Hearing this, the girl became wary but asked what questions worried the strangers. Jian Yan briefly asked where Ji Yuexin was now because she was sure that a completely different girl was standing in front of her now. Ji Yuexin was very surprised and, not fully understanding the situation, timidly replied that she was that girl. Suddenly, Xia Xing, clearly not believing what she had just heard, loudly asked if the girl really valued money more than her life, after which she demanded to tell the truth. Everything that happened left Ji Yuexin so confused that she didn't even know what she should answer. Finally, the girl realized that these were people who were following her, but they did not recognize her now. Then she thought about the fact that the awakening and use of her ability occurred only in the middle of the day, and it was obvious that the pursuers relied only on her previous appearance. The girl continued to think that these strangers came for her and her family, which meant that Bai Xing disappeared precisely because of her fault. These thoughts made Ji Yuexin very upset and angry because because she was so weak she could not protect the people who were next to her. Of course, in this situation, the girl could lie that she was not Ji Yuexin and force the strangers to look for her in another place, but the girl was worried that if they did not find her, the scoundrels would go to her father. The sudden girl looked at the strangers with a stern look while thinking that, in the era of pollution, if she wanted to protect what she valued, she could not avoid a fight. Then she loudly declared that she was Ji Yuexin and demanded the best that the strangers had. At the same time, for some reason, the girl's hand began to emit a bright light. A fire blazed up in Ji Yuexin's hands, but she only thought that she knew the strangers' intentions and therefore they would not dare to kill her because they wanted to force her father to cooperate. The girl also loudly warned that if the strangers were not going to kill her, then they should not go anywhere because as soon as they decided to do this, she would commit suicide with the help of her fire sword. Jian Yan and Xia Xing did not respond to this, and so for a while there was absolute silence all around. The silence that hung over the large estate was suddenly broken by someone's loud cry. Someone was diligently practicing his fencing skills using a wooden sword. It was Ji Yuexin who was swinging a practice ball very skillfully in the backyard of her house. Suddenly the head butler Ji Renee approached the girl and said that she had swung the sword 10,000 times already and that was just for today, so she should rest. Replied without stopping that she could continue training because 10,000 times was not enough. Then Ji Yuguona, who was also here, assumed that the girl was simply trying to impress someone and believed that if she did not develop her abilities she would be useless. Ji Yuexin did not respond to this insult, but it was clear that these words angered her. The girl decided not to leave this unpunished and therefore, pushing off the ground, strongly quickly headed towards the guy. The essence of the moment, the tip of the training sword was already aimed straight at Ji Yuguang's forehead, which frightened him greatly. The shocked boy immediately asked what Ji Yuexin was going to do. Without waiting for Ji Yuguang's answer, he assumed that the girl wanted to ask her brother for advice. At the same time, he was already ready to use his ability to defend himself. Suddenly, Ji Renee approached the guy and said that he had only practiced for 10 minutes today, so he would definitely report this to the main family. These words had a strong impact on Ji Yuguang. He clearly didn't want the man to do as he planned. After that, the guy silently took hold of the tip of the training sword and grabbed it tightly. He then asked Ji Yuexin to try to escape while he held the sword and promised that if she succeeded, he would surrender. Ji Yuexin immediately tried to snatch the sword from her brother's tenacious grip, but she was unsuccessful. Then the girl strained all her efforts for this, because of which her whole body began to tremble, but even this diligence did not give results. However, Ji Yuexin admitted that she couldn't do it, so she gave in. Ji Yuguona laughed at this, said with great pleasure that this was the difference between a seeker who had skills and an ordinary person, and therefore, until the girl tries out her power, she will remain an ant. To this, Ji Yuexin replied that her father had told her that it didn't matter how strong the seeker's skills were, since it was just another tool against pollutants. After this, the girl confidently stated that humanity's most powerful weapon was its will to overcome any obstacles. Ji Yuexin held a flaming sword in her hands and said loudly that this was the decisive moment and promised that she would save Bai Xing and solve the Ji family's problems. It would all start here. The girl was already ready to rush into battle, so she pressed her foot hard into the ground in order to push off and run towards her enemies. At the same time, Ji Yuexin thought that the blow of the fire sword that she was about to deliver would be strong and powerful. All this did not impress Jian Yan at all because she considered the girl to be very weak despite her skills. Suddenly, hands began to emerge from the water that was spilled under Ji Yuexin's feet, intending to grab the girl. This discouraged Ji Yuexin because she never thought that she would now have to fight with water and not with people. The thing was that Jian Yan had the skill of controlling the water element, and thanks to this, she was very good at catching people. Meanwhile, Ji Yuexin was already trying to fight the water that was trying to grab her. The fire sword was doing a pretty good job of it. At the same time, the girl thought that the water control was not such a strong ability because she could just evaporate it as before. As expected, simple water couldn't hold Ji Yuexin, who had a fire ability, for long, so the girl was able to quickly approach Jian Yan. Despite this, Jian Yan remained absolutely calm and said that her ability to catch people depended on the sealed object. This time, such an object was a daffodil flower which the girl held in her hand and showed to her opponent. According to this, Ji Yuexin will be caught by the water if the girl sees her reflection in the water. After that, she will be immediately dragged to the bottom. A moment later, the girl began to lose her balance because some unseen force was actually pulling her into the water. Even though it was just a shallow puddle on the outside, Ji Yuexin, once in the water, began to choke and drown. Unexpectedly, Jian Yan used her skills to lift up the girl, who was in a large water bubble, and asked if she really thought that she could evaporate all her water based on her weak reaction. Skill was ineffective, but because a castle that was under someone's control always had a way of being damaged. After this, the girl noticed that she had been thrown into another water bubble, and remembered that in a normal body of water, the narcissist rule would have caused her to drown to death. Ji Yuexin continued to think that her opponent used her control over water to transfer her from one bubble to another, giving her a breathing period because she wanted to catch her and not kill her. Then the girl thought that it was not easy for water control to kill directly, so if she managed to get rid of the sealed object, then she would get the opportunity to contract. Then Ji Yuexin remembered that according to the condition, the sealed object caught her when she saw her reflection in the water, so the girl became curious about what would happen if her reflection became unrecognizable. The next moment, a small explosion sounded, causing the water bubble to completely disintegrate. Jian Yan was shocked because she didn't expect that the girl would dare to do such a thing. It seemed that everything was fine with Ji Yuexin since she could stand firmly on her feet, but Jian Yan's surprise indicated that something was wrong. The girl couldn't believe that her opponent had intentionally damaged his face in order to escape the narcissist's control. It turned out that Ji Yuexin had provoked the explosion in order to harm herself. After this, the girl, using her skill, began to release all the energy she had to create a flame around herself. She quickly returned to her normal state as all the accumulated fat was burned in a matter of seconds. In return, Ji Yuexin received a flame of incredible power. Now the girl was ready to continue the battle, and her angry look indicated that she wanted to destroy Jian Yan right now. Suddenly, Ji Yuexin decided to use one of her skills called Sparkling Explosion. Immediately appeared behind the girl, accompanied by many sparks. Thanks to this, the girl rushed at great speed straight towards her opponent. Jian Yan was very scared by this and tried to create a water shield, asking if Ji Yuexin really wanted them both to die. There was no way that water could withstand such a powerful fire, so Ji Yuexin overcame the water barriers without any difficulty. Seeing this, Jian Yan became even more frightened and therefore loudly asked her comrade for help because she no longer knew what she should do. Suddenly, Ji Yuexin stopped abruptly as Xia Xing was able to easily grab her aura with just one hand. A little more and Jian Yan would have definitely suffered, but thanks to her partner, everything worked out. Ji Yuexin was shocked by the strength of her second opponent, causing her to lose her concentration for a moment. Suddenly, the flames surrounding the girl went out and Ji Yuexin herself fell to the ground exhausted. She already wanted to get to her feet and continue the fight, but before that she had to go to a restaurant and eat to replenish the calories she had burned. However, this was not destined to happen because Xia Xing pinned her opponent to the ground with her foot and Ji Yuexin herself could not resist it in any way. Xia Xing began to say that she was sorry that her ability was the exact opposite of her opponent's skill, but she was insulted because Ji Yuexin knew exactly where her sister was. Jian Yan was unhappy that her partner brought up the topic again, considering it a big issue that needed to be reported. Xia Xing continued to say that she didn't care about the disputes between the 6 families and also believed that even the most ordinary candidate would be suitable for the position of director. However, the girl was very worried about why and where her sister Xia Xing had disappeared. She believed that Ji Yuexin and her family were somehow involved in this. Ji Yuexin couldn't answer this. Then Xia Xing grabbed the girl by the clothes and said that it didn't matter that the girl didn't want to open her mouth and talk to her. The girl then lifted Ji Yuexin up and began to threaten that she would find the most terrible pollutants to torture the girl and tear out her skin, tendons, and even soul. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the voice of the main character was heard asking if the girl would dare to do such a thing. The next moment, Bai Xing quickly rushed forward, leaving a trail of purple light behind him, and attacked Xia Xing. After that, the guy with a crazy smile on his face confidently declared that Jian Yan and Xia Xing, as well as those who stood behind them, would not be able to survive. The next moment, Bai Xing quickly rushed forward, leaving a trail of purple light behind him, and attacked Xia Xing. After that, the guy with a crazy smile on his face confidently declared that Jian Yan and Xia Xing, as well as those who stood behind them, would not be able to survive. The strong blow immediately threw the girl back, thanks to which Ji Yuexin was now safe. Jian Yan was shocked and didn't even know what to do. Meanwhile, the protagonist turned to Ji Yuexin and asked if the girls were okay. The exhausted Ji Yuexin didn't respond to this and only asked Bai Xing to quickly run away from here. The main character approached the girl and after examining her asked how she could have been so badly wounded. Question again, but only said that it had nothing to do with the guy, so he should run away quickly while she detained them. After that, the girl stood up and turned to her opponents, loudly declaring that they were not finished yet. Ji Yuexin was sure that they would not dare to do it. Unexpectedly, the main character put his new hand to the girl's face, which surprised her greatly, because she did not understand what would happen next. Next, Bai Xing activated the abilities Regeneration, Healing Magic, and Full Recovery to help the girl, which caused a mysterious green aura to spread around. Soon, everything was ready and Ji Yuexin's wounds healed, which surprised her greatly. The main characters smiled slyly again and asked the girl not to worry because their opponents were already doomed. At this time, Jian Yan carefully looked at the guy who suddenly appeared in the video. His face seemed familiar to her. Suddenly, Xia Xing's surprised voice was heard. The girl suggested that the whale's ghost prison was not an absolutely invulnerable place since the main character managed to escape from it. Jian Yan couldn't believe it because it was a level A object, and no one had ever managed to escape. The girl assumed that it was just carelessness that allowed the guy to slip away. After that, the girl again held out the daffodil flower and said that her sealed object could send any person to a specific place if he saw his reflection in the water. Bai Xing didn't react to these words at all, only prepared his hand to do something. A moment later, the main character suddenly waved his hand, trying to bring his idea to life. Soon, a bright and white light began to radiate from the guy, absorbing everything in its path. Jian Yan and Xia Xing were shocked because they didn't understand what kind of skill it was and how to stop it. Very soon, a huge dome formed over the place where these events took place, inside which there was nothing but bright light. When everything was ready, the main character decided to gloat and asked where the water and his reflection were. Jian Yan was shocked because her narcissist rules had failed because she could no longer sense water. Xia Xing was angry at her partner and said that she was useless and dependent on the sealing objects, so she asked the girl to leave and not interfere with her. After that, the girl said that this space consisted of light, but it already had the foundation of dominion. The guy explained that he uses this ability to move here, after which he shifted all substances in space, especially water. Hearing this, Xiaxing guessed that the protagonist had indeed been able to break the seal of the whale's dreams. Jian Yen was again very scared when she assumed this and said that if her prisoners escaped from this prison, then she would be greatly conquered by her family, and those people who were in prison would take revenge on her. After that, the girl loudly addressed Xiaxing and said that they still had time to fix everything, so they had to catch the guy and find out how he managed to escape before the news about it spread. Xiaxing was once again angry at her partner for being so annoying, and immediately taught her a lesson. After that, the girl said that it was good that the only 2 students who survived in the school were here. Then she asked if the chief examiner Xiaju was still alive. Hearing this name, Bai Xing assumed that it was one of the teachers, after which he calmly replied that she was dead. Xiaxing couldn't believe what she heard and clenched her fist tightly, trying to control her emotions. Bai Xing continued without remorse, saying that in any case it was not he who killed the teacher because he had just awakened and could not resist someone so powerful. The sarcastic appearance made the girl even more angry, so she swung her fist and rushed at the guy with fury, assuming that he was looking for death. Xiaxing's fist, which was enhanced by her ability and was emitting a magical aura around itself, was getting closer and closer to the protagonist. Despite the approaching danger, Bai Xing stood there carefree, as if he wasn't worried at all about what might happen next. Soon the girl's powerful blow reached its target, but it seemed to pass through the guy without harming him at all. It turned out that the main character managed to move to another place without difficulty. As Bai Xing expected, the sphere was a pollution zone that he could control. The guy explained that the whale's contaminated organs were constantly poisoning him, but his body had reversed the identity change, and because of this, the power beyond the contamination was now entirely his. The protagonist continued to say that the result of his own path was the light of confidence and the darkness of doubt, which were condensed into 3 spheres of power. Each of them had different rules. Even though Xiaxing was already approaching the guy in order to try to attack him again, Bai Xing continued to carelessly tell him that his first luminous sphere controlled light. Thanks to this sphere, the main character could move and control matter at will, so he quickly dodged it and ended up in a completely different place. The second glowing sphere of the main character was a perforation, thanks to which the guy could acquire a powerful weapon. Bai Xing continued to say that no one could stop his progress and trust was his main weapon. After this, choosing the right moment, he tried to attack his opponent from behind and plunge his sword into him. Xiaxing sensed her enemy approaching, but it turned out that it was already too late, and there was no way to defend herself. Suddenly, she was able to react quickly and grab the tip of the sword with one hand, preventing the main character from doing what he had planned. Bai Xing was very surprised by this and could not understand how the girl managed to block the attack at the rules level. Xiaxing became more expensive to hold the sword of the hand and said that the guy was not the only one who could control contaminated objects. After that, she said that she could not live without her sister. Tears appeared in the angry girl's eyes, and she began to beg the guy to tell her who killed the chief examiner Xiajude. Bai Xing was surprised that the girl was the sister of that teacher, and then assumed that Xiaxing also had someone she wanted to protect. In that case, the guy didn't understand why the girl was so cruel to others. Still, the main character promised to tell about everything when Xiaxing had only 1 breath of life left. A bright flash of light that resulted from the collision of 2 opponents instantly illuminated the dark streets of the city. Bai Xing quickly stepped back to free his sword from Xia's grip. Sin and think carefully before your next attack. Then the main character turned to Ji Yuexin, asked her to tell him all the information about their opponents that the girl had. The guy also reassured Xia Xin, asked her not to worry, and assured her that the enemies would not be able to harm them. Ji Yuexin stood silently for a while and looked at the guy, simultaneously surprised by how much he had changed since they met at school. Suddenly the girl had a thought that she had to share with Bai Xing. Ji Yuexin quietly turned to the protagonist and asked him to be careful because she assumed that Xia's hand Xin was somehow able to nullify the attack. Xia Xin seemed to hear this and loudly asked if the guy really wanted to destroy her ability and her sealed objects. At the same time, she concentrated energy in her hands. The girl was already ready to fight her opponent, so she menacingly asked him to come to her and try to put his plans into practice. The next moment, Xia's hands, the Sins, were covered with real armor made of energy, after which the girl took a fighting stance. Bai Xing accepted this challenge with a smile because he was very curious to know whether his sword was sharper or whether the girl's armor was stronger. Also, the main character, feeling the strength that was overwhelming him, thought that the head of the demonic bull could have been harder. Meanwhile, Xiaxing looked at his opponent and thought that his ability was in the 6 spheres of light. The abilities of the spheres were possession and penetration, and the third was still unknown to the girl. She knew that the rules of the contaminated zone depended on human sanity, so she assumed that the third ability might be power or attack. After that, Xia Xin rushed at her opponent while thinking that she just needed to force him to use the third ball to understand all 6 of his skills. Bai Xing didn't intend to just stand there and wait for someone to attack him, so he decided to strike first. To do this, the guy swung his sword sharply. The next moment, Xia Xin instantly grabbed the sword with her armored hand, thereby stopping the main character's attack and depriving him of his weapon. This did not harm the girl herself in any way. This was a great moment for a counterattack, which the girl immediately decided to take advantage of, so she quickly swung her free hand. Xia's strike Xing was quite strong and fast, but Bai Xing managed to use his ability in time, so he simply passed through him. A moment later, the main character found himself behind his opponent and was already swinging his sword to somehow take advantage of this opportunity. At the same time, the guy was thinking about whether Xia could sin using her ability to cancel even those attacks that she couldn't stop with her hand. The next moment, the protagonist decided to test this and so attacked the girl right in Xia's neck. Sin didn't have time to dodge this blow. However, the girl did not need to do this because she was able to use her ability to create protection for her neck, thanks to which the enemy's attack did not harm her at all. Bai Xing saw this and was very surprised that this ability was able to protect even the girl's neck. Xia Xin was very pleased with herself and, throwing the main character's sword away from herself with a grin, asked him to show what else he was capable of. The girl also didn't forget about Jian. Yen, she asked with displeasure if her partner was really going to just sit and watch what was happening instead of helping her. Jian Yen was afraid of the girl's anger, and so instantly remembered her task, which was to capture Ji. Bai Xing didn't intend to allow this to happen, so he silently pointed towards Jian Yen, one of his dark spheres. Xia Xin closely watched what was happening and was sure that now she would be able to understand what the ability of the third sphere was. The next moment, a dark ball flew straight into Jian's head. Yen, from which the girl began to lose her balance. Very soon Jian, an ominous aura began to surround Yen, and the girl herself, as if addressing someone, loudly demanded not to approach her and asked for forgiveness. Bai Xing watched this with a smile while thinking that the third force of the dark world was the mental attack, because of which the girl was now facing terrible mental torment. The guy also thought that with the new acquired skill, it was important for him to maintain a balance between confidence and doubt. That is, there had to be an equal number of balls of light and darkness. The protagonist knew that using 2 light balls made him involuntarily arrogant, so he had to add 2 more spheres of darkness to restore his calm. The next moment, the guy used the second skill of the dark sphere, thanks to which he summoned a shadow sword directly into his hand. Xia Xin, I saw that the guy was using 2 black balls at the same time and was sure that in addition to the new sword, he also received the ability illusion or mental gift. Then the girl praised the main character and said that if her sister were here, she would give him a high mark for combining dominance, physical attack, and mental attack. However, Xia herself, Xin, was not impressed by this, and preparing for the next attack told her opponent that if this was all he had, then he should prepare for death. An unexpected girl turned her attention to Ji Yuexin, who for some reason was next to Jian Yen, asked in surprise what she was doing there. Ji Yuexin, she understood how it all looked from the outside, which made her feel awkward. She justified herself by saying that the girl felt bad and she just wanted to help her. Of course, Xia Xing didn't believe it because she assumed that Ji Yuexin was going to steal her partner's sealed object. This made the girl very angry. The next moment, an enraged Xia Xing used his skill called Divine Statue, and a huge warrior in armor appeared ready to fight. Then the girl, with tears in her eyes, said that this skill was inherited through blood and took its full form when she and her sister held hands, but now it had disappeared. Xia Xin wanted the main character to experience the same pain. She threatened that when folding her palms filled with murderous intent, a storm of death would occur that would be impossible to stop. After that, the girl quickly folded her palms together because she had no intention of delaying this. The divine statue immediately repeated the same action. The next moment, around Xia Xin and her warrior protector formed a colossal amount of energy that began to spread in waves in all directions, causing a strong wind to rise. The main characters immediately realized that it was very dangerous, but most of all he was worried about Ji. Bai Xing quickly ran to the girl, telling her along the way that they had to leave because it was no longer possible to stay here. Xia, still angry, Xin intended to finish everything with one attack, for which she raised her hand up and wished death on the protagonist. The divine statue repeated this movement. Bai Xing took Ji Yuexin, grabbed his arms, and wanted to escape from the divine statue's attack as quickly as possible using his skill Road of Light, which allowed him to move faster. Soon after, there was a huge explosion, the sound of which spread throughout the area, and a bright light illuminated all the nearby dark streets. Despite this, the main character managed to use his wings in time and fly further away from the epicenter of the explosion. Ji Yuexin was surprised by the power of Xia's skill. Xin suggested that they should meet with her father and ask for help, but the protagonist believed that it was useless. Xia Xin was glad that the light dominance was disabled, and now her opponent could not teleport from one place to another. Then she thought it was time to use her sealed object. The next moment, the girl used the skill Power Handcuffs, which instantly appeared on the hands of the divine statue. Bai Xing saw this and assumed that this thing could eliminate all the power of the object. After that, the girl, with a contented smile on her face, leaned her hand against the building and said that her ability would be able to remove all the force from this object, including gravity. Soon, the entire building was covered in an ominous aura and actually began to lift off the ground as if flying into the sky. Bai Xing and Ji Yuexin watched with great surprise as the huge building rose up as if nothing was funny at all. They had never even heard of such power before. Bai Xing and Ji Yuexin watched with great surprise as the huge building rose up as if nothing was funny at all. They had never even heard of such power before, so they were amazed at what was happening. The next moment, the huge building that had flown into the sky was suddenly torn apart from the inside by a washing explosion, causing debris to fly around. Xia Xin watched what was happening with an unperturbed expression. As the owner of this ability, she was no longer at all surprised by such results. The girl stared ahead, trying to see her opponents through the clouds of smoke that had appeared, but she only saw the bright sword of the main character. Bai Xing was surprised by what happened and said that Xia Xin was completely different from the other opponents he had encountered today. Blocking her attack with just a light sword was already his limit. Suddenly, alarmed Ji Yuexin asked the protagonist to leave her because she was sure that he would be able to dodge the enemy's attack alone. Hearing this, Xia Xing, with a satisfied grin on her face, asked the guy if he dared to do as Ji asked. The main character fearlessly looked into the eyes of his opponent and smiled and replied that of course he would not do this. Ji Yuexin was very upset by this answer because she felt that she had become a burden to the guy again. In response to this by Xing, he said that it was not so because the girl was his secret weapon. Ji Yuexin was very surprised by this answer because she didn't understand what it meant. Meanwhile, Xia Xin, having accumulated enough energy, has already prepared her next attack while asking the protagonist to try to break her power. Immediately after this, the girl, using the skill Force Handcuffs, released a colossal amount of accumulated energy, which instantly spread in waves in all directions. An ominous dark aura swept through the nearby streets at great speed, raising a strong wind along the way. Of course, Bai Xing was unable to avoid this impulse, so he could only defend himself and endure. On this, Xia Xin had no intention of stopping, so she asked the guy if he was ready for the next round of her attacks. The wounded protagonist was unhappy with his situation, believing that he and Ji the Awakens found themselves cornered. From the very beginning, the guy was watching Xia Xing use the mental detection skill and therefore knew that the girl was analyzing his spheres of light, but he didn't know what ability the third sphere had. Bai Xing also knew that based on human common sense and assuming that light and darkness were opposites of Xia Xing, believed that his dark sphere had the abilities of control and attack. At the same time, the guy managed to analyze the main ability of his opponent, which summoned the divine statue of a warrior defender. It was powerful both in close combat and at a distance. In addition, the main character did not forget that for some reason the girl needed to hold hands with her sister in order to awaken the full form of this ability. Bai Xing then began to think about the pollutant that was controlled by the object power handcuffs. That time, the girl used the ability of the divine statue domain to force him to turn off his light dominance and take Ji away. Yuexin to a safe place. Bai Xing admitted that as soon as he took the girl out of the attack zone, he was already in an insufficiently advantageous position. The boy understood that in battles where rules were applied, one could not allow oneself to be pathetic or have attachments to the fight, so the current situation was the result of his lack of experience. As a result, the main character concluded that firstly, Xia Xin had a strong basic ability that was quite effective in both close and long-range combat. Secondly, the girl's ability called Power was based on the power handcuffs rule and could transfer power to the selected object, including even gravity. The speed of rotation of the Earth was 400 meters per second, so it could be assumed that the buildings flew into the sky at the same speed. This was the speed of hypersonic. The protagonist then assumed that his opponent was waiting for him to use some of his light sources to attack. Suddenly, Bai Xing turned to Xia Xin, asked with a satisfied smile if she really thought he was trapped here. To this, the girl, being completely confident in her dominant position, asked if the guy was not yet going to give up knowing about this. The main character smiled again and replied that it was impossible. At the same time, the sinister energy of a demonic bull began to emanate from him. Xia Xin didn't bother to figure out what was happening and therefore immediately used a skill called Earth Launch. Immediately after this, the divine article slightly raised its hands upwards, thereby influencing the objects surrounding it. The next moment, several huge buildings that were enveloped in the withering energy began to lift off the ground and fly into the sky. They all quickly headed towards Bai Xing and Ji. Yuexin simultaneously gained enormous speed to attack. At this time, in another part of the city, it was absolutely quiet and calm as expected at such a late time of day. However, the area around Huawan No. 2 Middle School was still unsettled. Police continued their work, trying to investigate what happened there. The police officer explained to her interlocutor that the Peace Bureau had closed the case for investigation, so any violation would be considered a challenge to official authority. However, the man in the black business suit and dark glasses insisted on entering the school grounds, explaining that his subordinate had died somewhere inside. To this girl, the police calmly replied that, in that case, the man would have to walk over her body. This rather categorical answer puzzled the man, which is why he fell silent for a moment, but did not think to look away from the girl. Still, he asked Lu Qing to calm down, after which he asked if she, as the director of the peace office of one of the 34 cities in the country, really intended to play these games with him. This girl grabbed the whip that hung on her belt and asked if the great candidate for the post of director, Lei Shuo, really didn't understand people at all. The next moment, Lu Qing released her weapon, which was accompanied by a ringing sound, simultaneously saying that she was nothing more than a simple woman who was doing her duty. After that, the girl looked at Lei Shuo with a stern gaze and asked what he thought about resolving all this with a fight. Respond to this, but it turned out that he was absolutely ready to accept this challenge. Suddenly, her worried subordinate turned to the girl and reported that the magic mirror of the brand had revealed something. An image of the campus appeared in it, but it was intermittent. Lu Qing was very angry that a subordinate interfered with her conversation. Then he was very frightened and reminded that it was the girl who asked him to immediately inform her about everything. At this moment, Lei Shuo turned to Lu Qing with a smile and asked if she was trying to provoke him to use his ability called Annihilation. He also asked if the girl wanted him to temporarily break the rules of her contaminated whip and then absorb it as part of his ability. These words made Lu Qing even more angry, so she said that she wanted to check how true the name of the ability Black Hand of Destruction that the man possessed was. Lei Shuo, he said that Director Lu Qing had a high position and fame, so he was well aware of her ability will to imprisonment, with which she put dozens of polluters in prison. The man then threatened that despite this, he had a list of names that could create serious problems for the girl if she touched him, so Lu Qing should be more careful. These words did not frighten Lu Qing at all. She thought that it was good that the man knew her identity because that was why he should get out of here now and let the world office do its job. After that, the girl turned to her subordinate Xiao Zhangyi, ordered him to put candidate Lei Shua in his car and take him home. The guy was very surprised by this order. Lei Shua decided to repeat that one of his subordinates who was involved with research at his institute died inside the school, so he had the right to know what happened. The man continued to say that the examiner was Xi Ju was involved in a research project that would determine his promotion to director, so he didn't want to be hindered. This research was called Ancient God Hiding Among Humans. Lu Qing replied that she had no intention of stopping the man, since obstructing the investigation of a candidate for the position of director was a serious crime, but they both knew whose territory it was. After that, the girl showed a magic mirror and said that Pushkin, who was the principal of the No. 2 secondary school in Huawen, was among the 3 most powerful principals in the country. Unexpectedly, Lu Qing, continuing to hold the magic mirror in her hands, suggested that the man go inside and take a look together, since most likely Director Pushkin had already arrived and was resting in his office. Surprisingly, Lei Shua did not react to this proposal at all, as if he was scared when the girl mentioned Director Pushkin. Lu Qing saw this and asked the man not to be afraid because it was just a sealed version of the brand magic mirror that showed things that happened some time ago. The girl continued to loudly suggest that Lei Shua come closer and look in the mirror, asking him along the way if he really thought that the director had foreseen his arrival here. Lu Qing also asked with an ominous expression whether the director had completely sold the pollutant and left something for the man. Lei Shua said that it was good that Director Pushkin came because it meant that the result would soon be there. After that, he said that you will wait for the final report from the peace office. Suddenly, the man's expression changed dramatically because something really puzzled him. Lei Shua saw in the mirror what happened to the main character not long ago when he took the exam at secondary school No. 2. The mirror showed how Bai Xing managed to free the demon bull and then subjugate it to his will. It was also seen as Ji Yuexin handed the boy her handkerchief after he got injured at the very beginning of the exam. Also visible here was the head butler of the Ji family, who, using his ability, took the form of a dinosaur and tried to save his mistress after she lost consciousness from overwork. Suddenly, all these visions stopped when Lu Qing struck the magic mirror with her whip. The girl was surprised by what happened because before that she thought that it was a broken mirror that had not been useful at all before. After that, Lei Shua began to say goodbye to Director Lu Qing and said that he would go talk to the guys and girls who had just appeared in the mirror because it should have been completely legal. Lu Qing was very unhappy with this and wanted to object to the man, but his intentions were indeed completely legitimate. At that moment, out of nowhere, a bright beam of red light flashed in the sky, which was visible to many from afar. The beam also attracted the attention of Lu Qing and Lei Shua, who watched it in surprise, not understanding what was happening at all. Very soon, the girl had some kind of guess that would explain what was happening. Then Lu Qing quickly handed the magic mirror to her subordinate and ordered him to take the people and continue to block the entrance to the school grounds. The girl herself was about to take a closer look at the beam of light. After that, she quickly got into the official police car in order to get to the right place as quickly as possible. Lu Qing placed her hands on the steering wheel and used her skill will to imprison, causing a bright turquoise aura to appear around the girl. Gradually, this aura enveloped the entire car, making it seem to come to life. Now the car had a frantic desire to find the desired target, and was ready to do everything possible to achieve this. The arrow on the speedometer indicated that the car had almost reached its maximum speed in the blink of an eye in order to bring its owner to the desired location as quickly as possible. Very soon, a police car was racing through the streets of the night city, leaving behind a bright trail of light. Lu Qing was fully focused on getting to the right place, but suddenly she was distracted because she saw something in the side mirror that she didn't like. It turned out that it wasn't just the girl who wanted to quickly find out the reason for the bright red beam. That's why Lei Shua, using his ability, grabbed the car tightly and followed her. The girl was surprised at how the man had secured his hand to the machine using his annihilation ability. She also saw that the glowing film of destructive force in his body was disintegrating the air that was approaching him at high speed. However, Lu Qing was very unhappy that the man used such incredible strength only to fight for power instead of protecting the people. That was why Lu Qing had already decided that she had to find a way to obtain the man's skill, even if she had to give up everything she had for it. Meanwhile, the revived service vehicle continued to move forward at great speed, and Lei Shua was still firmly attached to the car and followed it. Soon the girl decided that it was time to restore the skill, which is why the entire aura that enveloped the car returned back to her hands. Sometime later, the car stopped abruptly near a recently formed barrier of red energy behind which numerous destructions were already visible. Looking around, Lu Qing was very surprised at how large an area was enclosed by this barrier and thought that this was another case of level C pollution. Suddenly, the girl saw that Lei Shua was heading straight towards the barrier. She loudly ordered him to stop because first the peace office had to be called here. This did not stop the man. He claimed that this did not need to be done because his people were already inside and he was ready to take responsibility for this incident. Lu Qing was dissatisfied with these words and felt that the man was being overly arrogant just now. Nevertheless, the girl herself decided to head towards the barrier, having already prepared her whip in case of unpredictable circumstances. It turned out that passing through this red energy barrier was absolutely no trouble at all. It also did not cause any harm to the girl. Suddenly, Lu Qing saw something in the distance that instantly caught her attention and surprised her. The girl looked at the protagonist from a safe place, consider that she found the polluter Bai Xing did not notice her presence at all. The guy was busy with his other opponent and despite his numerous wounds was in a good mood. He was completely absorbed by the energy of the demonic bull, which gave him incredible strength but at the same time great harm. The main character looked at Xia with a satisfied expression. Sin, who for some reason was lying on the ground as if she was badly wounded. The girl did not understand what happened and how Bai Xing managed to defeat her. Xia Sin began to remember what happened before she could launch her attack. At that moment, the girl saw the enraged look of the main character and how the ominous energy of the demonic bull burst out of his body. After that, a cloud of energy that took the form of a demon and headed straight towards the flying building controlled by Xia's ability Sun. The demonic bull rushed through the flying buildings without stopping for a moment, completely destroying them and thus protecting Bai Xing and Ji. Of course, the demon didn't stop there and headed towards Xia Sin, who did not expect this at all. The girl was shocked by this power. She could only use her divine statue to defend against this attack. The next moment, there was a huge explosion and a huge flame that engulfed everything around. After some time, Xia Sin was already lying on the ground despite the protagonist wondering if he had been affected by the pollution. Suddenly, Bai Xing turned to the girl with a satisfied grin on his face and asked if she felt okay, saying that this fight was not over yet. Xia Sin, she realized that the main character was preparing for another attack, which made her tense, because now she didn't understand at all what to expect from him. A man in a black suit appeared in front of the girl, who was surprised by what was happening and said that he had never seen anything like it before. It was candidate Lei Shua, who looked at the main character with a smile on his face and said that it was all very interesting. Bai Xing was not at all happy to see new people here, causing the boy to flare up in anger again. The main character began to accumulate energy, which manifested itself in the fact that a huge amount of ominous aura was blazing around him. When everything was ready, the guy sent a demonic bull at the man he didn't know, intending to destroy his new opponent with one attack. Xia Xing couldn't allow this to happen since she apparently already knew Lei Shua and therefore used her divine statue to stop the attack. Surprisingly, it worked. With great effort, the girl managed to stop the demonic bull just a couple of meters away from the man, who did not even think of dodging. However, it was not that easy. The strength of the demonic bull was far superior to the divine statue of Xia Sin, because of which it began to collapse. Soon the statue's hand was completely destroyed, and the bull continued its onslaught, which made the girl very worried. That's why Xia Xing turned to Lei Shua and warned that this type of attack could not be used often, so he should quickly kill the protagonist. The girl also said that her sister's death was definitely connected to this guy. Lei Shua, with a smile on his face, calmly replied that he saw it perfectly well. After this, the man folded his arms in a strange way across his chest and used a skill called Fear of Destruction. Lei Shua, as always, protected his eyes with sunglasses, smiled, and thought that he was a hero, and there was no doubt about it. The boy looked at the school building and believed that it was a cage created to catch young people. He didn't like it at all, so he stood there and prepared to do something. Lei Shua used his ability, causing his hand to immediately begin to emit an ominous aura. At the same time, he thought that this school should disappear. The next moment, several mysterious spheres appeared over the school grounds at once. Their appearance did not bode well. This was the very same annihilation ability. Lei Shua watched with a rather smirk on his face as the spheres destroyed the school building, destroying it and absorbing it into themselves. The guy believed that, in this way, he saved the young people. Besides this, Lei Shua did not hide the fact that he thus saved his day off, which made him very happy. What happened could not help but cause indignation, so the menacing man slammed his hand hard on the table and asked if Lei Shua really did not understand what his fault was. The man was very unhappy with his son and said that because of him, he lost the school building today and found himself in a stupid situation. Despite this, Lei Shua continued to smile and ask if this really had any meaning, since in this world, there was no good and evil, which were simply created by people standing above them. Suddenly, the boy looked menacingly at his father and said that if anyone dared to laugh at him, the man should simply tell him the name of that person. After that, Lei Shua said that now was the era of individual strength, but the old-fashioned old man did not understand this. The man was shocked but could not object to his son. The smug guy continued to say that he would take the pinnacle of power and would be the one who would decide what was good and what was bad. Along with this, Lei Shua used obscene language. The man turned to the main character and asked him not to be afraid, because now he would show him his highest power, after which he would have only one option, namely to surrender. The next moment, a huge sphere appeared over the scene of events, which was a manifestation of that very ability, annihilation. The sphere immediately began to absorb everything around it, raising the air, even to huge stones. However, Bai Xing was not at all impressed by this and continued to look straight at his new opponent. Xia Sin was injured after the encounter with the demonic bull, so it seemed like she could no longer continue the fight. She could only watch what was happening. Lei Shua praised the protagonist and said that his ability had a significant reach, but he was interested in what the guy thought about what was happening above his head right now. The man also said that he had 10 dirty things, but he only used 3, but even despite this, Bai Xing did not have a single chance to defeat him. Immediately after that, a Blevel item called the Hateful Scissors and a Blevel item called the Reedied Plaster Cast began to appear from the sphere. The third contaminated item that Lei Shua used was called the Knife Borrowed from the God, which was of rank A. Ji Yuexin was very surprised when she saw this, because it was impossible for someone to manage so many contaminated items items at the same time. Xia Xin was very amused by the fact that the girl did not know that the correct skills allowed her to use contaminated items while reducing their side effects. The girl continued to say that the ability Annihilation that Lei Shua possessed could destroy the polluter and reset the conditions of the polluted area. It was a truly divine ability. After this, Lei Shua, being completely confident in his abilities, looked at the protagonist and asked with a smile if he was already ready to die. For some reason, this look made Bai Xing very uneasy, as if he had seen something very frightening. The next moment, it became clear that the main character was so shocked by the scissors that flew at him at great speed, almost killing him. Lei Shua asked the boy to be careful because these scissors that many wanted to get would activate a deadly rule if certain conditions were met. The main character turned around and saw that the scissors had turned around and were about to attack him again. The guy thought that all this was somehow abnormal. However, Bai Xing had to dodge for now so as not to become a victim of this contaminated item. Having gotten a little used to these attacks, the main character realized that he could dodge these scissors, but this did not guarantee his victory. The next moment, the guy saw that the scissors, considering that it was useless to attack him, chose Ji as their target. The girl was shocked when she saw scissors flying towards her that were intended to kill her. She was very scared because she didn't know what to do. Ji's fright Yuexin was so strong that she didn't even notice the huge open mouth approaching her. The next moment, Bai Xing used the stomach expansion skill to eat the girl in order to save her from Lei Shua's attack. At the same moment, a second infected object plaster with red eyes appeared behind the guy. It seemed that this plaster head of the statue was closely watching the main character, trying to see something in him. Bai Xing was shocked by the sudden appearance of this contaminated item and felt that he absolutely could not allow the enemy to reveal his rule. Lei Shua, who saw the protagonist eat Ji Yuexin, laughed at this and said that this guy's skill was really interesting, but he had already lost anyway. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a sound of air being cut was heard, after which a long whip appeared shrouded in a turquoise aura. Much to Bai Xing's surprise, this whip attacked the plaster head, thereby saving the boy. For this, one could thank Lu Qing, who then turned to Lei Shua and ordered him to stop immediately since she was taking control of this incident. Lei Shua, the weapon that suddenly began to emit lightning bolts in all directions, agreed with the girl and added that he would tell her colleagues that she had taken control of this incident. Of course, the man was going to do it tomorrow when the policewoman's colleagues received news of her death. These words angered Lu Qing. Now she realized that she couldn't achieve anything from a man with just words, which meant she had to prepare for a fight with him. The girl was distracted from her opponent because the main character suddenly put his hand on her shoulder as if trying to stop. Lu Qing tried to understand what was happening but did not have time. The next moment, Bai Xing once again used his boundless stomach skill and for some reason instantly swallowed Lu Qing. Lei Shua saw him and laughed loudly and said that the guy was really interesting, so he could consider letting Bai Xing submit to his authority. At this time, the main character thought that initially he only wanted to capture Ji Yuexin, but since Lu Qing helped him, he had to save her too, but only this time. After this, the guy told his opponent that now he was alone, which meant he no longer had any worries and he could act much more decisively. Lei Shua heard this and asked if being alone meant that Bai Xing would not show anyone how he would die. After this, the man was surprised at how much young people nowadays cared about their image. Suddenly, the protagonist looked at his opponent with the angry gaze of a demonic bull and said that he would die now, while calling Lei Shua old, vain, and pathetic. The next moment, the guy used the skill Dominant Aries in the rising at maximum power, causing his entire body to be enveloped in the ominous energy of a demonic bull. From the outside, it seemed as if red lightning was striking directly at the main character, simultaneously raising strong gusts of wind, and the loud sound from this process echoed throughout the entire area. Immediately after this, a huge clot of destructive energy began to fly to the ground, which took the form of a demonic bull. Shua at a tremendous speed and smashed it to pieces, intending to attack the creator. The man was shocked when he saw this and did not understand how it was possible that someone could control such a high level of pollutant. Still, Lei Shua tried to attack the demonic bull with his polluted item, while loudly shouting that he was not afraid of illusions. The next moment, a cloud of lightning and a demonic bull collided in the sky above the scene. It was clear that the latter was winning this clash. Now it became clear that Lei Shua's weapon was useless here. The man did not believe that the level of rules was so high that even the divine sword could not stop the demon. Then Lei Shua extended his hands, which were covered in an ominous aura, forward, thinking that in this situation he should use a skill called Door. At that moment, several dark spheres appeared in the sky, which the man would direct towards the demonic bull in order to stop it. All the created spheres began to approach each other closely until a huge stone door with mysterious patterns appeared within their borders. The next moment, the demonic bull collided with this huge sphere, causing a bright flash of light that was probably visible even outside the metropolis. Following this bright light, a huge explosion thundered, reminiscent of the detonation of a nuclear bomb. The strong gusts of wind that resulted from the explosion almost blew Bai Xing away, so he had to hold on to something. The protagonist was determined to endure all this destructive force and therefore did not even allow himself to close his eyes. Meanwhile, the bright scorching flame seemed to engulf everything around, giving no one a chance to survive. Very soon, the fire began to recede, thanks to which it was possible to see what was left after the explosion. It turned out that in the place where the multi-story buildings used to stand, only a large crater with burning debris remained. Despite such a destructive explosion, the main character was able to survive it, but was now completely exhausted. Bai Xing looked at his demonic hand with dissatisfaction and thought that the corrosion of the bull had become more and more serious. This threatened the guy's life, but he didn't want to die here under any circumstances, so he took out his lightsaber. The next moment, Bai Xing fearlessly plunged his sword into his chest in order to get rid of what had been killing his body all this time. Experiencing incredible pain, the guy still managed to pull out a clot of dark energy from his chest, which was the demonic side. After that, the guy threw it aside so as not to have anything to do with it anymore. For some reason, this clot of energy did not disappear but began to move as if it were a full-fledged living organism. Soon he turned into a small demonic bull who was now able to go wherever he wanted. Now the main character needed to heal his wounds, and to do this he used the skills of regeneration, healing magic, and perfect recovery. The green aura that emanated from the guy's hand instantly began to heal him and ignite even the biggest wounds. Soon it was all over and Bai Xing breathed a sigh of relief. The guy now looked like an ordinary person except for his right arm and the horns that stuck out from his head. After this, the main character began to free the people whom he had recently absorbed in order to save. The guy spat out Lu Qing and Ji from his mouth, Yuexin, and also the girl with blonde hair who had been sitting in his stomach since his stay in the polluted zone whale's dream. The girl was very happy that she finally got out and could now breathe fresh air. Ji Yuexin was very worried when she saw the horns on Bai Xing's head, and he began to ask if everything was okay with him. The guy didn't explain anything about his appearance but asked the girl not to worry because everything was fine with him. Suddenly Lu Qing, having come to her senses after what happened, grabbed her whip and simultaneously asked the main character what he had done. The girl began to accuse Bai Xing of killing the candidate for the post of director and destroying half the city. Then she asked if the guy even knew how many people died today because of him. The main character just laughed at this because he didn't take the girl's accusations seriously and asked her to look where they were now. Turned out that our heroes were not in the city at all. Lu Qing assumed that it was a forest on the outskirts of the metropolis, which surprised her greatly. The guy explained that his skills were higher than those of his opponents, so during the attack they were transported through space along with him, so there was no problem. Lu Qing was surprised that even though she hadn't seen the entire process, Bai Xing still found the strength to care for the safety of others, even during the large-scale fight with Lei Shua. The main character did not agree with this because he did not care about the safety of other people. While the guy was saying this, he found a sword that belonged to Lei Shua. After that, the guy thought about the fact that the infected area of the demonic bull could cover the entire city and allow him to freely teleport inside. However, at the time of the battle, the guy believed that if there were too many deaths in the city, Director Pushkin would definitely notice, so it was necessary to find another way to kill the opponents. That is why, during the clash between the demonic bull and Lei Shua's dark sphere, the protagonist quietly moved the polluted zone he created further outside the city. Then the guy began to examine the sword Lei Shua found, which seemed familiar to him. Soon the guy realized that it had a connection with the ball that Zhong used. Looking towards Bai Xing, he was very surprised because right next to him lay a plaster head that also belonged to Lei Shua. Not far from her lay the very same scissors that the man had used to attack in battle. Lu Qing thought that the main character looked menacing, but in reality he was Tsundra. She was surprised that such a young guy already knew how to protect ordinary people and had such powerful abilities. At this time, the main character was digging in the ground with great excitement because he remembered that Lei Shua used the door skill. He was very interested in where it could fall. Soon the guy was able to dig up some strange thing that simply couldn't be here, so he intended to examine it. The next moment, this thing seemed to come to life and began to rise from under the ground. The main character immediately jumped back because he was wary of meeting enemies. As it turned out, it was a huge teddy bear that was holding Jian in its paws. Yen and Xiaxing girls was unconscious, but Lei Shua was ready to meet his opponent. The man turned to the guy and asked him not to touch the door because it was not intended for him, and said with displeasure that he had already crossed all boundaries and the world office would definitely not ignore this. Lei Shua was not worried at all and praised the protagonist for being able to push him to this point, because if it weren't for the defensive skill of another Papa Bear, the consequences could have been unthinkable. As the man spoke, he created a dark sphere from which a flying carpet soon flew out. Lei Shua was not at all upset by the outcome of this battle, because the door that he had not been able to open for many years was pushed open thanks to the main character. The satisfied man continued to say that now he just needed to understand what was behind that door, and then the director's post would definitely be his. Immediately after that, the carpet along with the bear and Lei Shua on board flew up into the air. For some time, the loud laughter of a man who was happy about what happened today could be heard. However, the main character had no intention of letting his opponents go just like that. In the end, Bai Xing used several spheres of light at once in order to add new skills to his collection. The guy gained the skills Annihilation and Divine Statue as well as a lot of energy points. However, Bai Xing still couldn't accept the fact that Lei Shua used him to open doors. Now the main character was very interested in what was already hidden behind this door if it bothered the man so much. The guy was also unhappy that barely one day had passed since his revival, but he still couldn't defeat an experienced opponent, so he needed to become stronger in order to fight Director Pushkin. Suddenly Lu Qing approached the main character and asked if the guy and Ji were there. Yuexin's classmates. Without waiting for an answer, the girl suddenly asked if they would be interested in becoming candidates for the position of director. The protagonist was surprised to hear Lu Qing's offer to become a candidate for the post of director. The girl with blonde hair advised the guy to accept this offer quickly because it was a unique opportunity. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuexin turned to Bai Xing and asked who that girl was. The guy replied that he didn't know who she was. Jean. Jiwei was very upset about this because they survived together and supported each other, but now the guy didn't even remember her. Bai Xing was angry because he remembered well that the girl wanted to take over his mind at their first meeting and did not help at all when he almost died during the battle. Jiwei felt sorry and therefore began to justify herself by saying that at that moment it was the only chance for her to survive. She promised that she would still thank the guy. Suddenly the girl realized something that surprised her greatly, and she thought that the guy should have known something. Jiwei, she said that the girl whom the main character saved was called Lu Qing. She was a real authority in the city and was the director of the security office. After that, Lu Qing extended her hand to the guy in order to greet him properly and get acquainted. Bai Xing seemed to take this completely unenthusiastically, which surprised Ji Yuexin, but she didn't dare to intervene. Unexpectedly, the main character SECHL Ji Yuexin took her hand as if he was about to lead her somewhere. As it turned out, the guy really decided to leave and told Lu Qing and Jin about it. Jiwei did not explain anything to them. Then the main character used an ability that created a light under his feet, thanks to which he could move faster, not paying attention to obstacles. Yuexin wanted to make sure that she returned home safely. In a short period of time, they had already managed to go quite far, leaving behind the bewildered Lu Qing and Jin. Jiwei is behind, however the girls watched them for a while. Suddenly the protagonist contacted Jin. Jiwei used mental communication and asked her to talk to Lu Qing. He needed to know everything about what it meant to be a candidate. The girl did not want to fulfill this request, but she still apologized to Lu Qing for the guy's behavior, calling him her younger brother, and was ready to talk to her about everything. Meanwhile, the glowing path had already led our heroes into the city and continued to perform its function. Ji Yuexin was still worried about the protagonist and so suggested that he go to the hospital to get checked out. Bai Xing I realized that the girl was bothered by his horns and therefore explained that it was corrosion that remained after using the Golden Bull rule. It was already irreversible. Ji Yuexin admitted that she was very worried about the main character because only one day had passed, but it seemed to her that the whole world had already changed. Then Bai Xing said that in this polluted world, testing the sealants was their rite of passage into adulthood. Becoming an adult meant facing the whole truth. Ji Yuexin didn't want to grow up because her father, brother, and other family members had become strange. She then asked if it was true that people were also subject to pollution, as her father had said. The protagonist replied that someone had to face difficulties sooner or later, and if the previous generation had not eliminated the pollution, then they should have done it. The guy then believed that people were indeed polluted, so perhaps the final solution to the pollution problem was the disappearance of humanity. Ji Yuexin, hearing all this, had no intention of interfering with Bai Xing's decision, but she was interested in why he did not accept Director Lu Qing's offer. The protagonist explained that he did not accept it because he could not guarantee that by extending his hand he would not be trapped within an instant. The guy continued to say that the girl's hand, her look, closed weapon, and even her voice possibly contained rules that were ready to attack him at any moment. Ji Yuexin, it seemed that Bai Xing was exaggerating and he shouldn't have been so careful. In response to this, the protagonist only hoped that the girl would never have to worry about these things. Sometime later, the light road led our heroes to the research institute where Ji's father worked. Looking around, Bai Xing began to wonder why this building looked a little different now. Ji Yuexin, she said that according to her father, this was the final measure to protect the building, so it was definitely possible to say that something had happened. Suddenly, the main character pulled out his lightsaber, intending to use it right now. The guy explained that now he would break the wall and then they would be able to get inside Ji. Yuexin loudly asked not to do this. The girl said that pollution incidents had to be handled with caution, following the standard sealing process. Bai Xing thought that this would only waste their time. Then the girl started saying that the pollution rules were permanent, and if they were not activated then everything was safe, but otherwise it was instant death, so they should not rush. Ji Yuexin continued to say that she believed in her dad, because he was the person she respected the most. She was sure that he was okay and had the danger of pollution under control. Still, the main character agreed with the girl and, trusting her decision, hid his sword. Next, Ji Yuexin suggested looking at the dirty items they had because it was important to avoid conflicts of rules and mutual disorder. The girl had a daffodil that she took from Jian. The main character had a plaster head scissors and a long knife, the rules of which were unknown. Moreover, in his space backpack, there was also a very dangerous bull that almost killed him. Ji Yuexin thought that the guy's space backpack could isolate the space, so pollutants with unknown rules could be controlled while inside, but they should only be taken out as a last resort. After this, the girl suggested going around the entire building in order to collect evidence and find out what happened here. In the end, our heroes decided that they would split up. Ji Yuexin will check the ground and Bai Xing will fly up into the sky with his wings and check from above. The main character looked around the building and thought that it was all covered with iron plates, which did not bode well, and perhaps the girl's father was in danger. Suddenly, Bai Xing saw something strange that instantly caught his attention and left him very puzzled. Through the window, the guy saw glowing lights in one of the dark offices. Taking a closer look, the main character saw that it was a large wolf who was sitting quietly in place and lights were burning on his head. The surprises didn't end there. Bai Xing realized to everyone that something very strange was happening. The main character, to his surprise, somehow found himself in a completely different world where the sky was covered with clouds and it was constantly raining. The next moment, an unprecedented force moved Bai Xing to one of the offices of the research institute, causing the guy to immediately tense up. The main character immediately realized that he was in a contaminated zone and was transported here against his will. Suddenly, Bai Xing heard someone's voice that was happy that the guy had finally arrived here. Initially, the protagonist thought that this voice belonged to a wolf. Suddenly the wolf turned to the main character and said that he was glad that the guy returned and brought his daughter safe and sound. Bai Xing was shocked that the wolf was talking to him, but quickly noticed that the predatory animal was talking about Ji Yuexin called her his daughter. Ji Zhenghua didn't keep him waiting for long and confirmed the guy's guess that it really was him. In addition, the man accused the guy that it was his fault that he became like this. Bai Xing did not understand why Ji Renhua thought so. The man continued to say that he was not angry with the guy, but that he had to prove his worth and pay the price for his misdeed, namely, he would have to resolve the pollution incident. The main character clearly didn't want to get involved in this whole situation and didn't trust Ji very much. Zhenghua therefore already looked at the window to know where his exit was. The man noticed this and warned the Tapas guy did not even try to escape because one of his rules was omniscience, that is, he would find the main character wherever he went. Bai Xing was unhappy with this situation and thought about how Ji Renhua had actually turned into this wolf. Moreover, his 4 eyes looked very suspicious. Despite this, the guy admitted that from their appearance these eyes did not look like anything bad. After this, the protagonist saw the visualization that was created with the help of the bloody rain, and now realized that the man turned into a wolf because he secretly returned the contaminated item to him. Bai Xing was surprised by what he saw in front of him and assumed that it was a vision from the past that was giving him clues on how to solve the pollution incident. The vision showed how Ji Renhua lost his body and turned into a powerless flying eye that could only use contaminated items to survive. The main character also learned that the man was attacked by 2 sealants who intended to carry out an order to kill him. Next, Bai Xing saw the octopus that he was already familiar with, which had increased in size depending on the space it was in. After this, the guy understood what abilities the sealants had and where this huge wolf came from. Bai Xing continued to watch the vision carefully and was once again convinced that the battle between the sealants looked truly dangerous. Suddenly, the guy said that he was not to blame for the man becoming like this because it was Ji Renhua gave him a contaminated item the first time they met. The man repeated that he was not angry with the guy and therefore asked him to start resolving the incident faster because his daughter was still waiting for him downstairs. Bai Xing nevertheless began to look around and found those very sealants. The protagonist began to carefully think about what happened to these people and realized that here the rule of pollutants did not cause harm but only restrained those who intended to open the cabinet. Along with this, Ji Zhenghua looked at the guy carefully and admitted that he was careful because the main character, although he turned his back to him, did not relax his hand just in case. The man approaching the window continued to think that this was very good because in this case Bai Xing would be able to live longer. However, Ji Zhenghua didn't understand why it was worth living longer because maybe one day he would step on a stone and activate the deadly rule. The man thought with regret that this world was coming to an end and even the gods had already left humanity. Suddenly, the scientist became enthusiastic because he believed that given that he didn't have much time and sanity left, he could still find a way to become the god of this world. The man wanted to achieve this at least in order to leave a beautiful world for his daughter after his disappearance. Ji Zhenghua really wanted his daughter to be happy, work at a regular job, and travel the world. Ji Zhenghua promised to do everything conceivable and inconceivable to ensure that Ji Yuexin lived a peaceful, safe, and fulfilling life. Suddenly, these thoughts were interrupted by Bai Xing, who confidently declared that he had already figured out how to solve the pollution incident in this place. This couldn't help but surprise Ji. The protagonist, looking pleased, created a sphere of light and asked if the man was ready to see how he would solve the problem. The next moment, the glowing ball began to quickly increase in size and pass through walls, making it visible even on the street. The man was surprised that the main character had already mastered the pollution control. Bai Xing said that first he had to deal with the huge octopus. The rule stated that it would increase in size to half of the current space. Suddenly, the glowing ball began to rapidly shrink in size, as if it was trying to return to its original form. Ji Yuexin saw this while on the street and immediately realized that Bai Xing had managed to get into the institute building. Because the ball was shrinking, the octopus inside it followed the rule and also changed its size since it didn't matter what space it was in. That's why the protagonist thought that dealing with this incident was quite easy because all he had to do was place the octopus in a controlled space and shrink it. Very soon, the huge octopus was able to fit into a small glass jar. Bai Xing happily announced that the arrest was successful. Ji Zhenghua praised the protagonist for his excellent approach and eliminating the dangerous octopus. Now the man could go deactivate the lock to leave the institute building. After one problem was solved, Bai Xing wasted no time in trying to deal with the 2 sealants that had frozen in place. To do this, he directed his balls of light towards them. Ji Renhua suddenly became very nervous and asked what the guy was going to do. The man didn't ask to help these people at all and just wanted to see how Bai Xing would restrain the octopus. It turned out that the main character had no intention of helping the sealants because thanks to the vision he knew why they were here. As soon as the balls of light returned to the guy, he received abilities called White Paradise and Zoology. Without wasting time, the guy used the ability Zoology and ordered the wolf to come to him. To Ji's surprise, Zhenghuang's wolf began to obediently walk towards Bai Xing. The man struggled to resist and explained that he had cut into the wolf's 4th eye to block its rules. The scientist also said that although the guy became the wolf's master thanks to the skill, he continued to constantly activate the rule and cause innocent people to die, so he had to stop immediately. Bai Xing didn't listen to the man and suddenly grabbed the fourth eye that didn't belong to the wolf. Without a shadow of a doubt, the protagonist abruptly tore out this eye, knowing full well that Ji's consciousness was stored in it. Immediately after this, the wolf's eyes, which were burning with a bright light and showed that the characteristics matched, began to fade. After this, the wolf obediently turned to his new master and asked him to describe to him 4 characteristics of his new target. Bai Xing had a strong connection with the wolf and knew that he had to give the animal an order, or else he would be subject to a counterattack by the pollution. Ji Zhenghua was very unhappy with the guy and loudly said that he was wrong about him. The man believed that the disdainful attitude towards life that was inherent in the main character would one day destroy him. Bai Xing, despite the criticism, was confident in himself, so he turned to the wolf with 4 eyes in order to voice those very characteristics. The guy said that firstly, the new goal was on the mountains, but the speed of ascent allowed her to reach the summit in only 1 full day. Secondly, it also took a whole day to get down from the mountain. The third condition was that this target did not move evenly. The fourth characteristic was that the wolf would be able to find the target if it found the exact place where it was yesterday above and today below. Ji Zhenghua was shocked to hear all these characteristics because according to them, the wolf would never be able to find his target. The man praised the guy for his masterful use of topology. Immediately after the main character announced all the characteristics of the new target, one of the wolf's 4 eyes began to glow brightly, indicating that the beast had begun its search. Ji Zhenghua praised the guy because he described an object that could exist, but the location of which was impossible to determine, so the wolf was caught in his own rules. After that, Bai Xing said that this did not always work, but now he could order the wolf to disappear and wait for his next order. The guy was then happy that the pollutant that was related to the zoology skill did not have any side effects on him, so now Bai Xing had a new ability at his disposal. Ji Zhenghua was glad that the current crisis situation was resolved, so he could restore the institute building and the guy should go after Ji Yuexin. The man was already about to do everything he had planned, but suddenly stopped and thought about something. The scientist asked the main character not to look for his daughter, but rather to take her and take her home. Bai Xing didn't understand what the man wanted to tell him and assumed that he didn't plan to meet Ji today. Ji Zhenghua explained that he could not show himself to his daughter in such a state and asked the protagonist to lie and tell the girl that he had gone to manage an emergency situation with pollution. The main character did not try to convince the man, so he agreed to play along with him and then said goodbye. Finally, the guy asked what the scientist planned to do next. He was interested in whether Ji would leave Renhua will wait in vain for his daughter or will find a way to restore his body. The man replied that, at the cost of depleting his consciousness, he could activate the skill of convergence. He was sure that he would not be able to become a human, so he planned to do something in the remaining time. Bai Xing again did not try to convince the man, but said that not being human was also normal. After this, the guy thought that the result he had already achieved was still insufficient and his progress was too slow. The protagonist believed that he needed more pollutants, preferably those that could contribute to his professional growth, and that allowed him to use the power of the rules without side effects. Xing also wanted to have a channel network to receive news about pollutants in real time in order to skillfully take advantage of these unpredictable situations. Very soon, the main character easily descended to the ground with the help of his abilities. Now he had to fulfill Ji's request. At this time, Ji Yuexin, who couldn't get into the institute building, obediently waited for Bai Xing on the street. Suddenly, she saw a beam of bright light that was already familiar to her. The next moment, the main character quickly flew up to the girl and grabbed her in order to take her away from here. Ji Yuexin was very surprised by this and didn't even have time to realize anything. Without waiting for questions, the guy said that the girl's father was busy at the moment and therefore asked not to distract him and to take Ji away. From the surprised expression on the girl's face, it was clear that she didn't believe what she had just heard. But she didn't argue or try to return to the institute. Very soon, the main character brought Ji in his arms Yuexin home. It was already quite late, so there were no lights on in the windows of the mansion. Bai Xing assured that the girl was now safe. Ji Yuexin felt sorry for inviting a guy to dinner, but ended up hurting him a lot by doing so. Bai Xing asked his girlfriend not to worry about it because he had made quite a good profit from this whole situation. This calmed the girl down a little, so she asked what they should do next. Bai Xing created several balls of light with a satisfied expression while saying that from now on he and the girl had to depend only on themselves. After this, the main character handed over to Ji Yuexin had several dozen different skills and also increased her energy level. This surprised the girl very much. The guy then said that his girlfriend had great potential, so if she figured everything out well, she would certainly use these skills even better than he did. Finally, the main character said with a smile that they had experienced a lot today, so Ji Yuexin needed to get some good rest. Without waiting for any answer, Bai Xing quickly flew away because he also needed to have time to rest and prepare for tomorrow. Ji Yuexin watched the protagonist leave and thought that they really should have depended only on themselves. Suddenly, the girl began to cry. Her tears quickly rolled down her cheeks and fell onto her hand, breaking into many small drops. Ji Yuexin was very upset that in the end she would not be able to help the main character in any way, and she was not even allowed to see her father, who was probably hurt. The girl quickly pulled herself together and began to think hard only about the fact that she had to become stronger in order to prevent anyone else from suffering because of her. Soon after, the man in the black suit felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Someone was trying to contact him despite the late hour. Ji Run was very surprised that he received a call from the recently missing Ji. Yuexin thought that it was worth it for him to organize a ceremonial announcement on this occasion. Unexpectedly for the man, the girl declared that from that moment on it would be she who would take control of the Ji family. Therefore, she confidently stated that tomorrow they had to accompany all enterprises and equipment for sealants for integration. She promised to personally execute all those who disagree with this. A new day had arrived. The metropolis was quiet and calm, and nothing reminded of what had happened that night. Jean Jiwei was already at her workplace and was analyzing documents. She was very interested in what had actually happened at school and how to announce it to society. The girl was in a hopeless situation, so looking at the mirror of ink, she thought about whether she should call Director Pushkin again. She remembered well how the old man told her that time did not exist. It was just a human illusion because it was not about time but about the people themselves. The old man also said that for this mirror everything was predetermined and happened spontaneously, so the order in which the fragments were shown was completely random. Director Pushkin advised Jean Jiwei try to enter the mirror and observe if she wants to know about all the events. However, the old man warned that if this mirror showed an image that was not related to the current event, then immediate measures had to be taken to close the mirror. The girl knew well that in such cases it was necessary to install another reflective surface in front of the mirror, but she did not know what to do after that. Director Pushkin also did not know this because in the end he was only a man and could not predict the behavior of a contaminated object. This was the question that was currently troubling Jean. Jiwei, she was thinking about whether she should use the mirror to get more information for the investigation. Suddenly, she heard someone's voice nearby asking if she needed Jin's help. Jiwei immediately rudely asked who was here. It turned out that it was the main character who silently entered the police chief's office thanks to a mysterious portal. As if nothing had happened, he greeted his friend. Jean Jiwei was glad to see the main character and said that he came at the most opportune moment. She was already worried that the guy could go to another area. Bai Xing replied that he was free now, so he wanted to take a few orders to earn some money, and going to the police chief for this was the easiest solution. Jean Jiwei was glad that the survivor at the school came to her himself and believed that he probably knew what exactly happened at the scene. Hearing this, Bai Xing began to get ready to leave as he supposedly remembered that someone wanted to become his trainer and was going to give him his first lesson today. Then Jean Jiwei said that the boy was very suspicious and had traces of pollution in his head, so she assumed that what happened at school was not a simple pollution surge. Still, the main character said that he really could tell the girl about what happened at school, but he was interested in whether she would dare to hear all of this. The guy believed that in the era of pollution law, an order no longer mattered and human society was barely preserved thanks to the inertia of a 1,000-year-old civilization and did not collapse completely. Bai Xing claimed that he had prevented the pollution by risking his life and helped the girl explain the rules. He had no achievement but a high level of effort. The guy kept talking about what if Jean Jiwei will not continue to investigate the incident that happened at school, then he will be able to receive from him 4 gifts. The girl was interested in this proposal. She liked young men who swam against the current, and therefore she was interested in what kind of gifts these were. The guy promised that firstly he would help to compile a full report on what happened in order to close the case. Secondly, he would become the girl's bodyguard, and thirdly, he would be able to give her any skills she wanted. After this, the main character announced with a satisfied look that his 4th gift would be to introduce himself as a candidate for the post of director on behalf of Jean Jiwei, just as she wanted. Jean Jiwei, after listening to the main character's entire proposal, extended her hand to him and said that she was glad to work with him. Bai Xing was very surprised when he heard this. The guy didn't understand why the girl so quickly agreed to cooperate with him. The police chief explained that he simply trusted the guy and advised him to trust whoever he works with, and if he had any doubts it was better to abandon the idea. She then recalled the events of the previous nights and said that this innocent high school boy was clearly at that stage where he didn't trust anyone, so he needed to be shown kindness. Bai Xing was very unhappy that the girl had just literally voiced her thoughts out loud to Jean Jiwei explained that if she hadn't said that, the guy wouldn't have known what she was thinking. Nevertheless, our heroes shook hands, which indicated that they had agreed on everything and were ready to cooperate. After that, Jean Jiwei sat down at her desk and prepared to use the gifts that the protagonist had given her. The girl said with a satisfied look that from that moment on the guy would stay by her side because the ceremony of nominating candidates for the post of dean would begin in 3 days, and by that time she wanted to introduce him to other candidates. The police chief also gave Bai Xing a piece of paper believing that according to their persuasion the boy should now file a report on the pollution incident in the middle school. Some time passed. The protagonist diligently fulfilled his obligations and described in detail what in his opinion happened at school on that ill-fated day. Jean Jiwei, having read the whole story from beginning to end, believed that the main character's version of those events completely set him against Liu Shua. The guy didn't see any problem with this. Bai Xing also said that Jean Jiwei was now his boss, and since Liu Shua didn't respect her, the girl had the right to annoy the scoundrel a little. Jean Jiwei agreed with this, so she decided to help the protagonist improve his story. The first thing the girl suggested was to indicate in the report that on the day of the exams, the examiner was Xiaju acted on Liu Shua's orders and searched for valuable contaminated items on the school grounds. The police chief also suggested writing that Liu Shua's intention from the very beginning was to use the students as pioneers to test the pollution rules. After that, Jean Jiwei suggested to mark it as if the young teacher of the Ji family and his bodyguard joined forces to stop Xia's plans. Ju, and as a result died heroically, having passed on valuable information to Ji shortly before. The girl continued to say that it was still possible to soften the role of the Ji family in this story because they did not like Liu Shua, and therefore the main character needed to enlist their support. Bai Xing was amazed by the girl's ingenuity So in order to praise her, he used the saying that old Ginger was hotter than Jean. Jiwei clearly didn't like this comparison. Meanwhile, Liu Shua was reaping the fruits of his recent success and was carefully examining the very same huge stone door that had opened slightly in front of him. The man was very happy that after so many years he finally managed to open this door. Even a small crack was enough for him to perceive it as an incredible victory. Xia Xin was as always dissatisfied and did not understand why the man was so fixated on this door, believing that he expected too much from her. To this, Liu Shuo replied that he had found the shackles that belonged to the girl and his divine sword right in front of this door. The man was sure that there were even more powerful pollutants behind this door. Unexpectedly, Liu Shuo confidently stated that in his opinion this unusual door was connected with God himself. Xia Xin didn't take the man's words seriously and thought that he was simply losing his mind. Liu Shuo did not blame the girl for her misunderstanding and said that they were all looking for a god who would save this world. He went on to say that the awakening of abilities turned people into hermetists, and those who used their skills to master the rules of pollution were mature hermetists. At the very top of the pyramid, however, was none other than the dean, who towered over all candidates, hermeticists, and ordinary people. The dean was the one who had perfect control over at least one pollutant without any side effects and could handle high-ranking incidents on his own. This person also proposed a viable solution for a positive end to the era of pollution. People like Dao Chui, Landon Bruce from the Western Sea, and of course the principal of the Pushkin High School were those very deans. Liu Shuo insisted that all these deans mentioned a common solution by which the era of pollution would end. This solution was a god who stood above all mortals. Xia Xin, hearing this, asked if the man really meant flying gods, angels, and demons. She thought that this was complete nonsense. Liu Shuo was angry and asked the girl not to express herself like that because he always believed that in the past there were people who perfectly mastered the rules of pollution and completed them in ancient times. The man continued to talk about how traces of these people from the past were hidden in countless legends and were probably behind this door. Xia Xing still didn't believe it and said that the shackles of her divine statue often affected her, so it was unclear how anyone could perfectly wield many contaminated items. Liu Shuo laughed at this argument and continued to insist that ever since he had received this door, he had dreamed every night of the world that lay beyond it and the gods that called to him. Still, the man finally decided that he would enter this door right now. Liu Shuo assumed that if he learned the secret of the disappearance of the gods and how to return them, he would definitely be able to become a dean. Xia Xin responded to this by saying that the man could do whatever he wanted, but she would not wait for him. She also warned that if something came out from behind the door, she would make sure to seal the entire building. After that, Liu Shuo, as planned, began to crawl through a small gap in order to fulfill his dream. None of the interlocutors noticed that Ji was eavesdropping on their entire conversation. Manhwa, he appeared out of nowhere and was very interested in the unusual door. Meanwhile, Liu Shuo had already stepped onto the hard surface that was located behind the door. This was a good sign for the man. Finally, he was able to squeeze through and without wasting time began to look around in order to see what he had been working towards for so long and so stubbornly. The man saw lifeless plains in front of him, which resembled a lunar landscape, but the huge mountain, which was the only elevation in this unusual world, simply could not help but catch his eye. Liu Shuo was amazed by this view and thought that at first glance the diameter of this mountain was no less than 2 kilometers and the height was at least 10 kilometers. This impressed him greatly. The man, walking forward and not taking his eyes off the huge mountain, began to think about whether it was a staircase that connected humanity with the heavens. Liu Shuo was so sad about his discovery that he didn't notice how Ji Renhua quickly slipped through the door and found himself in this unusual world with him. The scientist, having climbed high up, was amazed by the appearance of the huge mountain because it reminded him of some kind of monster. Ji Zhenghua clearly saw a huge finger that resembled a human's and did not understand how it could be so big. Continuing to fly forward, the man saw the hand of this creature, after which he realized that it was definitely not a monster. It turned out that it was a huge bearded man who seemed to be frozen in place or simply sleeping in a position that was comfortable for him. Meanwhile, a joyful Liu Shuo had already approached what he thought was the foot of the mountain and suggested that he should go up. Ji Zhenghua did not interfere, and while closely observing this, mentally advised the man to change his decision. The scholar believed that if Liu Shuo saw the truth, perhaps his mental power would completely shatter and his mind would immediately be overloaded. Bai Xing with Jean, the Ziweis, were still at the police station and were working hard. Quite a lot of time had passed, so the girl did not hide the fact that she was very tired. The main characters also wondered how long they had been sitting here. Unexpectedly, Jin Jiwei suggested that the guy change the scenery and take a walk around the city. Bai Xing couldn't give his answer because he knew that his current appearance was not suitable for walking around the city. The girl understood everything without words, so she handed the main character a set of new clothes so that he would not limit himself. Very soon our heroes were walking along the busy streets of the metropolis and enjoying the city noise. Jin Jiwei didn't hide her joy at seeing the morning sun. The guy was surprised that such a pessimist as the police chief could rejoice at such things. To this, the girl answered meaningfully that in this polluted world, no one dared to say that they would live to old age. Surely she meant that it was necessary to enjoy every moment. Also, Jin Jiwei said that fortunately for the majority, there was always a minority that took the first steps and by acquiring power took on responsibility. Bai Xing thought these words were meaningless and untrue because he had never seen the strong treat the weak kindly. From these words, the girl realized that the main character had experienced many contemptuous looks, so she asked what the guy would most like to do if he had incredible power. Hearing this question, Bai Xing tightly clenched his fist, indicating that his answer would not sound positive at all. The next moment, the guy, smiling slyly, declared that if he acquired incredible power, he would like to destroy all of humanity. Bai Xing claimed that this was not youthful maximalism, but that he had really thought about it for a long time. Despite this justification, it was clear that Jin Jiwei didn't quite believe him. Still, the girl said that the guy had his own goal, and that was very good. The main character was very surprised by this reaction and asked if the police chief didn't think his words were inhumane. Jin Jiwei replied that she didn't see a problem with this and didn't think the guy's intentions were that bad because she knew people much worse than Bai Xing. She went on to say that her father was a semi-corrupt businessman who always said that one should not be proud of one's successes because of pure luck, because unsuccessful people had their own reasons and they simply did not have enough opportunities. Jin Jiwei went on to say that her father could not bear to see others suffer, so he made donations, helped during disasters, and founded aid centers. Bai Xing suddenly interrupted the girl and suggested that at the end of the story, her father was betrayed by Jin. Jiwei confirmed this, saying that he died very tragically. At that moment, the deuce called him a fool and thought that he deserved it, but even when the man spat blood, he still smiled proudly at himself and at how he lived this life. Bai Xing then said that it was not in the girl's best interests to act on her own with her high position, so he was willing to help her avenge her father's death. Jin Jiwei didn't respond to this and only took a few big sips of the sweet carbonated drink, enjoying the familiar taste. After that, she exhaled sharply so that the carbon dioxide from the drink would not sting her mouth and throat. The girl then said that she always tried to practice her father's philosophy and understand the weak. She also really wanted to see how the so-called weak would change this world. Unexpectedly, Jin Jiwei thought that Liu Shua, despite his great strength, always believed that only a god could save this polluted world. Because of these thoughts, the girl suddenly began to wonder why the world ended up in such a state if God really was immortal. After that, Jin Jiwei said that the motivation behind why the protagonist wanted to destroy humanity was not important. However, if it was strong enough, it could become his mental defense against pollution. That was why the girl wanted Bai Xing to achieve his goal, because perhaps on the day when this happens, thanks to the guy's success, this world will be saved. The main character was unhappy that the police chief associated him with the task of saving the world, since this was not his main goal, and therefore asked him not to do it. Jin Jiwei agreed and asked the guy to relax and calmly participate in the elections of candidates for the position of dean. Then the girl suggested that the main character needed her help since he accepted her offer. Bai Xing confirmed this and said that he needed to hide his identity until he reached the level of dean's strength. The unexpected girl happily stated that the guy had found the right person for this purpose. Jin Jiwei was about to leave, and so she finally advised the guy to first rest and get ready because all the contestants would gather together next week. Bai Xing was surprised that he still had a week left before this event. Now he needed to find a place where he could wait for this time. Suddenly, the guy saw a tall multi-story building and thought that he had already found a suitable place to live. At this time, Lu Qing was greedily gulping down alcohol straight from the bottle despite the fact that she was already quite drunk. The girl was very unhappy with her job, and while no one was listening, she complained about it out loud while lounging on the sofa in the living room. She was also very unhappy that the villains who envied her talents set a trap for her and sent her to the polluted area of the whale's dream. Unfortunately, she had no evidence to take revenge on these people. On top of that, Lu Qing also remembered Bai Xing. She didn't understand why this middle school student was so confident in himself and thought that she didn't know him anything. The girl threatened that the next time she saw the main character, she would prove that she was not just a weak girl. In her opinion, this was called being an adult and responsible. Suddenly, someone took the bottle of alcohol from Lu Qing and asked her not to drink anymore because it was bad for her health. The girl was very unhappy about what happened and in a rage began to ask who dared to take her alcohol from her. She also threatened to deal with the scoundrel with her own hands. The next moment, Lu Qing saw Bai Xing in front of her smiling slyly while holding her alcohol in his hands. This literally shocked the girl. She immediately began asking how the guy got into her apartment and why he didn't knock on the door. The main character answered with a grin that if he had knocked, he wouldn't have heard the drunk girl's confession. Then Bai Xing looked around and said that he saw that the girl's house was quite large, so he asked to give him one room because in the end he saved her life. Lu Qing was very surprised and embarrassed that the protagonist wanted to live with her, while there were many cheap hotels around, so she asked what the guy really wanted. The next moment, Bai Xing smiled slyly and said that if the girl told him who exactly had set up a trap for her, he would deal with that person. Lu Qing heard the protagonist's proposal and was very surprised and asked if he really wanted to help her get out of this situation. Suddenly, the girl started crying and saying that she was afraid that Bai Xing had abandoned her and forgotten her. The main character asked the girl to stop pretending that she was crying and suggested having a serious talk. He promised to help the girl return to the family business and in return asked that she commit herself exclusively to collecting information about pollutants, and the more the better. Lu Qing suddenly asked if the guy was really going to participate as a candidate for the position of dean because if he passed the assessment he would receive the greatest power and even the security office would submit to his decisions. To this, Bai Xing asked if the contents of the dean's candidacy were related to polluting items. From this question alone, the girl realized that the guy had not prepared for the evaluation of candidates. The girl then explained that the assessment of candidates consisted of participants resolving pollution incidents within a set time frame and using these cases as assessment points. To this, Bai Xing replied that just a day ago he was still a simple student, so there was no way he could have known about these rules. Lu Qing advised the guy to be careful when searching for information about pollutants because each of them had its own price. Bai Xing replied that if the girl could not help him, he would look for someone else. Hearing this, Lu Qing immediately stopped the guy and agreed to cooperate. She admitted that no one else except the main character could help her. She then went on to say that she had been set up by her cousin Quan. Jiaxin he started from the foundations of the Chamber of Commerce and within half a year turned commercial sales into the clan's first successes. From then on he aimed for Lu Qing's position. It was said that this guy had the ability to achieve absolute submission from people. Bai Xing immediately assumed that it was similar to the girl's ability to persuade. Lu Qing denied this and recalled that all the clients who did business with Quan Jiaxin said that they felt an indescribable happiness, so the guy's sales never stopped. Having heard everything he needed, the main character suggested going to Quan Jiaxianu right now in order to do everything quickly and return to rest. For Lu Qing, this was very unexpected. Then the guy asked the girl if she had told anyone that she had returned alive. The main character believed that if this was the case, then this was their advantage. Lu Qing replied that she returned home yesterday and was so sad that she started drinking non-stop, so she hadn't gotten involved with anyone yet. Bai Xing was surprised that the girl called herself the second character in the Chamber of Commerce because her phone was always on, and she did not receive a single message, which meant that no one was looking for her. Lu Qing was not at all happy that the guy doubted her and said that she was an insignificant person in the company. This made her angry, but she did not dare to express her dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, negotiations were underway in a large office building. Someone approached Vice President Quan. Jiaxinu asked if he really wanted to leave with this lot of goods, which was impossible. The guy smiled good-naturedly and reminded Old Wei that they had already worked together several times, so he could trust him. The elderly man also answered smiling that business was business and each deal had to be discussed separately because in his opinion it was better for both parties. Quan Jiaxin was surprised that the old man had come to his office so early and seemed to understand well what he wanted to tell him. At the same time, the guy slowly walked through the office where there was absolute silence. Only the sound of leather shoes hitting the floor broke it. Quan Jiaxiang walked to the door and closed it so that no one would seem to be eavesdropping on his business conversation with Old Man Wei. After this, the guy also slowly headed to his place at the table. The elderly man could only silently wait for the conversation to continue. Next up is Quan Jiaxian seemed to accidentally hit the table with his finger several times. This sound once again broke the silence that reigned in the office. Only after this Quan Jiaxiang began to speak again and insisted that this request was very important to both of them, so he hoped that the older man would not refuse him. Suddenly, the belt on Old Man Wei's waist came undone with a loud bang. Immediately after this, the elderly man began to experience unusual sensations. He realized that Quan Jiaxian used his tricks on him again. Along the way, the guy calmly asked whether cooperation with a friend did not bring the old man the same feeling of satisfaction. The elderly man, greedily stroking the air, replied that he did not dispute this and admitted that Quan Jiaxian had his own tricks. Unexpectedly, Old Man Wei fell silent because he could not say anything because of such a pleasant feeling. The man's body grew more expensive from pleasure. He could only experience something like this during meetings with Quan. As soon as everything stopped, Old Wei exhaled with relief and agreed to make concessions and sign any treaty. Quan Jiaxiang was pleased with his latest victory in the negotiations. Some time had passed since that moment. The sun was already high, which meant the working day was in full swing. Vice President Quan Jiaxian was once again approached by his secretary and informed that he had brought all the students who needed his interview. The secretary assured that his boss could continue the interview process. Meanwhile, several girls were lined up in front of Quan Jiaxian in a row. For a while, the guy sat at his desk and stared at the girls who had come to interview him. All these few seconds, he humbly waited for his secretary to leave the office and leave him alone with his guests. As soon as the door closed, Quan Jiaxiang stood up from the table abruptly. He could finally get what he wanted. The guy slowly walked behind the girls and headed to the other end of the room, looking at them closely along the way. Because of this, the students felt very awkward. Quan Jiaxiang, without taking his eyes off the girls, checked that the doors were completely closed. He clearly did not want anyone to disturb him. After that, the guy tapped his finger on the wooden surface several times as if it were some kind of ritual. At that very moment, one of the girls screamed in surprise because she began to experience unusual sensations. This confused her very much. At the same time, everyone else began to experience similar sensations. One of the students suddenly dropped a sheet of paper with prepared questions for the interview from her hands because she began to experience severe pain. Seeing this, Quan Jiaxian said that the girls who were standing in the middle could stay, but the rest should leave because they were not suitable. One of the girls didn't understand why she didn't come over and still wanted to interview the vice president. She didn't want her questions to go unanswered by the guy. This persistence made Quan very angry. Jiaxiang therefore demanded that all the girls immediately leave his office. Suddenly, the office doors began to open quickly despite the fact that the vice president should have been notified beforehand. The next moment, the door hit Quan with great force. Jiaxian and instantly calmed his anger. Immediately after this, Bai Xing entered the office and loudly greeted the vice president and asked if it was true that all those interviewed had to immediately go to his office. Quan Jiaxian was very unhappy with Bai Xing's sudden appearance because he had suffered, so the scoundrel insisted that the guy should get out of here because the Chamber of Commerce did not need him. The main character, smiling, asked the man not to be so aggressive, after which, showing some documents, he said that it was his cousin who asked him to come here. Then the guy sat down in Quan's chair like he owned the place. Jiaxiang added that this practice was supposed to add academic credits to his score. After that, Bai Xing put his feet up on the table with a satisfied smile on his face and declared that he would not stay here for long. The female students who were still in the office were surprised by what was happening and began to assume that the guy had not yet graduated from university since he was clearly much younger than them. They were also afraid that a fight was about to start. Among all the girls, only one of them remained silent because she was still very upset about what happened before Bai Xian arrived. The guy couldn't help but notice this. Without thinking twice, the main character turned to Quan Jixian, who asked why the girl was crying, assuming that the man had closed the office door to intimidate her. The scoundrel continued to demand that the guy leave here. To this, Bai Xing confidently stated that according to his cousin, Quan Jiaxiang had to accept him, so he wouldn't go anywhere. Hearing this, the angry man asked who the cousin of this uninvited guest was and threatened that as soon as he found out her name, she would no longer participate in the affairs of his Chamber of Commerce. Bai Xing replied with great pleasure that his cousin's name was Lu Qing and that they had recently met when they left the house together. Then the guy began to observe the man's reaction. Quan Jiaxiang was shocked by what he heard and thought that it was impossible. This unexpectedness almost made the scoundrel blurt out the reason why he thought so. The main character continued to say that his cousin went on vacation to the beach and did not return for months, so he had to go after her and bring her back. Quan Jiaxiang immediately declared that it was a lie while thinking that no one could escape from the whale's dream prison, so it was difficult for him to believe that Lu Qing had actually left there. Suddenly, the man was taken aback because he finally noticed the clothes his sudden guest was wearing. This made the scoundrel instantly calm down and pull himself together. He then assumed that, judging by the uniform, Bai Xing was a security department employee, so he asked if it was Director Jin Jiwei sent him to investigate Lu Qing's disappearance. Without waiting for an answer, the man turned to the students who were still there and asked that one of them bring him and his guests some tea while the rest should leave and wait for other instructions. The girls immediately obeyed and quickly left the office so that Quan Jiaxiang and Bai Xing were able to talk in private. As soon as the strangers left the office, the villain turned to the main character and asked what his official order was. The man assured that he was ready to cooperate in everything. Without wasting any time, Bai Xing extended his hand forward and asked if Quan would agree. Jiaxiang would hand over the contaminated items that were under his control to him if he asked him to do so. The man became nervous and asked the boy not to joke like that. At the same time, Bai Xing thought that he could kill the villain right now, but he needed to avoid the consequences in the form of pollution rules. The main character was confident that as soon as he understood what these rules were, he would be able to eliminate them. Meanwhile, Quan Jiaxian was thinking hard about how Lu Qing's detention was ultra-secret and Jin Jiwei was a scoundrel who had already investigated him several times and still dared to suspect him. He then thought that the student who had gone out to get some tea would return in 10 minutes. During that time, he could kill Bai Xing and thus add to his list of perfect disappearance cases. After this, the man asked the main character what his opinion was about parallel worlds. Bai Xing replied that, in his opinion, such worlds did not exist, and he also did not understand why the villains were asking about this. To this, Quan Jiaxiang replied with a sly smile that parallel worlds existed and could synchronously influence reality. The next moment, something attacked Bai Xing straight in the chest, causing blood to spray all around. The guy didn't expect this at all. The main character quickly loses strength and falls to the floor, not understanding at all what happened. Meanwhile, Quan was pleased with what was happening. Jiaxiang began to talk about how, in order to get to where he was now, his hands had to touch many dirty things. He then asked his opponent if he knew how much hidden effort a person from the lower class had to make in order to survive. The man regretfully recalled the times when he was very poor. Suddenly, the scoundrel became very angry and said that Lu Qing became the vice president only because of seduction. He also knew how to do this, so he pleased unpleasant people in order to get what he wanted. Next up is Quan Jiaxian loudly declared that no one would stop him on his way, and thanks to him, the Quan Chamber of Commerce would definitely become #1 in the world. Unexpectedly, Bai Xing, who was still alive, grabbed the table in order to rise while saying that the scoundrel was pretending to be a victim, but these were just excuses that consoled him. Then the main character with a huge hole in his chest stood up and declared that Lu Qing had achieved everything with her skills and methods. Quan Jiaxian saw Bai Xing in front of him and was shocked, not understanding why he still hadn't died since his injury was fatal. The guy apologized with a smile for disappointing the villain and thought that now it was his turn to attack, so he created dark and light spheres around himself. The next moment, the protagonist used the attack of inner demons and sent a dark sphere towards his opponent with great speed, intending to quickly kill him. Quan Jiaxian clearly saw the approaching danger, so he was a little alarmed, but was already thinking about who to save himself from. Suddenly, the villain simply disappeared, as if he had dissolved into thin air before the dark sphere touched him. Seeing this, the main character began to look around, not understanding where his opponent could have disappeared to, but the guy remained just as focused on the battle. Not finding a single clue, Bai Xing quickly activated the light field skill, causing the sphere of light to rapidly expand in volume. Very soon, she swallowed the entire office building of the Chamber of Commerce. The main character was sure that Kwon Jashin had not yet managed to go outside and remained somewhere inside. After that, the guy snapped his fingers so that his ability would transfer all the ordinary people from this building to the street. At that very moment, all the people who were in the skyscraper felt a strange feeling, after which they were surprised to discover that they were already on the street. Everyone was very surprised and scared by what happened. People did not understand what was happening, so they immediately assumed that it was a case of contamination which required calling the security department. Meanwhile, at Bai Xing's will, the sphere of light began to shrink but suddenly stopped this process after reaching a certain size. The guy's guess was confirmed. The dominant pollution rules compensated each other due to their different rules, so the sphere of light could no longer shrink. This meant that now Kwon Jashin was surrounded by a sphere of light. The main character immediately realized that his opponent was hiding right now in the supposed parallel world and did not want to come out. Next, Bai Xing assumes that during his surprise attack, the villain used an invisible hand and was now completely invisible. The guy thought that this was an interesting rule. After this, the main character activated several of his skills at once, such as regeneration and full recovery, in order to heal his huge wound in the chest. Suddenly, the boy felt sleepy, so he turned to Kwon Jashin, said that if he didn't intend to go out, that was fine. Therefore, Bai Xing decided to sit back a little while in his chair and wait for his opponent to show up. Very soon, the main character fell fast asleep, completely unafraid of the appearance of his enemy. He was completely confident in his safety and did not expect any threat in the near future. Kwon was watching him carefully. Jashiang was in a safe place and was thinking about where Lu Qin could get external reinforcements to escape from the whale's dream prison. The man was very unhappy because he was sure that in the area of pollution parallel world, he tore apart the heart of his opponent, but he not only recovered but also used another space to protect him. Then the villain tried to leave the light field area but was unable to do so. This meant that he was trapped. Besides, Kwon Jashin was very indignant that the protagonist was sleeping peacefully in his office after he had driven him into this trap. Coming closer to Bai Xing, the villain became even more angry because he saw that the through wound on his chest had simply healed. The man had already begun to assume what would happen if he cut off the main character's head. Suddenly, the villain turned to his brother's shoes, which he was now wearing, and asked them for protection. As soon as Kwon Jashin took his first step on the floor, and small waves began to spread out as if he was walking on the surface of water. Soon after, many footprints appeared on the floor, which were clearly visible due to the bright glow. Judging by the fact that these tracks led to Bai Xing, it could be assumed that they belonged to him. Kwon Jashin was very pleased to see this because it meant that he had managed to find traces of his opponent in the parallel world. Without wasting time, the villain began to walk straight along these tracks, exactly repeating the steps of the main character which he made just recently. Immediately after this, the sleeping Bai Xing's body was transported to a parallel world, but he didn't even notice it. The villain was very pleased and said that everyone had a different ability to control pollution, and although his mastery was small, it allowed him to control the parallel world inside himself. Grabbing the guy by the head, the man continued to say that the condition for activating his contamination was to step on the trail in order to see his version in a parallel world. After that, Kwon smiled slyly. Jashin prepared to do what he had planned, but before that, he mentally asked the protagonist not to worry because it would not be too painful. The next moment, the man tore off Bai Xing's head in the parallel world with one jerk, causing a stream of blood to immediately gush out in the ordinary world. The scoundrel looked at the dead head of his opponent with a smile, rejoicing in his final victory. At that moment, he mentally turned to his brother and asked if he had seen his success. Once upon a time, a man was asked a similar question by someone close to him while he was straightening his tie. A young man dressed in a business suit told his brother that he would soon become a director in the independent business group. Kwon Jashin was in no hurry to rejoice for him. He asked if his brother was really able to find a job in one day and immediately become a manager, or if he was just deceiving his mom and dad. The young guy, looking at himself in the mirror and carefully preparing for the upcoming meeting, replied that he had not lied. Suddenly, he turned to his brother and asked if he believed in parallel worlds. Without thinking twice, Kwon Jashin replied that if he was given money for it, he would believe in anything. The guy was unhappy that his brother only thought about money. Then Kwon Jashin said with displeasure that she had sent 1,000 resumes, but they didn't want to hire him, so first he had to solve the money problem and only then listen to his brother's incomprehensible stories. Then the guy began to regret that he was not a woman, because then he could have sacrificed his dignity and earned easy money. His brother thought that he was talking nonsense. Kwon Jashin started to tell that there was a girl in his class who dated rich guys. The whole class knew that she went to hotels with them. The guy then went on to say that after graduation, this girl did live broadcasts, put on shorts, and moved her body, earning tens of thousands a month. He really didn't like the fact that women could earn money effortlessly by exploiting their bodies and thought that it was very unfair. To this, the boy's brother replied that in fact Kwon Jashin wasn't looking for justice, but was simply angry at his own incompetence, despite the fact that the guy himself probably liked that girl. Kwon Jashin immediately began to very realistically deny this, but the guy did not listen to him. He was more interested in what his brother thought a parallel world would be like. Kwon Jashin replied that they would never be able to overcome their social class because everything had already been decided from birth, so in a parallel world they would also be from a low class. The guy then said that if parallel worlds really existed, he would want to get the same capital as those women in order to serve the rich and quickly earn a lot of money. Hearing this, his brother laughed and said that he would like to see how the guy would serve the rich. Kwon Jashin was surprised that his brother did not scold him, so he tried to continue his story. Suddenly, the guy in the business suit calmly turned to Kwon Jiaxiang had something he wanted to tell him. After Quan Jiaxiang fell silent, the guy asked if he had seen his shoes and if he liked them. Quan Jiaxian looked at the shoes and replied that they were wonderful, but he did not understand why his brother was asking him these questions. Raising his head up to look at his interlocutor, the guy was very surprised because he did not see his brother in front of him. After that, Quan Jiaxian heard a strange sound, the source of which he did not immediately understand. It was dark around and only a small beam of blurred light was visible in the distance. Soon the guy realized that it was a phone call which had already become annoying to him, so he had to start opening his eyes, simultaneously getting used to the bright light. Quan Jiaxiang opened his eyes abruptly and was shocked to realize that right now he was lying in bed, even though it seemed like just a moment ago he was sitting at his desk at home. The guy immediately stood up from his seat and, seeing his mother, who was nearby, asked what had happened to him. Quan Jiaxiang began to look around and soon realized that he was in a hospital room, but he did not understand how he got here because just recently he had talked with his brother. The woman said that the guy actually fainted in his apartment. He was found in this state by a courier who immediately called the police and thus saved him. Also, Mama Quan Jiaxiang, with tears in his eyes, tells us that the guy's brother hanged himself 3 days ago. Quan Jiaxiang was shocked and couldn't believe that his brother had committed suicide because that morning he had told him that he had found a good job as a manager. The guy denied that his brother was already dead, and so he rushed off to go and find him. As soon as Quan Jiaxian threw off the blanket and saw black shoes with red soles on his feet, which was very strange. The boy realized with horror that these were his brother's shoes, but he did not understand why he had them now. Shocked, Quan Jiaxian looked at his feet in horror and didn't understand when he managed to put on his brother's shoes. Suddenly, the guy was struck by lightning as he finally remembered what had happened to him and realized the consequences of it. Not long ago, a guy in a business suit suddenly asked his brother if he liked his shoes. Quan Jiaxiang was surprised by this question and did not understand why his brother asked this. Unexpectedly, on bare feet, Quan Jiaxiang's shoes began to appear as if by magic. It all seemed like some kind of illusion. Meanwhile, the guy was telling that if his brother puts on these shoes, he will be able to enter a parallel world, and everything he gets there will be reflected in reality. After that, he extended his hand and offered it to Quan Jiaxiang, went to the parallel world with him. Quan Jiaxian was shocked by what was happening and immediately realized that it was not his brother standing in front of him. He then assumed that the guy was possessed by the polluter. Brother Quan Jiaxiang assured him that he would not harm him and said that in a parallel world, he got a job, after which reality immediately synchronized. Scared, Quan Jiaxian pushed his brother away and assumed that he was connected to the polluter and had come to lure him into the real hell that was this parallel world. Then the guy demanded that his brother leave him alone while throwing off those very ominous shoes from his feet. After that, Quan Jiaxian tried to run out of the apartment as quickly as possible so as not to be alone with his brother, who scared him a lot. Having run out of the apartment, the guy only wanted to get as far away as possible so that the pollution would not affect him in any way, but his brother was not going to let him go so easily. Going outside through a mysterious portal consisting of sinister energy, the guy calmly told his brother that in a parallel world, he would be able to penetrate through walls. Despite this, Quan Jiaxiang continued to run away as fast as he could, not giving in to the imposter stories. A close relative followed the guy around, asking him to listen to what he was saying so that they could earn a lot of money together and fulfill the dream of justice. Quan Jiaxian was incredibly afraid of what was happening and didn't even know what he should do. In the end, the guy couldn't think of anything better to do than try to hide from his pursuer. Soon Quan Jiaxian saw that his brother had passed by, and so he had hope of being saved. The guy was glad that he was finally safe, but he still couldn't go home, so he decided to report the incident to a security agency that specialized in this. The next moment, the guy turned his attention to his feet and discovered with horror that they were wearing those same shoes again. This scared Quan very much. Jiaxiang, who did not understand at all when they managed to appear on his feet. At that very moment, his brother suddenly appeared behind the guy who was about to continue his story. Coming closer, he claimed that using these shoes, his eyes could see a parallel world in which he could do whatever he wanted. He then said that Quan Jiaxian was his beloved brother, so he wanted to share this power with him, but the frightened boy did not want anything like that at all and thought that it was dangerous. Quan Jiaxiang confidently stated that playing with pollutants only led to death. He also threatened that sealants from the security agency would soon arrive. Hearing this, the guy calmly asked his brother what the difference was between the power of the sealants and his abilities. Quan Jiaxiang tried to answer that the sealant protected people from pollutants, but his interlocutor interrupted him. The guy began to argue that mastering the rules of pollutants was the only way to overcome class inequality. He believed that sealants were ordinary people who simply used the rules of pollutants. He then asked if Quan Jiaxiang was planning to stay just at the moment when wealth, status, and power were within his reach. These words had an impact on the boy. He immediately began to think that using the pollutant was the very opportunity that could radically change and improve his life. Now, Quan Jiaxiang had two choices: either use the shoes he would probably never be able to take off again, or continue living his boring and predictable life. Finally, the guy confidently rose to his feet, simultaneously agreeing with his brother's words. Extending his hand to Quan Jiaxiang, asked his brother to give him these shoes because he was already ready to accept this power. His brother was very happy to hear this, and taking the boy by the hand, promised that right now, he would take him to a parallel world. Quan Jiaxiang asked not to rush because he still had questions. Then he clarified whether these shoes really gave the power to own a parallel world where one could do anything and reflect it in reality. After that, he asked why his brother in that case did not give up boring reality and stay in a parallel world. This question discouraged the guy. Meanwhile, Quan Jiaxiang continued to ask if his brother was lying to him, when he said that the parallel world was a real paradise. These words impressed the guy very much and made him think, but he did not deny that the parallel world really was paradise. Suddenly the guy grabbed his neck with his hands, and with great enthusiasm and madness in his eyes, he declared that he would leave reality right now and live in paradise. Then the distraught guy began to strangle himself and claim that he was going to heaven. Despite the fact that very soon brother Kwon Jashin began to lose strength and fell to the ground, but he still continued to tightly squeeze his neck, intending to carry out his plan. And Kwon Jashin calmly watched what was happening and thought that his brother was not very smart, but he was not so stupid as to commit suicide because of one phrase. The guy was sure that his brother was already dead because of the polluter and was simply acting according to its rules. Next up is Kwon Jashin promised that he would inherit everything that belonged to his brother and live well. After this, the guy confidently set out to make his wish come true. Kwon Jashin immediately took advantage of the power he had acquired and entered the portal he had just created that led to a parallel world. Now he held Bai Xing's head in his hands with a very satisfied look and turned to his brother asking if he had seen his victory. Then the man with a sly smile on his face wished his enemy to rest in peace and added that the parallel world did not exist and the only thing that existed was hell. Suddenly the main character, as if nothing had happened, turned to the villain and said that his nose was itching, so he asked him to do him a favor and scratch it. Kwon Jashin was so frightened by this unexpected occurrence that he immediately dropped his head from his hands, not understanding at all how Bai Xing could continue speaking. Meanwhile, the guy was happy that he had finally managed to lure out his opponent because he only had 4 minutes left before he died from lack of oxygen in the brain. Kwon Jashin became very angry when he realized that the main character, despite his severed head, was still alive, and so without thinking twice he decided to crush it. Surprisingly, as soon as the scoundrel touched Bai Xing's head, it immediately began to disappear as if dissolving into thin air. The man was very surprised by what he saw and did not understand how this could happen. Kwon Jashin began to nervously look around, trying to figure out where his opponent had gone. The protagonist did not. There was even one on the chair where he fell asleep. The man felt Bai Xing's presence, which meant that the guy had not yet died. Now Kwon Jashin was interested in what the main character's last sentence meant. Suddenly the villain came to a realization which made him noticeably more cheerful, as if he had finally told a difficult riddle. The man believed that Bai Xing wanted to use his own death to cause the pollutants in his body to go out of control. Then the smug scoundrel loudly asked if the main character really wanted to take him with him to the next world. Kwon Jashin warned his enemy that it would not be so easy. The thing was that, in this parallel world, the scoundrel had exceptional power and could see the traces that other beings left behind. Thanks to this, he could stop Bai Xing and subjugate him to his power. The next moment, Kwon Jashin activated his ability, causing many footprints to appear on the floor. The first traces that came to hand led the scoundrel to one of the students who had recently been in this office of Kwon. Of course, this didn't suit Jashin, so he continued searching. The other tracks belonged to another student, which is why the scoundrel had to start all over again. The third attempt was again unsuccessful, which is why the villain was already beginning to get very angry. The man did not understand why he still had not managed to find the main character, because he had already checked all the traces that were on the floor. The villain also began to wonder if Bai Xing should have already died and been assimilated by the pollutants. If this really happened, then Kwon Jashin could only leave his parallel world if he could decipher the uncontrolled pollutants. Gone out at all, but instead he just needed to avoid activating the rules and wait for everything to pass on its own. Kwon Jashin was unusually pleased with his situation because upon entering the parallel world, all the rules of reality ceased to have any meaning for him. Then the scoundrel looked at the time and realized that Bai Xing had been headless for 2 minutes already, which meant he had probably lost most of his consciousness. What was supposed to follow was that the pollutants inside the protagonist would soon begin to act and completely leave his body, and after 4 minutes restore his last active form. Realizing all this, Kwon Jashin looked at the time with a satisfied smile and was already ready to start the countdown, at the end of which he was supposed to win. Just at that moment, the scoundrel heard some noise behind him which immediately attracted his attention. The man immediately began to quickly look around in order to understand what these sounds were, but the solution to this phenomenon was not so simple. Soon Kwon Jashin finally realized that these sounds sounded like someone's footsteps. They seemed very familiar to him. Realized with horror that these steps sounded exactly like his own steps. This made the man seriously scared. After this, the villain realized that it was not just a similar sound. These were literally his steps. Meanwhile, the clock was already 943. This was the time when, according to the villain's assumptions, the pollutants should have already left the main character's body. Just at that moment, someone's footprints began to appear on the floor, which were clearly visible in this parallel world. Slowly, these tracks were getting closer and closer to Kwon Jashin, which made him very nervous. The man in horror began to loudly demand that Bai Xing not come near him. Of course, this did not in any way affect the fact that the tracks continued to lead towards the villain. Then Kwon Jashin jumped up and began to quickly run to another part of the office, continuing to demand that the main character get out of here. Then the villain began to loudly knock on the door and ask for at least someone to come to his aid. Of course, in the real world, no one could hear him. Soon the tracks finally came close to Kwon Jiaxianu then stopped. The man immediately felt Bai Xing's presence behind him, causing him to suddenly freeze in fear. The clock already showed 944. This meant that it was time for the main character to appear. Trembling with fear, Quan Jiaxian slowly turned his head back, already realizing that he was in a dangerous situation. The man standing behind the man had a large wound on his neck, but that didn't stop him from laughing. Exact replica of Quan Jiaxiang with a smile on his face asked the scoundrel if he liked his shoes and if they looked good. Quan Jiaxiang didn't understand what was happening and why he suddenly appeared in front of himself. In addition, the villain of course noticed a large wound on the neck of his clone, the reason for which he did not see. The man then noticed that this copy was wearing the same leather shoes, and so he assumed that a parallel version of himself was standing in front of him. Meanwhile, the clock already showed 945. According to the villain's rough calculations, the main character should definitely already be dead since 5 minutes had already passed since the beheading. However, Quan Jiaxian was now most concerned about why another he had appeared. At the same time, the copy continued to smile slyly and stretch out its hands towards the man. The villain was very scared and felt threatened because he did not have answers to all the questions. In the end, Quan Jiaxian suddenly pushed his copy away from himself so that it would not harm him. After that, the man started running, not paying attention to the fact that his clone lost his balance and began to fall to the floor. As soon as the body of the second villain touched the floor, his head suddenly came off his neck and flew to the side. Quan Jiaxian saw this and immediately stopped because he was shocked by what was happening and did not understand why this happened. Surprisingly, the severed head quickly went straight into the hands of the decapitated body. Then the man's body with his head in his hands began to calmly rise to his feet, as if there was nothing unusual about all this. Quan Jiaxian watched in horror as his copy put its own head back in place. It all looked very scary. Finally, the scoundrel suggested that Bai Xing had somehow exchanged his fingerprints for his own. If we follow this theory, it turns out that the villain, having ended up in a parallel world, did not tear off the head of the main character at all. It turned out that Quan Jiaxiang tore off his own head and didn't even notice it. Now the man could only watch as his copy slowly approached him with its arms outstretched. The villain recalled that before disappearing, the main character said that he had 4 minutes left. Quan Jiaxiang only now realized that these were actually 4 minutes of his own life. Already in the second minute, the scoundrel lost consciousness, but for him it was like a flashback, so he remembered the moment when today he met with the students who came for an internship. After 3 minutes, the pollutants left the man's body, and so he began to hear the steps of his shoes. After 4 minutes had passed, he was completely dead. The pollutants had left his body completely, so he was able to see himself. Quan Jiaxiang realized that after he hid in a parallel world, he killed his own body, which remained in reality, which is why leather shoes began to haunt him. The man also understood that now he had no future because he would no longer be able to avoid the worst. The next moment, the villain's clone tore Quan off with one sharp jerk. Jiaxian's head. After this, the copy, with a satisfied smile on his face, declared that he had finished his work and therefore it was time for him to leave. Bai Xing placed his opponent's head on the table and stopped the action of the body transformation skill, saying that people were often afraid of scaring themselves. According to the main character, sometimes thinking too much could lead to death. This is exactly what happened to Quan. The guy's internal organs had already been replaced with those of a whale, so his vitality was on a completely different level than that of a human. He quickly recovered even in the case of beheading. Bai Xing admitted that the villain had indeed managed to cut off his head, but everything went exactly according to his plan as soon as he announced 4 minutes. At the very beginning of, Quan Jiaxiang hid in his parallel world, which is why the protagonist could not reach him. The villain seemed to be in darkness. The guy then used his transparency skill to pretend that he had disappeared. This way, the opponents found themselves in darkness and did not see each other. Xing then used his sound control ability to imitate the sound of a man's footsteps. He also used a little bit of light and darkness control to create footprints on the floor. After this, the main character, using his skills, turned into Quan himself, Jiaxian, and began to pursue him, which of course really scared the man. By Xing, I thought that anyone else in his place would have definitely fallen into a trap without racing, but not him. In the end, Quan Jiaxiang had gotten himself into a difficult situation out of fear. According to Bai Xing, a compactor with special mental protection could not survive for long. The main character also stated with a rather smile on his face that the villain had no chance at all against his telepathy. Then the guy thought about the fact that without taking into account parallel measures, there should have been separate rules for these leather shoes. Initially, the body of the owner of these shoes passed into the world of astral projection using the power of the soul to influence other beings. Of course, these shoes had their price. Their owner literally became paranoid and could no longer get rid of them. He also always risked getting lost in a parallel world and never returning to reality. In order to finish the job and finally get rid of this pollutant, the main character decided to use his swords of light and darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Xing thrust his two weapons into the leather shoes and pierced them without any difficulty. At this point, the containment of the pollution was complete, and so the main characters could go about their business. At this time, the weather outside was calm and windless. White clouds did not at all prevent the sun's rays from illuminating the streets of the big city. It was a perfect day for the directors of the Quan Corporation to hold meetings at their headquarters. Suddenly, Lu Qing began to say that if there were no problems, then Quan Jiaxiang had already been arrested, so the internal conflicts within the corporation should have come to an end. One of the directors replied that the girl's return was of course a happy event, but she still had no right to gather them all together in order to accuse them of anything. Another director calmly assured that if the girl had any evidence she could provide it to them, and then they would do their job. The third director considered that any methods of work of Quan Jiaxiang was justified because they all started from the bottom to take their positions. Then Lu Qing suddenly declared that she had not returned to take revenge or restore her honor, but to take control of the Quan Corporation. These words outraged everyone present. The directors believed that Lu Qing would not be able to manage the corporation because she was too young. They also claimed that there was now no place for the girl in their corporation and therefore she should leave immediately. In response to this, the girl suddenly stood up from the table and began to say that she once wanted this corporation to become the largest in the country, but as soon as Liu Shuo came, the corporation changed. Lu Qing claimed that the Quan Corporation should have obeyed a strong man. In the girl's opinion, the leader she was already following had a better chance of becoming a director than Liu Shuo. The girl, while pouring water from the cooler, continued to say that the man had saved her from a desperate situation by literally performing a miracle, so she was ready to trust him with her future. Unexpectedly, Lu Qing took out the very same lotus flower that had previously belonged to Jian Yen. Girl knew that the people who had conspired against her were now in this room. The next moment, Lu Qing announced that those who betrayed her would now go to prison from which they would never be able to return. One of the directors, hearing Lu Qing's threats, calmly said that young people with great potential should act with caution. The second director angrily stated that the person who dared to bring a sealed object to a board meeting regardless of the reason should be expelled from the corporation as punishment. Lu Qing heard this and didn't respond, but she had already activated the lotus flower. At the same time, the water from the cooler spread across the floor and reached the feet of that very director. The man was very scared when he felt the bomb under his feet because he already understood what it meant for him. The next moment, the director began to rapidly dive under the water and thereby be transported to a prison from which there was no way to return. The man desperately tried to resist this and loudly called his colleagues for help, but it was all useless. While Lu Qing calmly watched what was happening, the frightened man asked if the girl really dared to attack him. Suddenly, one of the directors loudly slammed his hand on the table and ordered Lu Qing to stop all this. The menacing-looking man agreed to let the girl take back her position as vice president of the union, but in exchange she had to let their colleague go. Despite this, the girl was not going to stop because according to her, once trust was destroyed, its restoration required much more than just words. After that, she clarified whether the decision to remove her from the path had really been agreed upon by the entire board in this same office. Hearing this question, everyone present visibly tensed up because they understood that it was useless to lie and that punishment could soon overtake them. Moreover, the directors completely forgot about their colleague, who was holding on with all his might and calling for help. Eventually, the man's weakened hand slipped, leaving him no longer with a chance of salvation. In front of everyone present, the director quickly went underwater and then disappeared without a trace. This really scared everyone who saw it. Meanwhile, Lu Qing calmly walked to the window and pulled the curtain aside a little. Then the girl began to stare out the window because she knew that uninvited guests were already heading there who could disturb her. It was clear that a small group of suspicious people were indeed approaching the Quan Corporation's main office right now. These people looked very unusual, and their appearance alone made it clear that they were doing serious work. One of the directors immediately turned to Lu Qing and warned her that the security of the Quan Corporation had already arrived, so whoever threatened the board would soon be in trouble. Despite this threat, the girl remained calm and was even very pleased with something. She asked everyone present to look at the distance. In the distance, she could see the building of one of the corporation's branches where Lu Qing used to work. This made her feel nostalgic. Then he confidently told the girl that the person she had spoken of as the director would be arriving soon. Hearing this, the elderly man did not take the girl's words seriously and only laughed and advised her to think about herself now. Meanwhile, the guards of the Quan Corporation stopped near the main office as if they had no intention of going inside. Suddenly, one of the guards put his hand forward and prepared to use his skills. At that moment, one of the 4 symbols on the man's hand lit up with a bright flame. Immediately after this, a translucent cube appeared around the group of guards. Now it was as if they were in an elevator. Lu Qing saw this and was very surprised because she did not expect that anyone could possess such abilities. Soon the same translucent cube began to appear right in front of the girl. This forced her to take a few steps back. The next moment, the same group of guards who had risen up here as if in an elevator appeared in the office as if from nowhere. By making a special gesture with his hand, the same man made the imaginary elevator open its doors for them. After that, the man with the scar on his face immediately turned to Lu Qing and said that he was glad to see her again because before that he thought that they would never meet again. The directors were pleased that the security had already arrived. They asked the men to deal with Lu Qing quickly since they still had other things to do. Without taking his gaze off the girl and smiling slyly, the man asked whether they could do whatever they wanted with her. The second guard claimed that he needed material about how a woman who was in a position of power was tortured to death. His nightmare recording phone converted the recorded video into implantable dreams. The more bloody and violent the video, the worse the nightmare was for the victim. The scoundrel with the phone in his hands really hoped that the girl would show the facial expression he needed at the right moment. Despite these direct threats, Lu Qing remained completely calm and claimed with a smile that she had heard a lot about the Quan Corporation's printing squad. Scar Ling Han's sealing object was his scar. He could transfer any scar from his body to his victim and thus create a wound. The The scar on the neck was fatal. Jiang Quanan had the elevator control buttons on the back of his hand and was in charge of transportation and movement in this group of guards. Gao Song would use his old mobile phone with a camera to put his victim to sleep and torture them to death with recordings. Night priest Tang Deshun could enter other people's dreams and become a death god. They're killing his victims in their dreams. This man is a great companion for Gao. Wang's sealing object was a trompo rope which he could use to make any object spin like a top. Scar Ling Han was surprised that the girl knew so much about them, but he thought that in that case it would be better for her not to resist at all but instead to go with them and accept her death. Just at that moment a bright flash illuminated the office for a second. No one present even had time to realize what had happened. Xing appeared out of nowhere next to the guards and fearlessly placed his hands on the shoulders of two of them. Immediately after this, the protagonist confidently declared that Lu Qing would not go anywhere with these scoundrels. Scar Ling Han didn't seem surprised at all by the sudden appearance, and so he quickly ordered his comrades to get down to business. At that moment, Jiang Quanan touched the protagonist's back with his hand. Because of this, symbols appeared on the guy's back that were responsible for controlling the elevator. Jiang Quanan had complete confidence in his abilities and therefore bid farewell to Bai Xing, believing that after what he does, he will never see him again. After that, the villain activated his ability. The very symbol that was responsible for the upward rise lit up with a bright light. Suddenly, the main character lost his balance and began to rapidly rise to the ceiling of the office against his will. Even the concrete floors couldn't hold the guy. He simply broke through them with his body and continued to rise up. The rest of the main office workers were shocked when they saw the main character first appear from under the floor and then disappear under the ceiling, moving to the next floor. Very soon, Bai Xing passed through all the floors of the huge skyscraper, and now all that was left for him to do was fly unhindered into the sky. The guy quickly realized that his opponent's ceiling objects were now connected to him, so he could use it for his own purposes. First of all, the main character thought about the fact that now he needed to find a way to stop this ceiling object and return back to the office. Jiang Quanan seemed to hear the guy's words, so he said that he added the rule of elevation, and without his permission it would never stop. The villain was sure that even if the main character passed through the atmosphere and went into outer space, he would not stop. Gao Song was a little dissatisfied that his colleague had dealt with their opponent so quickly and hadn't even given him a chance to play with him. Quan Corporation, seeing all this, decided to gloat and therefore asked Lu Qing if this was really the same person who was supposed to lead them. The girl did not doubt the main character for a moment, so she remained absolutely calm and confidently confirmed that this was exactly the person. At this time, Bai Xing seemed to be slowly thinking about how he could overcome the rule and stop his flight. Suddenly, the main character took out his lightsaber in order to try to stop with its help. Without thinking, the guy began to wave his weapon as if trying to destroy the imaginary elevator that was lifting him up. Soon, Bai Xing realized that he was now in some kind of small contaminated territory, so his lightsaber did not work here. In order to counter the forced movement rule, the guy had to use another rule that also created movement, so the first thing he did was create a sphere of light. A moment later, the sphere began to expand, rapidly causing the imaginary elevator to appear inside. Moreover, the sphere had completely absorbed the corporation's head office, so Bai Xing now had exclusive power here. Soon, the protagonist appeared before his opponents again as if nothing had happened. Lu Qing was not at all surprised by this, which could not be said about the guards. Jiang Quanan was shocked and simply did not believe that the guy managed to resist his skill, because before that he thought that it was simply impossible. The villain did not understand why the main character stopped moving up. He frantically pressed the button on his hand, but nothing happened. Meanwhile, Bai Xing was thinking that right now one rule was contradicting another, and therefore he couldn't use the light teleportation skill. Accordingly, he needed to be especially careful now. The angry Jiang Quanan continued to press the button, but no matter how hard he tried, nothing happened. This was the first time the scoundrel had encountered something like this. Scar Ling Han, seeing this, began to ask his comrade to stop using the rule because he might be absorbed in his own skills. Tan Deshun felt that his comrade had already reached his limit, but he did not expect that just one unsuccessful encounter with the rule would destroy his mental stability. Lu Qing noticed that the corporation's guards were now showing unity, as they were sincerely worried about their comrade. The girl, of course, did not see a problem in the fact that one of her enemies lost control of himself, so she could allow herself to laugh at this. Suddenly, Jiang Quanan fell to his knees with a crash and began to be covered in an ominous aura that clearly did not bode well. Shepherd Wang, seeing this, decided to immediately intervene and stop the absorption of the man's mind with the help of his whip. Suddenly, Scar Ling Han stopped his comrade and asked him not to do anything because Jiang Quanan was already dead and his body was controlled by the polluter. According to the man, if Shepherd Wang accidentally hits the sealed object, the intensity of the collision will cause him to lose control of himself. Besides, Scar Ling Han insisted that they had a completely different goal now. At some point, Jiang Quanan became completely quiet. It seemed that everything was about to end and the man would fall to the floor dead. Suddenly, the villain began to smile broadly, trying to attract the attention of the main character. The next moment, the man pressed the button on his hand that was responsible for opening the elevator doors. Gao Song, I was very scared when I saw this because I remembered that according to Jiang Quanong himself, it was impossible to press the opening button while driving, otherwise something terrible would happen. At that very moment, the imaginary elevator appeared again around the main character, but now he no longer tried to move it anywhere. Immediately after this, the elevator doors began to open in front of Bai Xing because the corresponding button had already been pressed. The main character was very surprised when he saw what exactly was behind the elevator doors. For some reason, these doors led to an abandoned hospital. This fact only raised more questions in the guy's mind. Suddenly, in the semi-dark corridor, the ominous figure of a nurse appeared and immediately began to slowly approach Bai Xing. The protagonist was very surprised by this and immediately assumed that it was a corpse that was not controlled by the sealant or the rule. A moment later, for some reason, two corpses began to approach the guy, which were like two peas in a pod. Bai Xing didn't understand anything because he didn't even see when the second corpse had appeared. Soon after, another nurse's corpse appeared. Now the three of them were heading towards the main character. Seeing this, the guy began to doubt himself and think that he just imagined it all. He even rubbed his eyes to make sure of it. Just at this moment, another silent corpse appeared in front of Bai Xing. They were getting closer and closer to the guy. The main character finally realized that every time he blinked, the number of corpses doubled, so now he needed to somehow close the elevator doors. Gao Song did not see what was happening inside the elevator and therefore did not understand what the main character Scar Lin Han was afraid of. He immediately asked his comrade not to come close because his curiosity could kill him. The man then said that Jiang Quan'an's sealing object came from a hospital that had been abandoned 30 years ago. Jiang Quan'an went to explore this hospital at night to find adrenaline and almost died there. It turned out that the nurse lost control due to contamination and killed everyone who was in the hospital, and even the candidate for the post of director of the hospital could not resolve this incident. Now the key to salvation was in Jiang Quan'an. Only the one who killed him could use his corpse to prevent whatever was inside the hospital from escaping. Very soon, the number of corpses increased so much that they formed a large group that was now moving towards the main character. Scar Ling Han spoke loudly to the boy and advised him not to blink, otherwise the number of corpses would only increase. Bai Xing had to hold his eyelids in order to follow the advice. Of course, the main character couldn't keep his eyes wide open for too long, so he decided to check what would happen if he just looked away. As expected, this method did not help improve the current situation at all. There were even more corpses, and they continued to approach. Bai Xing, he realized that it was no longer possible to continue like this, so he quickly came up with a plan for which he needed the help of one of the detectors of the Quan Corporation. The elderly man immediately felt the attention of the protagonist's abilities, but could not resist them. A moment later, the old man was literally in Bai Xing's arms, who was holding him tightly by the neck. The elderly man was very unhappy with his current situation, so he demanded that the guy let him go and not contact him at all. To this, Bai Xing calmly asked the old man if he had any last words before he carried out his plan. The guy knew for sure that it was this director who slandered Lu Qing and sent her into confinement. Hearing this, the elderly man decided to threaten with his connections and believed that the guy was not familiar with Liu Shuo and did not know about his colossal strength. In response, Bai Xing showed off the very same scissors that had previously belonged to Liu Shuo and said that he knew very well about his strength. The director, seeing this instrument, thought that the main character was just bluffing and therefore did not dare to harm him. At the same time, he loudly called the guards for help and demanded that they kill the guy. In response to this, Bai Xing began to assure that, of course, he would dare to carry out his plan, but the guards would not even dare to come closer to help the old man. Scar Ling Han listened to all of this silently and thought hard about what to do while his comrades looked at him with confusion, waiting for an order. The man knew that this elevator was connected to a level S incident, and even the director couldn't figure out the rules of this pollutant. He also believed that Jiang Quan'an had once worked as an elevator operator, and when the contamination incident occurred, he merged with the contaminated elevator and was able to escape. Along with this, Bai Xing, he claimed that the bad news for him was, of course, that this polluted creature was set against him. However, the good news was that it was currently only paying attention to Bai Xini, which meant that if he died or escaped, the guards would have no way to control all of these nurses. Suddenly, the guy Red Tan's thoughts Deshun, who thought that all these girls should be given to the government so that it could distribute them among all the bachelors in the country. The main character thought that it was a good idea, but first of all, one of the corporation's directors had to experience it for himself. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Xing threw the old man into the abandoned hospital right under the feet of the sinister nurses. This immediately attracted their attention. The nurses began to approach the elderly man, which frightened him greatly. The old man loudly asked for help and tried to get to his feet in order to hold on, but because of fear, his body did not obey him at all. Bai Xing watched this with a satisfied grin on his face and wanted to see which of the guards would dare to come to the aid of the corporation director. The guy also insisted that this old man was a scoundrel who now did not even try to use his skills to save himself, but instead wanted his subordinates to solve all the problems for him. Of course, the main character was now talking about those very lifeguards who were not important at all for the elderly man. It seemed that these words had an impact on Scar Ling Han and his comrades. At the same time, Lu Qing did not understand what was happening to the main character because he was now behaving strangely. The girl assumed that the guy was so focused on solving the rule that he could not simply deal with the guards. She finally approached Bai Xing and offered to help her solve the rule. The girl was willing to follow any instructions to find the key to the solution. To this, the main character calmly replied that this was not necessary, so now it was better for the girls to just stay safe. Meanwhile, the silent nurses had already surrounded the corporation's director from all sides. Now it seemed nothing could help him. The old man desperately tried to push away the dangerous creatures, but they were much stronger than him. As a result, the cold hands of the silent corpses reached out to the elderly man, causing him genuine horror. As soon as the old man felt the touch of the nurses, his eyelids began to be tightly sewn together with a thread that was made of sinister energy. Very soon, the director's eyes closed completely. From that moment on, he could no longer see anything. Along the way, Bai Xing told the old man that there were many beautiful women's legs around him now, so he should touch them while he had the opportunity. Of course, the old man was now most puzzled by his sewn-up eyes, so he didn't even think about the guy's muffler, but seeing nothing in front of him, he still touched one of the nurses. Thanks to this, the main character was convinced that if the nurse touched a person, his eyelids were sewn up, but otherwise nothing happened, so he could try to attack her. Scar Linghan quietly approached him from behind and already swinging his hand said that if he killed Bai Xing and closed the elevator, all this would end. The man had no doubts about his decision, and it seemed like he was about to deliver a crushing blow. Despite this, the main character was not worried at all. The guy smiled, slyly rejoicing that he had finally waited for the moment when the guards would begin to act. Scar Linghan knew that if he didn't look at that nurse, he wouldn't become her target of pollution, so he had nothing to worry about. Now the villain was going to take advantage of the chance and attack the protagonist with his most valuable scar. Of course, it was about the scar from the beheading, which was the most powerful in the man's arsenal. He used it on his opponent without hesitation. At first, it seemed that everything went as it should. The ability hit the target exactly, but after that nothing else happened. Xing himself simply froze in place, which caused confusion in Scar Linghan. Gao Song also saw this and assumed that the guy had died a little earlier, and that's why the ability hadn't worked. This prospect amused the scoundrel. At the same time, Scar Linghan understood that everything was not so simple, so he did not lose his vigilance and intended to continue his attacks. The man decided to use his other scar, which was located on his chest and looked no less frightening. The villain swung his ability like a whip to intimidate his opponent and prepare for the next attack. Now the man was intent on cutting the main character into pieces. He also turned to Shepherd Wang and asked him to also prepare to attack Bai Xing. According to the plan, Shepherd Wang, when the time came, was supposed to use his ability and, having captured the enemy, throw him out the elevator door. The man assured that he understood everything and would not let his comrade down. After that, Scar Linghan wasted no time in attacking the protagonist again, who was still standing motionless with his back to him. The villain's scar instantly wrapped around the boy's body, who didn't resist it at all. At this moment, Scar Linghan loudly warned his comrade to prepare to use his ability. The next moment, the scar tightened tightly like a rope and dug into Bai Xing's body, causing blood to spray all around. However, the guy was not torn to pieces as expected, so Shepherd Wang did not understand whether he should attack the enemy. Scar Linghan immediately ordered the man to strike. Hearing this, Shepherd Wang obeyed without hesitation and swung his whip. This daredevil, like the previous ones, hit the target exactly, but after that nothing happened again. Shepherd Wang was very surprised when he did not see the usual result after his attack. The man's ability could make the pollutant spin like a top and suspend their rules, so now it was unclear why Bai Xing was not moving at all. Unexpectedly, Shepherd Wang, with horror for himself, assumed that the pollutant that was now in the body of the main character was so terrible that it suppressed all other rules. Just at that moment, Bai Xing's eyes suddenly opened, which immediately made it clear that something was wrong with the guy. A moment later, a huge amount of sinister energy began to be released from the protagonist's body, foreshadowing the appearance of this terrifying pollutant. Everyone present was shocked by what was happening, and the director of the Quan Corporation, who had never seen anything like this before, was especially frightened. The guards did not understand what was happening and therefore only humbly watched, humbly waiting for at least some answers to appear. Lu Qing also did not understand anything, but just in case, she stayed away from the main character. Finally, Bai Xing began to speak. The first thing he said was that there was nothing that could be done. According to the protagonist, the rule of the polluter of this nurse was unbreakable, which is why he even had to release his demonic bull. The guy already knew that if he blinked or looked away, the number of nurses increased, and if he continued to stare at her, she would step by step approach her victim. In addition, if a nurse touches a person, the assimilation rule is activated, after which the victim will begin to turn into another nurse. This is exactly what was happening now to the director, who was unlucky enough to feel the influence of this silent girl's touch. Bai Xing, preparing for the attack, thought about how that same director was able to defeat that polluter the first time and still survive. The main character was also afraid that he would not be able to contain this polluter, because then it would mean that he did not yet have enough strength to achieve his main goal. Along the way, the guards finally realized that all this time the guy was using them for his experiment, and in case of failure they would all die here. Meanwhile, the corporation's director had already completed his transformation into another silent nurse, which meant that the polluter could now move on to his next target. Despite the fact that all these girls had their eyes closed, they knew exactly where their victim was, and so they slowly walked towards her. Of course, they all went to Bai Xing, who was already humbly waiting for them in order to try to resist them. Soon, one of the nurses, with the protagonist's permission, came close enough and therefore began to pull her hand towards him to touch him. Suddenly, the guy grabbed the girl tightly by the neck, not allowing her to do what she had planned. Immediately after that, he used his ability called Shadow, which caused an ominous aura to appear out of nowhere. This aura quickly began to envelop the girls, thereby forcing them to stop. When all the preparations were completed, the demonic energy, in the form of a bull, quickly rushed forward, literally tearing apart everyone who stood in its path. A moment later, blood splashes painted the walls and floor of the corridor, and only small pieces of rafts remained of the nurses. It seemed that Bai Xing had managed to defeat this polluter. Unfortunately, this was not the case, because the evil energy that belonged to the polluter was still in the air. Soon this energy began to be absorbed into the remaining parts of the nurse, thereby gradually restoring her body. Bai Xing calmly watched as his opponent, whom he had just literally torn to pieces, completely recovered in a matter of seconds. It seemed that this did not surprise the guy at all. At the same time, what he saw made Scar Linghan extremely afraid. He believed that there was no way they could defeat this pollutant, and so now they only had to think about how to escape from here. Despite the fact that the main character continued to hold the nurse tightly by the throat, she still touched his hand and started the execution of the rule. At that very moment, a thread made of sinister energy began to emerge from her sewn-up eyes. This thread quickly headed towards Bai Xing in order to assimilate him. The guy did not expect such an outcome at all, but he was in no hurry to take any action. First, he needed to thoroughly understand everything. The threads were getting closer and closer to the eyes of the main character, who wanted to see what would happen. As soon as they approached the eye of the demonic bull, the clash of the rules of the two pollutants began. Lu Qing humbly watched all this from the side, not understanding why the guy was taking such a risk. The girl believed that Bai Xing had enough strength to simply close the elevator doors and leave all of this behind. However, the main character had his own opinion about this. His guess was confirmed, so he intended to continue. The guy was not mistaken in his reasoning, and the thread that sewed the victim's eyes was a pollutant of at least the same level as his demonic bull. Now the thread was holding back the corrosion of the demonic bull, but at the same time the bull was destroying the nurse's body. However, despite this, Bai Xing still had one serious problem, which was his own human eye. Of course, he couldn't resist the rule. In order to prevent the eyelids from being stitched together, the protagonist used the cutting rule, which caused a bright beam of light to shoot out of his eye, instantly cutting the threads. The guy was very happy that it worked. His light domain rule perfectly counteracted the polluter rules. It seemed that the threads, having encountered resistance, would now retreat and the guy would no longer be in any danger. Unfortunately, this was not the case. As soon as the light in Bai Xing's eye went out, the threads tried to attack him with renewed vigor, which momentarily discouraged the guy. Because of this, the main character had to apply the rule again and use bright light to cut the dangerous threads. Now the guy just had to hold out until the moment when the nurse and the demonic bull decided which of them won. Now it was unclear whether the bull would swallow the nurse or whether she would sew up his eyes, whether the rules would fall at the same time, or whether they would reach a perfect balance of restraint. At this time, Ji Zhenghua, still in the form of a small eye, flew aimlessly around the city and thought that everyone was dead. The scientist reasoned that people of previous eras suffered a collapse, and the same thing will happen again. The man was sure that humanity no longer had a future, and therefore everything was now meaningless. In the end, Ji Renhua came to the conclusion that since all the people were going to die anyway, he should kill them himself without pain. All this was a consequence of the fact that the scientist was already losing his mind. Having realized this, he quickly threw these thoughts away from himself. The man remembered his daughter, whom he should not have harmed under any circumstances. Ji Renhua continued his thoughts and realized that humanity still had hope for salvation, which lay in one single person. Of course, we were talking about Bai Xing, who thanks to his hand had phenomenal abilities, but for now Ji Renhua couldn't tell the guy everything. However, the scientists decided to find the main character and therefore went to the world of Rain in order to speed up this process. After some time, the man found himself in the main office of the Quan Corporation, where the main events were now taking place. He immediately found Bai Xing, who was currently fighting with the polluter Ji. Renhua decided to immediately observe what was happening first. The man quickly realized that the protagonist was deliberately provoking a conflict of rules in order to restrain his opponent. He thought that this was a really good idea. Unfortunately, the scientist could not intervene because now he was defending his mental barrier during the conflict of rules and maintaining his human will. Ji Zhenghuang didn't want the protagonist to suffer the same fate as Liu Shua, whose barrier collapsed, and he was instantly absorbed by the pollutant rule. For some time, the guy successfully resisted his opponent's attacks and drove away his threads without much difficulty. However, at some point, the nurse increased her pressure, which resulted in more threads. Seeing this, Ji Renhua immediately realized that this battle was already in its final stages. Bai Xing, of course, noticed that he now had to put in more effort to resist, but he was determined to hold on until the end in order to win. The guy used the rule over and over again and cut the threads, but their number did not decrease. It seemed that everything did not go according to plan. Ji Renhua, seeing this, decided to intervene and therefore turned to the main character and asked him not to panic, because he would help him cope with this. Bai Xing was very surprised when he heard a familiar voice, but what struck him most was that the scholar asked him not to resist his opponent. In the end, the main character trusted the man and listened to his advice, which immediately caused him to be enveloped in threads. Lu Qing saw this and thought that something bad had happened, so she turned to the guy and asked if everything was okay with him, but there was no answer. Meanwhile, one of the frightened directors asked what was going on here and thought that they needed to leave quickly. Scar Lin Han believed that the protagonist was already dead, so Shepherd Wang should have used his whip to at least momentarily stop the polluter and deactivate its domain. Suddenly, Bai Xing, who was absorbed by the threads, began to make some strange sounds that attracted the attention of everyone present. Hearing this, Lu Qing immediately believed that these sounds were made by the guy, which meant that he was not dead yet. At this moment, Shepherd Wang noticed that Jiang Quanan had started to move. The problem was that the pollutant in his body had gotten out of control and was now fully awakened. Jiang Quanan slowly rose to his feet, making loud wheezing sounds as he did so. It all looked very frightening. Just by the man's appearance, one could say with certainty that he was no longer human. Quanan's body had fully awakened, so Shepherd Wang began to worry that they were all now in great danger. However, the man remembered that his whip could not only force its victim to spin continuously and break its own rule, but also had another use. Without wasting any time, Shepherd Wang connected the two ends of the whip, thereby activating another of its functions. Thanks to the work done, an isolated pollution zone has been formed in the center. There was no pollution inside the circle, so everyone could simply run away from danger. The corporation's directors, seeing this praised the man for his good work, after which they began to argue about who would be the first of them to go to a safe place. Unexpectedly, Lu Qing used a lotus flower while saying that she did not allow any of the directors to leave. The water had been spilled under the feet of the scoundrels for a long time, so the outcome was obvious. The directors, one after another, began to go underwater and move to the prison. None of them was able to resist this. Finally, the villains cursed Lu Qing and claimed that she would not get away with this, but the girl was not at all afraid of these threats. Lu Qing originally planned to use the protagonist's power to gain control of the company in front of all the directors, but the plans changed, so it was better for them all to just die. After this, the girl turned to the security guards and said that now no one stopped them, and they could leave, but unfortunately without employers no one would receive a salary this month. Scar Linghan decided that there was no point in them dealing with the girl now, and so he ordered his comrades to leave here immediately. Scar Linghan himself was the first to run into the portal to check its functionality. As expected, everything went as it should. The man instantly found himself on the street where it was absolutely safe. Gao entered the portal immediately after him. Song, however, due to his clumsiness, fell when he went outside. After that, Tan passed through the portal. Dashun, which didn't cause him any problems. Now only Shepherd Wang had to go through the portal, but he seemed hesitant to do so. Noticing this, Lu Qing asked what was the matter. She assumed that the man could not pass because he was too fat, or there was some other reason for this. Shepherd Wang didn't respond to this, but the point was that using any pollution rule had its price. It turns out that the previous owner of this contaminated item got into serious trouble when he tried to use this portal. That time the guy asked Shepherd Wang to follow him and then they would be safe. The man agreed to this. They both successfully passed through the portal but had no idea what would happen next. Shepherd Wang immediately noticed that after this transition something happened to his friend. He became quiet and began to behave somehow suspiciously. As soon as the owner of the whip turned around and looked at the man, it became clear that the contaminated object had absorbed his mind. The guy started to act strangely. He smiled widely and ran from side to side, all the while keeping his gaze fixed on Shepherd Wang. The man immediately realized that his friend had been so affected by the passage through the portal. After that, the guy simply ran away and no one knew where he went. Now Shepherd Wang thought that he was the first to use this skill, and therefore he hoped that he would not repeat the fate of the previous owner. However, he was ready to risk it in order to save himself. Having overcome his fear, the man nevertheless decided to postpone jumping into the portal in hopes of the best. Soon he managed to successfully exit the portal onto the street and join his comrades. Everyone was very happy that they managed to escape and thought that it was simply incredible. At the same time, Shepherd Wang smiling claimed that it was easier than he thought. Now only Lu Qing had to enter the portal. The man was not against this and humbly waited for the girl to follow them out. Suddenly, Lu Qing grabbed the whip, which made it clear that she had no intention of running away. Seeing this, Shepherd Wang immediately tried to stop her, but it was too late. The next moment, right in front of the man, the portal disappeared along with his contaminated item. In the end, the whip ended up in Lu Qing's hands, and she intended to use it. Then the girl turned to the main character and said that she did not believe that he simply died. She got a new sealing object and was ready to intervene in order to help the guy. Bai Xing didn't respond to this because he was now completely absorbed by the sinister energy that was trying to break the resistance of the demonic bull. At the same time, the pollutant that controlled Jiang Quan'an's body began to slowly approach the protagonist in order to attack him. The dead man took slow steps forward, so it was still possible to stop him. At this moment, Lu Qing heard Ji's voice. Manhwa, who asked her to stop Jiang Quan'an because he had already become unstable. This request discouraged the girl because she did not even see the one who addressed her. Then the scientist insisted that Lu Qing act faster because now the main character needed urgent help. Eventually, the girl quickly came to her senses and agreed to fulfill the stranger's request. Without wasting any more time, Lu Qing swung her whip and attacked Jiang Quan'an without hesitation. As soon as the rope wrapped around the man, Lu Qing began to pull it with all her might in order to stop him. Despite this, Jiang Quan'an still continued to move forward because he had enormous strength, so Lu Qing asked the protagonist to hurry up. Bai Xing seemed to hear these words and therefore immediately came to his senses. However, the most difficult part was yet to come. It seemed the polluter realized that it would be much more difficult to resist the guy than expected, so he increased his negative effect. The next moment, a real battle unfolded within Bai Xing's body between two opposing forces that were not inferior to each other in the least. Ji Renhua was amazed by what was happening because it was the first time he had seen a clash of rules at such a high level. Initially, the main characters were going to make the two rules block each other but ended up getting trapped. Ji Renhua, I thought it was inevitable because these two rules could only collide directly if the guy's body was used as a battlefield. Then Bai Xing asked the man to stop talking and rather help him. The guy felt that the opposing forces were stuck in place, and if he could get out of here and regain control of his body, he would be able to win. Ji Zhenghua thought that the protagonist was right, so he suggested making both rules relax. Bai Xing immediately replied that he could summon that very wolf and use it to influence the nurse, but it was not so easy to pacify the demonic bull. Unexpectedly, Ji Zhenghua had an idea, so he immediately stated that there was one way that would help to do this. The main character was very surprised by this, and it seemed he didn't even immediately believe that the man was serious. Without explaining anything to Ji Renhua quickly headed towards the protagonist in order to try to realize his guess. As expected, the scientist replaced one of the demonic bull's eyes with himself, which helped to tame this dangerous pollutant a little. Ji Runhua replaced one of the eyes of the demonic bull, which helped to tame this dangerous pollutant a little. After this, the man turned to the main character and asked him to hurry up because they didn't have much time. Bai Xing immediately summoned that same wolf and ordered it to cancel all previous orders and choose a new target. The wolf, without hesitation, corrected himself and asked his master to describe to him 4 characteristics of the new target. Bai Xing, without thinking twice, replied that the first characteristic was that the new target was now right in front of the wolf. This characteristic was accepted, so one of the 4 lights immediately flashed on the wolf's head. In addition, a light flared up on the forehead of the demonic bull and the nurse because they were right in front of the wolf and fit the description. Of course, the main character also fit this description, so a light lit up on his forehead. Then the guy named the second characteristic, according to which the rules of the new targets were in effect right now, which allowed her to attack other polluters. As soon as the main character said these words, a second light lit up on the nurse's forehead because this description only suited her. It seemed that the girl sensed the danger that emanated from the wolf and therefore instantly switched her attention to him. Bai Xing was glad that that method worked, so without wasting time, he named the third characteristic, according to which the new target was approaching the wolf right now. This characteristic was accepted, so a third light lit up on the nurse's forehead. Only one characteristic separated the guy from the final victory. Bai Xing believed that since the nurse's goal had changed, none of the 4 characteristics were needed anymore, since the wolf only needed to feel that he was being watched to activate the rule. However, the nurse was determined to continue the fight, and so she directed her threads at the wolf before the third light in his eyes warmed up. Then the polluter began to sew up the wolf's fourth eye, thereby preventing it from being able to name the 4th characteristic and activate the rule. Despite this, the nurse's head suddenly exploded. The reason for this was, of course, the wolf who carried out the master's order and eliminated the target. Bai Xing was very impressed by what happened because he didn't expect that everything would end exactly like this. The protagonist admitted that the wolf's pollutant level was significantly lower than the nurse's, so she was able to stitch up his 4th eye without any effort. However, this reduced the conditions for the murder from 4 to 3 characteristics that were already known, so the wolf immediately tore off the head of his victim. Despite this, the end of the battle was still far away because the polluter was still using threads to restore the nurse's head. Soon the recovery process was complete, and so the girl was ready to attack her opponent again. Without thinking twice, the nurse directed her threads at the wolf, causing Bai Xing to immediately realize that she had changed her attack strategy. Even though the wolf no longer posed a serious threat, the nurse still stitched up another one of his eyes. Seeing this, Ji Zhenghua quickly turned to the protagonist and asked him to quickly stop the girl and not let her sew up the wolf's eyes. The main character thought that the man was right because the wolf's rule was that by describing 4 characteristics, he gradually filtered out the target that needed to be killed. Accordingly, the larger the characteristic, the more accurate the description of the target and the higher the probability of its elimination. If only one characteristic is required to kill a target, it will be very difficult to kill a specific enemy. Bai Xing was now unclear whether the rule would be completely deactivated if the characteristics for killing were no longer needed, or whether everything would turn into a global massacre without distinction. The guy didn't have time to think about it anymore because Ji Renhua had already reached his limit and could no longer restrain the demonic bull. Bai Xing realized that he needed action as quickly as possible, so he turned to the wolf and ordered him to return to a safe place and await his next orders. Thanks to this order, the wolf instantly began to disappear, thereby keeping his 2 remaining eyes intact. As soon as the nurse's enemy disappeared, she immediately turned her attention to the main character. Without wasting a second, she immediately tried to attack him with her threads. The guy did not expect that everything would happen so quickly. In order to avoid this attack, Bai Xing had to quickly jump to the side. Watching everything that was happening, Ji Renhua, I thought that the worst moment had already passed because part of the nurse's rules had been rejected and the demonic bull could be directed because it lived in the body of the main character. One of the polluters attacked upon detecting a color change in vision and the other upon suturing the target's eyes. Thus, they could pass against each other if their rules were balanced. Ji Zhenghua experienced that the main character could simultaneously control 2 completely opposite rules and perfectly combine them. The man even thought about what he should have told the guy about those mysterious gates and about the fact that he could explore the world behind them. Suddenly, the scientist was distracted from his thoughts by the loud voice of Lu Qing, who was addressing the main character and asking him to wake up. It turned out that the pollutant inside Jiang Quanan's body had already almost reached Bai Xing, so he was now in great danger. Lu Qing desperately tried to restrain the man, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop him, so she loudly called out for Bai Xing. The girl explained that she could not stop Jiang Quanan because the whip rule was very low level and therefore he could not influence the uncontrolled polluter. Lu Qing loudly asked the protagonist to wake up, and in the meantime the man had already extended his hand to touch the guy. Unfortunately, there was no resistance from Bai Xing, so the pollutant inside Jiang Quanan's body still touched the protagonist. At that very moment, the elevator in which the guy had been standing all this time began to transform and become like an ordinary elevator with a floor, walls, and ceiling. However, Jiang Quanan still looked as terrifying as ever. The closing doors of the elevator predicted that Bai Xing would soon be left alone with danger. In addition, the elevator control panel behaved inappropriately and was apparently completely broken. The elevator control panel was acting erratically and was apparently completely broken. Symbol appeared on the small screen indicating that the main character was now in even greater danger. In addition, while the elevator doors were slowly closing, an unknown force was pulling everything inside. Lu Qing tried to resist this force, but it was still pulled into the elevator. Eventually, the girl was unable to stay on her feet and was now at the mercy of strong gusts of wind. An unknown force finally pulled Lu Qing into the elevator, leaving her no chance of escape. After that, the doors closed, and now the elevator was ready to go to another place. Don't waste time. The large iron box that stood in the middle of the office began to disappear. Very soon, there was no trace left in the office of what had been happening there for the last few hours. Just at this moment, the office door opened slightly. Scar Lin Han appeared on the threshold, but before entering, he carefully looked around. Having made sure that there was no danger here, the man entered the office. He assumed that our heroes had already left since he did not sense the presence of pollution here. Shepherd Wang was still very worried about the loss of his whip, so he quickly began to search for it, asking his comrades if they had seen it. No matter how hard the man tried, he could not find his dirty item, which made him very upset. Tan Deshun advised his comrade to forget about it and be glad that he at least remained alive after everything that happened. Now all the guards were most concerned about what they would do when the corporation passed into other hands. They asked Scar Ling Han about this, but he could not say anything specific. Meanwhile, the ominous elevator with our heroes inside continued its movement to an unknown place. Lu Qing looked around in fear, as if she couldn't believe that this elevator was working and was now taking them somewhere. Ji Zhenghua tried to convince the girl of this, but only frightened her even more because she did not expect to see a talking flying eye. Lu Qing immediately began to ask who her interlocutor was, assuming that it was some kind of monster. Ji Renhua gave his name and said that he was the head of the Ji family. He also recalled that when the girl was promoted to vice president of the Quan Corporation, he sent her flowers as a congratulation. Lu Qing was very surprised by this and still did not understand what had happened to the man. The scientist did not want to go into details, so he briefly replied that his current appearance was the result of a failed experiment. After this, the man said that the fact that the elevator was working was a very bad sign because this elevator was not intended for people. Lu Qing heard this and immediately guessed that this elevator was for polluters. Ji Zhenghua did not rush to conclusions but emphasized that in many cases of pollution this elevator appeared, and it first appeared in the Xiangyang hospital. Lu Qing, hearing this name, remembered that this was the same hospital in which a certain incident occurred 30 years ago, after which it was closed. According to a famous story, the head doctor of this hospital exaggerated the illnesses of patients in order to get rich and even invented non-existent symptoms. He also operated on those who did not need surgery. There were rumors that the director even took bribes, collected illegal commissions, and even sold the organs of his patients after removing them under the pretext of treating tumors. All this continued until a brave nurse decided to make public information about the villain. Unfortunately, the next day when reporters came to interview her, the girl was already lying in the morgue with her eyes stitched shut with surgical thread. It looked as if the villains were punishing her for seeing something she shouldn't have. Hearing this story, Lu Qing asked if that same nurse had become Ji's polluter. Zhenghua denied this because the pollution was so extensive that the entire hospital had become an uncontrolled pollution zone. The girl immediately clarified whether this was precisely why the scientist claimed that this elevator was not intended for people. The man explained that after the incident this elevator appeared in other contaminated areas and could pass through them without hindrance, which could have resulted in a disaster. Next, Ji Renhua, out of desperation, began to try to wake up Bai Xing while simultaneously blaming him for the fact that they ended up in this situation because of his procrastination. Suddenly, strange sounds were heard from outside the elevator, causing Lu Qing to conclude that it was about to stop. Just at that moment, the number 0 appeared on the small screen, which greatly surprised our heroes. Soon the elevator doors began to open, causing Lu Qing and Ji the Renuas could see where they had ended up. Before our heroes appeared a gray, lifeless land on which there were only lonely dead trees and small gravestones. Ji Renhua immediately realized that they had entered a Class S pollution zone called the Swollen Tomb. The scientist warned that the earth here was divided and multiplied, so if a person touched it, he was immediately sucked inside, after which the victim died. Suddenly, Lu Qing heard strange sounds that scared her because in such a place such a thing looked strange. Ji Renhua confirmed that he also heard these sounds. In addition, the man noticed that a large hole appeared out of nowhere not far from them. The man clearly remembered that when the elevator door opened, there was no hole there, but it appeared as soon as he turned away for a moment. In the end, Ji Zhenghua decided to take a look at what was in that hole, since he didn't often get the chance to explore a Class S contamination zone. As soon as the scientist flew closer and looked inside, he was horrified by what he saw. After that, the man immediately returned to the elevator, and without explaining anything asked Lu Qing to quickly press some button to leave here. The girl fulfilled the request, but she was very interested in what Ji was doing. Zhenghua saw there no matter how she tried to question him, the man only continued to ask her to close the doors. He also asked Lu Qing not to ask him anything else. For some reason, Ji Renhua didn't want to tell anyone about the mysterious man who was digging that hole right now.